The story begins with the main character looking in the mirror, seeing some dude and asking who he is. He saw a guy in the reflection who looked like himself and asked what his name was. The guy in the reflection said his name was Eli Ho Yil. The guy standing in front of the mirror said his name was Grandel Cloudy Eris. Romeo and he was the heir to a great clan Ho. Yo looked at him with a worried look and thought that this was the end. He remembered the past and thought that it seemed like he had become the character he had created. 12 years ago in his second year of middle school, he remembered how he had drawn this character and laughed. He started laughing even louder and said that he had finally finished it. This was another noble version of him. Ho Yil thought with a dissatisfied look that this was the character he had created under the influence of 8th grade syndrome. This is all because of the game history of the Continent of Arcana. It is one of the best virtual reality games about another world. This game did not lose popularity until it closed, which made this game legendary. However, on the day of the closing, along with the news of the disappearance of the COO of the Cosmo company Arcana, became a part of reality. Monsters began to appear from rifts all over the world, and the existence of humanity was threatened. However, along with the monsters, people synchronized with their game characters appeared. They were called players. They could use skills to defeat monsters and save the world, and soon the players became heroes. There were times when he wanted to become one of them. However, even then, he realized that even with the awakening of the Force, he would not be as popular. The price of one virtual reality machine is tens of millions of won. Even a month's rent would cost hundreds of thousands. His father apologized and said that he thought that at least he could play any game. He is such a bad father. Yo thought that his father's business had failed. His sister loudly called his dad and said that he did not need to cry if he does not play some games. So what he understands everything her mother said. That he did nothing wrong, it was her fault. His sister asked loudly in a dissatisfied voice, "What was wrong with him anyway, Ho?" You thought that, then he understood all the cruelty of the world around him. He has no choice. He will have to quit Arcana if he knew that this would happen. He would never have quit. This game he hasn't even played for a year. His stats and level are very bad. He was finally able to awaken, but into a character made by a crazy schoolo. Romeo looked at the mug of tea he was drinking and said that it was delicious. Yo looked at it with a dissatisfied look and thought that this could make him go. Crazy Romeo is a character he created back in middle school and who he played absolutely seriously. The backstory is this Grandel was the heir to a great family, but all the relatives became victims of a demon, so only he remained. Granell decided to become a demon hunter to take revenge. This is a really creepy character that he seriously considered his other personality. It's part of his dark past. It was funny in the second year of middle school, but now it's an endless source of shame. Romeo said that he missed it so much. Yo thought that he should shut up and stop talking so weirdly. How can he show up to work like this? Can he even function as a member of society with that way of speaking? He imagined his boss coming up to him and saying with a displeased look that his hair is too bright. Does he think he's a celebrity, or is he trying to become an idol? His whole appearance is really weird after that. Romeo threw coffee in. The man's face, you thought with a very worried look that he couldn't do that because he would get sued. Romeo said that nobles don't bow their heads to just anyone. You thought that he couldn't believe it. His thoughts were pronounced differently. All players feel like this what synchronization is. Most people said that the changes were minimal, but why was it different with him? He couldn't go to work. It seemed like he had no choice. He would have to become a player. But more than 10 years had passed, and he barely remembered anything about Arcana. Romeo sat down at his laptop and thought that he needed to find some information first because he lacked even the basic knowledge of a player rankers who close high-level rifts earned hundreds of millions. However, this information was of little use because difficulty is directly related to risk. He couldn't buy life with money, so he wouldn't be greedy. Romeo said with a serious expression that he had already tasted the fruit of abundance and didn't need material goods. Yo thought that now was the time to figure out what demon hunters usually do. He was surprised by what he saw and thought, there are only 2 pages here. Demon hunters don't do anything at all. Even these 2 pages only have news. One of the news items says that the Exen base has fallen last night. All the NPC demon hunters in AN City were killed. The Healer Federation said that at 300 on the 30th, 152 people were killed with no survivors. Ho Yel was very surprised when he saw the photos and wondered, was Ikshan base destroyed? The only city and sacred ground of the demon hunters? Is this the same Ishin? There is so little information, not because they do nothing, but because the class has completely disappeared. He hopes that the demon hunters will rest in peace, although no one chose them 10 years ago. Low stats, weird leveling, and disgusting skills. This class has a hard time leveling up by hunting monsters, so they had to level up through quests. The only thing they were incomparably better at than other classes was fighting demons. However, they only appeared in demon hunting quests, most of which were just grinding. The role of a demon hunter was unclear, and the class was considered useless. However, being bankrupt and not being able to change jobs are two different things. Now there is no one to even teach skills since everyone was killed. Is there any other information? The news says that the list of changes to Arcana Update 462. Seriously. Now it will be impossible to work as a bread delivery man. Who would have thought that this job would interest someone again? If he knew that this would happen, he would have become a demon hunter in this chat. A user wrote that he would explain something for those who do not know. Demon hunters are best at fighting demons, which were added in this update. Hoyo looked at the monitor with a worried look and wondered, were demons added in the update? The site wrote that the history of the Continent of Arcana. Update of Reality. Version 8. 1. Demons now appear among the monsters player. Losses have increased greatly due to debuffs, mind destruction, and possession. These problems occur even to rankers with a level of 200. Hoyo thought, did demons appear in reality? Why didn't the demon hunters deal with them? Was he the last demon hunter after the destruction of Idion? Maybe he should intervene after. A gap of 10 years, there is no guarantee that the demons he remembers will appear. Everything could have changed in such a long time if even high-level players can handle it. Then he especially won't be able to handle it. He was surprised when he remembered how he said he was weak as a child. Grandel Cloudy, Arir, Ro-R does not run away from pathetic demons. It is his pride, no demonic temptations. Trials and deceptions will hurt. Grenel's great pride. Hoyo calmed down and thought that he should do it. Romeo got up from the table and said that these were useless thoughts. There is no need to worry. After that, the news host said that there was an update with demons and the number of victims was growing. Romeo adjusted his suit and said with a serious expression that they should consider it an honor. He would personally send each of them to hell. Several years had passed since the Great Cataclysm. Many things had been lost, but people were able to get back on their feet, the streets were alive again, and everyone had adapted to the new world, but there was always darkness next to the light. The negative emotions of the people who had gathered together again became excellent food for the demons. After some time, the guy looked at the time on his phone and said that the last member was late. There was still a minute left before the appointed time. They should wait a little. He was the leader of the group, a tank named Nam Ch Min. His attention was drawn to Romeo, who was walking towards him. He said with a calm expression that it looked like everyone had already gathered. Cholmin extended his hand to him and said with a smile that they should all pay attention. This was their last member. He arrived just in time. He told him his name and said that he was the leader of the group. It was nice to meet him. Hoyel looked around and said that it was nice to meet him. 2. His attention was drawn to what was happening nearby, and he thought it was a rift. Now he understood how players saw it. Normal people can't interact with rifts. He would have been the same if he hadn't awakened. A system window appeared in front of him, saying that this was an underground storage facility for NS. Suitable levels were from 35 to 40, and the destruction rate was 19.8%. Hoyo looked at it and thought that it looked like it was suitable for players from level 35 to 40. It was a good place for his level 55. When he looked up the information, he found out that the average level for Rift attackers was 200. It was too early for him to even dream of that. He needed to work hard to reach such heights. It was lucky that not everyone awakened as a high-level player, so he was able to find a suitable party, the party's attack wizard member. So, Jong Yun said with a happy smile that she would be happy to work together. Melee attacker Choi Jang-hun said that he would be glad too. Melee tank Ha Sung-look stood silently next to them. Chman said Klai that judging by the degree of destruction the other group is already inside, it's time for them to go too. There's some preparation now, they'll be going in 5 minutes. Hyoyo looked at the system window with a serious expression which showed the information about the degree of destruction. When the degree of destruction reaches 100%, monsters will break through the rift into the real world. Players are free to enter and protect them. Only they can stop this time bomb. Shimon clapped his hands to get the attention of the rest of the group and asked if they were ready to go. They all agreed, and he thought that they were all so friendly. He also wanted to say something in a family with 3 sisters he was able to survive after going through daily battles. His sisters are Unai Chiun and Im. He thought that it was easy for him to cheer someone up, he said with a calm expression that they had nothing to worry about with him. Ho Yil was very embarrassed by what his character said and wondered what he was even saying. Everyone ignored his words and asked, "Everyone knows what NES are, right?" Of course she had fought against them before. If they were careful, it would be easy, Hu thought with a very dissatisfied look that he would not say anything else. The system announced that they had entered the N's underground storage, the food warehouse, Zhongyan said with a slightly worried look that for some reason she did not see any monsters. Shimon remembered something and said that there was another group that entered before them. He turned to them and said with a smile that they had nothing to worry about. They would have their share if they chose a different route. The players followed him and said that they would trust him. Then they need to kill a couple of Noles. Ho Yao looked at them with a serious expression and thought that something was wrong. They went down to the floor below, and Shimon said that he saw Nos 70 away from them. They should prepare for battle. The others warned that they were ready. Ran forward with a smile and said that then they should attack. Young Hun ran towards him with a smile and said loudly that he should wait for him. Ho Yo looked at them with a calm expression and thought that there was 1 full tank, 2 melee attackers, and 1 attacking wizard. The combination is quite normal, but it does not protect the group but attracts even more monsters. The attacking tank had to go completely on the defensive, and the wizard deals the main damage. Is this how they hunt in their time? He is useless anyway, so it is not his business. Yunyan said that the stamina buff cooldown is almost over. Young Han said with a smile that he should be slower because the newbies can't keep up. Hoyo called up his inventory and thought that his main problem now was the lack of a good weapon. It was better for him not to get involved in battles until he found something useful. At that moment, monsters that were standing to the side started aiming at him. Hoel turned to them and saw a large army of NES that were standing in the darkness. These monsters all ran towards the group, and he loudly said that there was an ambush behind the pillar. Everyone immediately turned to this crowd of monsters, and Sunuk loudly said that there were too many of them. Couldn't cover them all. Young Hun, who was blocking the attacks with his sword, was hit in the face by an arrow. He turned to Shomin, who was walking away from them, loudly called out to him and said that he should help them. He continued to call out loudly and asked him what he was doing. He was about to say something else, but he couldn't finish because someone called him loudly and said that he should be careful. Young Hun turned around abruptly and saw the weapon that the monster was attacking him. Suddenly someone shot a bow and hit the monster that was about to attack him. Young-gun was very surprised by what happened, and Yel was standing next to him with a bow in his hands. He said with a calm expression that these wild dogs need to be trained well. He usually doesn't do this, but sometimes a whip is necessary. Young-gun was embarrassed by this and thanked him and asked why he was talking so strangely. Yu thought with a displeased look that he himself didn't want to say that Sunuk continued to fight against the monsters and said loudly that he missed too and the back row should move. Young Yun looked at the crowd of monsters with a very scared look and said that she didn't know what to do. Ho Yo aimed his bow with a calm expression and said that she should calm down. He would deal with the monsters that broke through. She should use a strong spell, even if it took more time. She agreed to it, and he fired his bow and hit the monster that was running towards them. Young Hun loudly asked how much longer they should wait. Yun loudly said that she was almost done. She used the fire arrow skill and loudly said that she had prepared everything they should disperse. Immediately after that, she started relacing many fireballs that flew near the party members. Because of this attack, a very powerful explosion of magical energy occurred. Young Hun covered his face with his hand because of this attack and asked, "Did this attack work?" Young Yun asked with a tired expression. If he was okay. Ho Yel, with a calm expression, said that he was fine. She should take care of the others. She went to join the other members of the group, and he silently looked at the burning bodies of the monsters. The system notified that he had received an expensive silver arrow and wondered if he could take the arrows back. Yun handed him a bottle and said that he should drink a healing potion before the other monsters showed up. Some Look sat on the ground, took the potion, and thanked her for it. Young Hun looked at Sham Men, who was standing next to them, with a very dissatisfied look. He walked up to him and asked loudly, "Is he completely crazy?" And what is he even doing? He can still understand that he didn't notice the hidden monsters, but why didn't he help them? He just LED them. Into a trap? Is he even a tank? Or what? Shimon grabbed his stomach and started laughing really loudly. Younghun asked loudly with a dissatisfied look, "What's so funny without his popular bra? He's worthless." Suddenly the room became dark, and he loudly asked where the fire went. Shimon stopped laughing and asked he wondered what was so funny about it. They were funny, how could you not laugh at a crowd of idiots? The system notified that the natural enemy skill was activated. Combat power increases when fighting demons Hawaii at him, with a serious expression, and said that it turns out that he is a demon. Men looked at him with a wide and evil smile and told that idiot that he finally figured it out. The rest of the team were very surprised by what he just said, Suok said with a worried look. That it can't be, what is he even talking about? Does he seriously think he is a demon? How can Shimon be a demon? Suddenly, everything around him went dark and he was surprised by it. He was very worried because he heard loud screams behind him. He turned around and saw the dark energy grabbing all the members of the group. Yuman was suffering a lot because of this attack. She stretched out her hand to him and asked him to help her at the same time. The members of the group screamed loudly in fear, asked him not to come closer, and the system notified that the demon's gaze fell on them. Mental resistance is too low, a negative status of fear occurs. They continued to scream loudly because of this, and old men laughed and said that they were trembling with fear in the illusion that they themselves created. He was about to say something else but did not finish the sentence because Ho-Yo ran up to him very quickly and attacked. Jaemin blocked this blow with his hand and asked with a sly smile, "Isn't he afraid that this person will die? He needs to understand that this way. He will only kill him." Ho-Yo Clyde jumped away from him and thought that he wouldn't be able to penetrate this armor head-on. He needed to find a weak spot. Min tried to attack him with his sword but missed and asked loudly, "Is he still going to attack?" The system announced that the natural enemy skill was activated. Combat power increases when fighting demons. Hawaii stabbed him in the back with a dagger with a serious expression. Men turned to him with a wide smile. Because the slash didn't penetrate his armor, he started laughing loudly, stabbed him with his sword, and called him an idiot. He continued to attack and loudly said that all humans are hypocrites. A moment ago he was so friendly, and now he didn't have time to finish because Yo walked past him and stabbed him in the face with a dagger. Because of this slash, Min fell to the ground and started screaming loudly in pain. He thought he was just cut. Is this not an ordinary person? He attacked him with a silver sword. You looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should stop talking nonsense. Already he doesn't want to talk to his prey. He put the blade to his head, and Nin thought with a worried look, at what point did everything go wrong? He was lost in a memory where the strong guy who was his brother put his hand on his shoulder and called out. He raised his head with a small smile, and his brother asked what he was thinking about. Does his body hurt that much? Shman said that it wasn't like that, he was just distracted. His brother said that's why he told him to avoid dangerous rifts. He should give up on this. He can join his guild as an analyst. Min laughed and thought that he just didn't want to be a loser after that. He met 3 people on the street and asked what his name was. He was Tam, Men's older brother, right? He heard that he defeated another boss. He should give his congratulations. He should try harder not to disgrace his brother. By the way, is he definitely the eldest? And are they even brothers? What is he doing in the rifts? He should listen to his brother, or he might die. Coleman thought that he just wanted to be someone his brother could be proud of. Right after that, a demon appeared in front of him and said with a wide smile that he would help him. Cohen was very surprised when he noticed dark energy that was quickly heading towards him. It possessed his body and said that he could just watch. The system notified that the demon's gaze fell on him. Mental resistance is too low. The negative status of possession occurs. Kawan tried to resist the demon's actions and tell the party members that they shouldn't go there when crowds of monsters were running at them. He tried to warn them that it was a demon's trap. The system notified that the mental resistance was too low and he couldn't resist. Cole Min thought that everyone was in danger because of him. Right after that, Ho Yel attacked him with his dagger. The demon screamed in intense pain and loudly told this crazy freak that he would kill this guy too. Does he really not care at all? Whether the owner of this body dies or not, does he want to become a murderer? Ho Yu understood everything and asked, "Is this his pride?" The demon was very surprised because CH Min was able to resist him and he could not move. Hoyo ran up to him with a serious expression and stabbed him on the head with a dagger. He turned around and with a calm expression called out to CH Min and said that this feeling was able to reach him after some time. The demon lost control over him. He came to his senses and was lying on the ground. He suddenly stood up, coughed loudly, and tried to warn them again about the demon. He touched his face and thought that he was possessed. The party members approached him with a worried look and asked if he was okay. CH Min looked at his shaking hands and wondered how he was able to survive. He had received so many injuries after all. He was surprised because of what Hoyao said. He had told him before they had not. Nothing to worry about as long as he was with them. Human negative emotions become the demon's power, so they should not forget about pride and stop being afraid of them. He thought that the demon hunter attacks were only effective against demons he had not forgotten. This logic, even though a lot of time had passed, he looked at the inventory system window and thought that this demon was useless since it hadn't dropped any items. After some time, Shimon was showing the news on his phone, which said that these were the results of today's raid on the null storage RIRFT. Today, everything almost ended badly. One of the party members was possessed by a demon. It seemed that they would all die there. But there was one strong member in the team who defeated the demon, Timon asked with a serious expression. Is he asking him to believe this? Coleman agreed and said that even though he is the guild leader, taking someone because of one post on the forum is too much. Coleman said with a serious expression that he was the one who was possessed by the demon. Timon spilled coffee on the table. Out of surprise, the system notified that he was level 368 player, rank 11 class barbarian guild leader. Jan, he asked, is he seriously deciding to become an analyst in his guild? He was against it before. It is hard for him to believe it. Coleman laughed and asked, does he not believe his own brother? He can't even believe it. Taemin got a little angry because of this and said that he should do without sarcasm. K-Man laughed and said that he was just joking. Tamin asked about becoming in. Was that also a joke? Shimon put the cup down and said that it wasn't like that. He was completely serious. He just realized his limit and a more suitable role. He had been trying to catch up with him for so long, but now he would probably walk his own path. Taemin smiled and said that he was even curious about what kind of person could change him so much, even if he didn't count the demon hunt. His mental resistance was very high since he didn't give in to the attacks. Also, he mentioned that he used a dagger, not magic. There are thousands of classes in Arcana, but he can't think of anything. It's even strange that he went into a low-level rift with such characteristics. CH-Min said that he understood this story was hard to believe. He was about to say something else, but Taman asked, did he say that he didn't believe him after all? He had seen it with his own eyes, the attack patterns of the bosses. The guild management methods, the recruitment of new players, he helped him become who he is. So he immediately took the contract act. He is his brother, and the proud analyst of Jan CH Min was a little embarrassed by this. Thanked him and said that he shouldn't embarrass him. Tamin called him an analyst, laughed, and said that he should take a look at the contract. What does he think about this? Immediately after that, CH Min took the documents and began to silently read what was written on it. He looked at it with a very surprised look and asked, are these the conditions for him? After a while, you looked at it with a surprised look that his level had risen to 67. He said that his level had immediately increased by 12 points. Romeo said that it was still not enough. H. Yil said that even for NLLs, they don't give that much experience. It's about hunting the imp. Romeo came out of the shower and said that such trifles bother him. Ho Yil said with a happy look that it bothered him. How should he distribute the points? He was tired, so he would think about it in bed. Something wrong, Romeo said. It was such a mess. He started cleaning and set a clean environment. Meant a clean mind. He looked at him with a displeased expression and said, they should at least get some rest after a while. Romeo cooked the dish and tasted it. He said happily it tasted like healthy food. He followed him with a very tired expression and thought that Granf was supposed to be like this. After all, he was an aristocrat with a measured and restrained life. Thanks to this, he realized one thing, it's addition to levels and characteristics. The character settings, he said, are also applied. Usually he would eat custom food and go to bed, but because of him, he leads a healthy lifestyle. What talents did he have? Garfell is not limited to just one thing. He is talented in magic so much that he can repeat any spell. After one demonstration, he is also smart, good physical potential. Romeo, with a calm expression and a cup of tea, said it was a trifle for him. Yo looked away and thought that he had only written positive qualities. If attitudes really do affect real life, then he needs to check it out. He picked up his phone and his attention was drawn to what CH Min had written to him. Ho-yil read the message and wondered why he had received such a long message from him. He doesn't know what he wants, but he doesn't have time to figure it out, so he'll refuse now. He needs to start checking first. He needs to test his talent for magic. He opened a video hosting site, saw a video about magic, and thought that he had found what he needed at the same time. Chumin and Timin looked at the phone with surprised faces and said nothing. He wrote that he thought he could recommend him to the #1 guild in Korea. Jane, he understands that it may be sudden, but he has had such a positive impact on his life that he felt that he could become part of this great guild. If he has any comments, additions, or questions, he can write about it right away. What caught their attention was that Hyo-yol only wrote the word no, Chulman asked with a worried look. Maybe? He had already received an offer from another guild. Tam Min asked loudly with a very surprised look from which other guild. The best kill in Korea is offering him a house, a car payment for any whims, and a share of 9.5 to 0.5, who can offer better conditions. Chulman said that he was not sure after. The magic tower appeared in Seoul Foreign Guild offices began to open around. Taemin asked loudly with a very displeased look, who dared to enter his territory. CH Min thought about it and said that, even if you don't count foreign guilds, Seoul already has the best ones. It could have been one of them. Taemin got very angry and said loudly that it was impossible for some local guild to offer better conditions. He wouldn't even offer such a contract to highly players from their guild. He quickly put on his jacket and said that he can't give up. He has to tell him what he looks like. CH Min was confused by this and asked why he needed to do this. Taemin said loudly with a serious expression that he himself will go and bring him to them. He has to tell him everything he knows. Gi Min was confused by this question and with a confused look said that he looks wise. Taemin was very surprised by such a description and said loudly that he can even describe fantasy animals better. Schulman thought about what he said. He had an idea and said that this guy looks like an aristocrat from a fantasy. He is a very bizarre aristocrat. At the same time, Romeo was watching a video about using magic and writing it all down in a notebook. Ho-yo looked at what was happening with a surprised look and thought that he understood all the fundamental principles of magic. You can use any spell if you have enough mana. He did not expect anything else from Grand Fel. He does not care about the dark past because his character is the symbol of high school. He is the best genius in history. He began to stroke Romeo's head with a happy look, and he said that this is so rude, Ho. Yo clicked on the system window with a smile and thought that he had completed the check. Now he can distribute the points. He does not even know how far he can go. Any possibilities are open to him. He will put 2 points, each in strength and dexterity, 7 points in mana because it is very low. He stopped and remembered that Romeo chose the path of a demon hunter to avenge the murder of his entire family. Hoyo wondered why he remembered this. He was unlucky. Although he came up with such a backstory after that, he put 1 point into the luck parameter. Romeo, lying on the bed, looked at the system window with characteristics, and Ho-yo thought that this was for the well-being of Grandel, who will have to try hard. It seems that he raised luck from only 1 point to 2, but in fact, he doubled it. What if he finds a coin on the road tomorrow? Next morning, Romeo and Ho-yo looked at each other through the mirror, and he was very surprised by something. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought that this was even better than an ordinary coin. He received a class quest in the system window that appeared in front of him. It was written that the class quest was prelude to counterattack. Ho-yo wondered, is this one of the class quests he was thinking about? After Arcana appeared in reality, quests became very rare, and the reason for this is simple. They don't have many NPCs who can give them out. Even a regular quest is a rarity. And here, there's a class quest. Right away, simple quests for the Demon Hunter class were pretty weird. He found the right section on the site and thought he knew it. The article says that the first rank Paladin Guyver received a class quest. A class quest is a quest that is given to only one person from the entire class. This alone is enough too. Get into all the news. These quests are so amazing that they can allow any player to become one of the best. If you look at everything sensibly, there is no chance that a class quest will be given to a player with level 67. Romeo looked at the computer monitor and said that as he thought there were no demon hunters left except him. Ho! Yo thought that made sense. Action. This is the base of all demon hunters. It sounds cool, but reality can be shocking. He remembered the past when he came to the demon hunter base. The NPC instructor told the soldiers, "Welcome to action. The acceptance ceremony will be held at the top," they said. Should climb up there, the system announced that they need to climb the cliff. The remaining distance is 0 miles out of 1,000 ho. Yo looked at the cliff with a surprised look and thought, has he completely lost his mind? Demon hunter quests are a repetition of useless work. The instructor started to climb the cliff first and loudly asked if they could be faster after they climbed up and entered the old building. He pointed to a destroyed room and said that for now they should stay here. Hoyo thought that the conditions left much to be desired. All the students except Romeo were very tired, and the instructor said that it was time for them to eat. The dining hall is where they came from. The system announced that they should go to the cafeteria to eat. The remaining distance was 522 m out of 1,000. The instructor went down first and loudly told these newbies that they should be faster if they couldn't handle this. They should leave. Hoyil thought that the NPCs were constantly yelling at the players. Anyone would have given up after that. Romeo turned to him and said that demons were entering a person's mind. That's why he needed training that would make him stronger. Hoyu thought that the 8th grade syndrome was getting worse. He clicked on the system window and thought that this was in the past. Now first he needed to see what the point of the quest was. He was very confused by what he saw in the system window, a anti-Arcane United Korean branch, in order to cope with the chaos and damage that arose after the appearance of Arcana in reality. An association of former game developers was created. They respond to every update that is reflected in the real world, collect and analyze information for the players. In other words, it's a company with overtime in the building of that company. One of the workers asked Sunbi, he doesn't think the update will come out this week, right? It's already 800. It's unlikely to come out, right? Kolen said that they can only hope. The guy said that this Raymond guy is so creepy. Is he updating the website and the game content by himself? Coleman said that he should stop talking. He needs to press the refresh button on the page. The guy said that he was just wondering how this is possible as soon as an update appears on the website. Reality also changes. Colin really surprised him by noticing the change and loudly said that it updated. He looked at his monitor and said with a worried look that this really happened. Keeman was really surprised by what he saw and said that this can't be. He warned the others about it, which caused a panic in the office. They all started running around, and one of them loudly said that they should turn off their phones because reporters are going to call. What is he doing? He needs to turn off his phone. The website says that a new demon has appeared. A new rift. The Graphic Family's Fortress. The Counts, Family's Territory. The Counts, Family's Territories. Environs new monsters. Level 230, Bloody Bandit levels. 220 to 250, Bloody Beasts. Level 300 count. Tuscura, Soldier level 350 counts. Knight level 390 counts. Servant A. New name monster level 430 counter Skura. The guy was very surprised when he saw his level and said loudly that the strongest player is currently level 4 and 3. What kind of broken update is this? A group of rankers can't handle this. Coleman said it's even worse. Even a guild or even an entire association can't handle it. The guy asked, what about the magic tower? He was about to say something else, but he didn't have time because Coleman said that they wouldn't do anything until the tower itself was under threat, so they couldn't help now either. It's an impossible task. They're just asking humanity to die. It's over. This rift will be broken, the guy said loudly with a worried look that he shouldn't rush to conclusions. If they don't cope with Red, these things will crawl out. Is human life really a joke? For this freak, Raymond Coleman thought with a worried look that the previous updates were manageable, but this was destroying the balance. He couldn't believe it. Only a miracle could save them. At the same time, the system window said that the class quest was the counterattack prelude. Dear last demon hunter, it was time to counterattack the enemy. The starting condition. Defeat the demon was completed. The repeatable quest. Weakened body training was in progress. Romeo was sitting on a bench, his whole body trembling from fatigue and trying to drink a drink from a mug next to him. A dissatisfied Ho. Yo was sitting and wondering why the quests were as strange as Antion. The system window said that weakened body training today's goal, the task. Completed where to run 20 km, do 500 pull-ups, and do 300 burpees. 1,000 push-ups had to be done, but 0 had been done. Hu thought that his whole body was shaking. Was it really possible to give such heavy loads right away? The store clerk asked with a smile. If he would take the bag, Romeo held out the card for payment with a trembling hand and politely declined it. Sometime later at home, he sloppily made a sandwich and started eating. Hoyo was sitting in the corner next to him and thought that couldn't even make a sandwich properly. Romeo said that sometimes you need to try changing your appearance. Hu looked at the system window with a smile in which all the tasks were completed and thought that, however he liked this feeling of completion, if it weren't for Grell's pride, he would have given up. Long ago, he went to bed and thought that this stupid quest was finally over. Now he would get a good night's sleep. Can't wait for the next quest sometime later. Romeo again started doing the same exercises as last time Ho. Yo was very indignant because of this, and Sishin looking at the system window. With today's goal, he wondered, were they completely crazy when they came up with this? Repeating quest a whole week. Has already passed, and as soon as he finishes one quest, a new one immediately appears. After that, a system window appeared which said that he has reached the goal for the week. Hoyo thought, is this some kind of joke? He sat on a bench next to two old ladies and thought that he had done it again. This is only possible thanks to Grell's character. How many more times will he need to repeat this to get a reward? This will not be some kind of achievement. Now he has a slender and toned body. The system notified that he fulfilled the conditions. His reward received 2 points of strength and agility. Ho Yel looked at this with a very surprised expression and thought, did he get stat points that will not disappear? Stat-enhancing items are insanely expensive. You need to spend millions even to get 1 point. However, he got 4 points each, even without leveling up. This is amazing if this is a repeatable quest. Then this will appear constantly, right? The reward completely justifies these terrible conditions. Romeo said calmly that he could do it even 10 times a day on the radio. The host said that he would move on to the next news. The Arcana update that came out this Thursday has become the hottest topic of discussion. Most guilds have announced that they will not participate in the Rift Raid. A new rift, the Count's family territory, has appeared, as well as a named monster Count Skura. What is known about him is that he is a demon and a vampire of level 430. This is the highest level monster at the moment, the Korean branch. Of A has refused to comment on anything for now. I was very surprised by this and thought, is this monster level 430? How can you even kill something like that? After that, the hosts of various news channels said that a level 430 boss has appeared in this update. This will be the hardest raid in history. A reported that Count Asura is a demon and a vampire. Large guilds have expressed their desire not to participate in the future raid. This is associated with huge risks. Hoyo looked at his laptop screen with a worried look. He thought that demons were the hardest for players to deal with, no matter how strong he became. He would have to deal with the negative effects that constantly appeared during battle. Already, many people said that you need to have at least a 10-fold level advantage to defeat a demon. Count Asura was a monster that he would never have thought of fighting if it weren't for the new class. Quest, the system window, said that the vampire hunting quest was in progress. He thought, this is the only vampire so far, are they asking him to defeat it? He was too scared. It was natural to be afraid of an enemy he couldn't defeat. However, these were just his thoughts, but his heartbeat was as steady as ever. If this body wasn't his, then how was Gurfel feeling? Romeo said with a serious expression that these pathetic monsters were wasting his precious time. They would have to be severely punished for this, Hoyu thought with a displeased look that he knew it, he wanted to kill them. After some time, he was looking something up on the internet and thought that based on the search results, Count of Euro was in Russia. Then he needed to go to the magic tower first. That's because there was a portal inside the tower. It's a large-scale magic that allows the user to travel anywhere. One of the reasons foreign guilds opened branches here. He looked at how long it would take to get there by bus and wondered if it would be better to take a taxi. His attention was caught by Romeo, who got dressed and said that they should go since he had already wasted too much time. He was surprised by this and thought, wait, is he going to go like this? Romeo stopped in front of the door and said that he almost forgot something. He sighed and thought that he should at least put on a down jacket. Romeo put a lot of tea bags in his pocket and said that he shouldn't neglect drinking tea. Hoyle was embarrassed by this and thought that this crazy person should wear a down jacket. After a while, ALL group of reporters gathered at the magic tower and said that he should leave it here. They don't have time. Maybe he should return it to the truck. One of them looked around with a surprised look and said, that there were so many reporters. Does he think Jaein will really come? The man was carrying equipment and said that maybe they will come. New rifts have appeared in Russia. The magic tower is right in front of their noses. What's the point of flying? The guy smiled and said that they are rankers. Can't they just use portal magic? The man with a calm expression said that there are only, few rankers who can do this, and besides, it requires a lot of mana. He was very surprised when he noticed someone in front of him. He saw many players walking towards the magic tower. The man ran towards them and said loudly that they had arrived. It was Jen. They should quickly go to them. Many reporters came. Running surrounded Tam Men and asked loudly, is he going to raid the new rift? Does he plan to share information with other guilds? Why did he decide to go before the others? One of the reporters somehow squeezed through the crowd of reporters, called out to the guildmaster, and said that he was Lee Young-ho, a trainee. Reporter from NBS has Jaein already found a way to defeat Count Asar Chman, tried to calm the crowd down and was about to say something, and Tam Men laughed because of all this. He looked at the people around him with a smile and said that, unfortunately, he didn't know how to defeat him. Has there ever been a time? When they entered the rifts completely prepared, CH Min was embarrassed by what he said and called out to the guildmaster. Tam ignored him and asked if they were curious about why they were going ahead of everyone else. They were doing this to get ahead of their competitors. They weren't going to share any information. Everyone said it was to save the world. If they were serious about saving it, they should challenge the rift and see for themselves. Instead of watching from afar, one of the reporters looked to the side and said loudly that the Shining Guild was there. They should quickly grab their equipment and go too. Then the reporters loudly called out to the guild members and asked them to look at the camera. Rock's player ranked 2 level 392. The leader of the Shining Guild was walking in front with a sly smile. The reporters called out loudly for him, and the man in front of him told the leader that they would have to walk. From here, because of the crowd, the man from the guild looked to the side and asked, "Isn't this the Jain Guild? Their leader is as rude as always." Rock said with a smile that they were just worried all the big guilds rushed to Korea because of the magic tower, and their place is only getting lower apparently. They are betting big on this raid. Chulman got Taemin's attention by saying that he shouldn't worry. They don't need to rush, slowly and carefully. They should try their best, he said with a kind smile that he can always be relied on, by the way. What about Hoyil? He said that he would contact him again, Chulman said. That he was planning to change the conditions and call, but then an update message appeared. Taemin said that he mentioned that he was strong. Do you think he will go to this rift? What if they meet at the magic tower at the same time Romeo was riding the bus and calmly watching a video about magic on his phone? Hoyo thought that this was the 100th video about magic now. He completely understood the process. Magic is activated in 3 stages. Research, mana interfere with it, and manifest. Romeo raised his hand and created a flame in his hand, which greatly surprised the person sitting next to him. The driver turned to him and said loudly that using spells on the bus was prohibited because it was dangerous. Ho Yel was confused by this and thought that he didn't think it would work. He tried to apologize, and Romeo said that he had full control over the flames but would stop if the passengers were. Consumed by terror, I was unhappy with his answer and thought that he should stop pretending to be cool. He looked at the system window and thought that he learned new skills from the video. It was a little exciting to see what they would be like, but it was useful anyway. He opened the system window with his skills, and it said, Natural Enemy, Silver Mastery, Marksmanship, Mastery, Simultaneous Shooting and Exorcism. Ho Yo was surprised by this and thought, did he not have any magic skills? Usually it appears in the stats window right after he studies it. Maybe it's some kind of bug. After a while, he reached the magic tower and entered the main hall where a large number of people had already gathered. Hoyo looked around and thought that the exterior was very different from the interior. He stopped in front of the magic passage and thought that it seemed to be a portal. Romeo looked at it with a surprised look and thought that he had this strange feeling that he could understand portal magic to be more precise. It seemed to be even easier than the fire magic he used. He was accidentally pushed by a man with equipment who was passing by and loudly told the Jaein Guild that they should come here. The analysts would hold a meeting. He turned to the portal and was about to apologize, but noticed that there was no one nearby and asked, did he push someone into the portal? Taemin was very unhappy about this and said that he should watch where he was going. He was ruining their reputation. Maybe they should fire him. Shman was looking in the same direction and thought that the guy looked like Hul. Taemin turned to him and said that he should start the briefing after that. He pressed the button on the remote control and said that as they already know the new rifts are in Russia, it looks something like this. The outer circle is the rift of the outskirts of the territories. It has hundreds of different types. The inner circle, the territory of the Count's family, has about 30 entrances. The last central circle is the fortress of the Count's family. This is the abode of Count Skura, judging by the analysis of the current and past rifts in the event of a breakthrough with a high probability. The fortress of Counter will appear in this world at the same time. Many reporters passed through the portal, and one of them said that he was in Russia near the new rift. This place is already filled with reporters and players. A guy with the nickname Quappa was filming himself on his phone and said that he was now near the new rift in Russia. As they can see, there are a lot of rifts here, and it is also very cold here. In any case, he will please them with funny content, so they will look at the rift, which is right behind him. He noticed Romeo, who was passing by, stopped him and loudly told him that he should mind his manners. He was about to say something else, but stopped because Romeo said in a serious voice that he should move away. He looked at him with a frightening expression and told him that he should do it while he still had patience. After that, he walked on with a dissatisfied look, and Hyo-Yel tried to apologize and thought that he was just cold. He stopped in front of the rift, and the system notified that this was the outskirts of the territories. The suitable level is from 240 to 270. The degree of destruction is 99.7%. He thought that he had finally arrived. This was the rift of the outskirts of the territories. He hopes that it would be warm from now on. At the same time, the red-haired girl who was in the rift cut off the head of the monster with one blow of her sword. She turned around because someone called her and said loudly that she should wait for her. A girl in winter clothes, ran towards her and said loudly that she understood that her level was higher than 300, but she shouldn't run away so fast. The guy who was walking next to her said that he thought that she was just looking for death. The girl said loudly that he shouldn't talk like that, he should address her formally. The system notified that the red-haired girl was Leonie Bellucci, level 348 player rank, top 100 guild leader, Berser class. She turned to the guy with a very displeased look and rudely asked what he said. This jerk needs to stop annoying her at the same time. Hyo-Yel entered the rift and thought that this was the place of the outskirts of the territories. It was even colder here. Romeo calmly said that this was a good time for hunting. His rage was boiling up more and more. He heard a growl, turned around, and saw blood. Wolves of level 230. Hyo thought that he was only level 67, but he could win. The system notified that the natural enemy skill was activated. Romeo looked at these monsters with a smile and said that it is clear that he is being met by the Count's dogs. They chose the wrong master. He took out a dagger from his inventory and said that he was very kind, so he would help these ignorant creatures feel the fear of becoming prey. The system notified that the vampire hunt had begun. At the same time, a group of people defeated a large number of monsters and were examining the bodies. Leone, with a very angry expression on her face, kicked the blood. Wolfen cursed loudly. She continued to hit the monsters, calling them names, and cursing the guy with a displeased look called the head, and said that she should calm down a little. The girl, smiling, said that everything was happening as usual. Leone calmed down a bit, breathing heavily and looking at the monster lying on the ground. The guy was also looking down and said that they had killed so many of these monsters, but they were still not ending. The girl smiled and wiped the blood from her face with a handkerchief, and said that there weren't that many of them. What caught their attention was only saying that it was strange. It was as if these freaks didn't feel fear, or rather, didn't even know about it. The guild members looked at her with a puzzled expression, and the guy asked what she was talking about. Another guild member who was standing next to him said that he shouldn't be rude to her. Leon said with a serious expression that it all seemed unnatural. Had they ever noticed them whining or howling in pain? This surprised her. Guild members greatly and made them all think about it. At that moment, they heard one of the monsters scream loudly in pain and turn towards the sound. The guild mem said with a surprised look that this was not an ordinary howl. It sounded scared. This has not happened since their attack. What happened there? Leone immediately ran towards the howl and said loudly that they should look and find out. Everyone should run after her. The guild members were confused because of this and ran after her. At the same time, Romeo aimed his bow with a calm expression and thought that he could feel the mana in the tip. The arrow is not the best, but you can research the mana in, interfere with it, and then manifest it. He shot his bow and filled the arrow with strong fire magic. He immediately aimed again and prepared to shoot his bow. Leon came to the place where he was fighting and looked at the battlefield with a surprised look. While her guild members were just catching up with her, She saw many burning monster bodies and asked what happened here. Romeo sat among the bodies of the wolves he had killed and drank his tea with a calm expression. A guild member approached the burning body of the monster to inspect it and asked, "Is this the magic skill fire arrow?" Leon asked with a surprised look. "Who is this idiot? He wore a suit and shoes and a raid on a rift, and his drinking tea in the middle of flames." The guy raised his hand and asked with a small smile, "Maybe this?" Is a streamer one of those who broadcast from rifts? Another guild member said that it sounded plausible. He was probably following some guild and fell behind. Leon approached him and said loudly that it was dangerous here and civilians have no business here. Romeo looked at her with a calm expression and said nothing. He closed his eyes and drank the tea from his mug. Again. The guild members started laughing because of this, and Leon got angry and thought, "Did he just ignore her?" She screamed loudly and rudely told this freak that if he was being talked to, then he should. She didn't have time to finish because her guild members noticed something, and one of them loudly told the leader that she should be careful. Right after that, Leon looked to the side, and Romeo looked there with a serious expression. The guild members got into fighting stances, and one of them loudly said that they were enemies they started using magic and loudly said that there were too many of them. Where did they even come from? The bloody bandits of level 230 ran towards them with loud screams. Leon took out her weapon, ran towards the monsters, and loudly said that everyone should get into position. All the guild members listened to her and entered the battle with the crowd of monsters. One of them turned around and said loudly that they should be careful because most of the monsters were armed. Leonie got into a fighting stance and started emitting a bright red aura. She ran through the crowd of monsters very quickly, dealt many blows with her swords, and said that they should worry about themselves. Someone from her guild called her loudly and said that she should look up. Leon immediately looked up and saw many monsters who were aiming their bows at them. She was very surprised because of this, and her guild member said that there was a whole crowd of monsters here. They were surrounded! He asked the leader what they were going to do. Romeo sat quietly in the same place and sighed. Leon was very surprised when she noticed him and asked loudly why he was still here. Now is not the time for tea, he should run away from here. Romeo looked at the mug with a calm face and thought that this could work. One of the monsters pointed at the group of players and made a loud sound, after which all the bandits immediately fired their bows. Leon was very surprised when she saw a rain of arrows flying at her. Direction Romeo sat calmly on a rock, looked at the mug, and began to emit magical energy, he thought. That it was also easy to examine the mana inside the thermos and intervene. He only had to usually to use a skill of the required scope. An amount of mana is needed that he cannot handle at his level. If his guess is wrong, then he will simply lose consciousness when trying to manifest. But what if his spell is not a skill? A strong energy engulfed his body and several magic circles appeared above his head. He raised the mug into the air and it immediately disappeared. Leon covered her head with her hand with a frightened look and closed her eyes, waiting for the monsters to attack. She noticed that nothing was happening and opened her eyes slightly to see what was happening. Everyone nearby raised their heads and saw a huge wall standing between them and the monsters. Leon looked at it with a very surprised look and asked, "Is this alchemy?" She had never heard of such a thing. A skill that could create a wall? Of such a size, her attention was drawn to Romeo walking up to her and saying that it was not a skill. He said with a smile that he had used real magic. The guild members turned to look at him with surprised faces. They quietly asked, "Is this guy an alchemist?" It was incredible that he could create such a big wall. With alchemy, he thought that alchemists were just ordinary artisans. Where did he come from? Leon looked at him with a surprised look and asked, "Did he say that this was real magic?" Romeo thought that it turned out that you can change the shape of objects if you interfere with mana. It really looks more like alchemy. The guild members heard loud sounds, and one of them said loudly that the enemies were coming from the other side. Romeo sighed in displeasure and said that it seemed that the tea party would have to be postponed. Leonie turned around and said loudly that they should attack. They needed to attack them. She took a fighting stance and told this alchemist that he had better stay behind them. Romeo stood up with a serious expression on his face and took out his weapon. Leon noticed this and wondered, did he take a bow? The guild member caught another wounded guy and said loudly that a healer was needed here at the last moment. He noticed that a monster was attacking him from behind and thought that he would not have time to dodge. Romeo fired a powerful fire arrow from his bow and hit the monster. The guy was very surprised because of this and thought, did he kill the monster with one shot? Did they really have such strong Archers in their guild! Leone looked at him with a very surprised look after that bow shot and didn't say anything. She kept looking at him and thought so. He's an archer. Then what was that wall? She was surprised again because Romeo lit the arrow with magic. Leone looked at it with her mouth open in surprise and... Is that a fire arrow? She thought with a puzzled look. Is he a mage with a bow who also uses alchemy? Who the hell is he? After some time, the players defeated a lot of monsters and talked to each other. One of them approached the guild leader, called her, and said that they had inspected everything no more. Enemies were found. Leone looked away with a displeased look and said that they had done a great job. She looked at Romeo, who was looking at the system window, and thought that this freak was annoying her. He went into a dangerous rift alone in such an outfit, and he doesn't even answer questions properly. Besides, he doesn't look tired at all. She feels bad admitting it, but without him, they could have died. He looks like a rancor, but she doesn't remember anyone like him, and his appearance is pretty good. She should thank him for helping her. Right, although he's still going to ignore her. Romeo looked at her and noticed that she was looking at him. Leone felt embarrassed by this, and her face turned red. She turned around abruptly and wondered why he was looking at her, maybe because she was staring for too long. It's not that she liked him. She blushed even more and wondered why he kept looking at her. Maybe he wanted to invite her for tea if he shared she could have a little drink. Romeo screamed to get her attention, which surprised her a lot. Leone turned to him with an embarrassed face, smiled, and asked what was wrong. He looked at her with a serious expression and said that she could watch as much as she wanted there. Was no extra tea for her. Leone was very surprised because of this, and his words angered her. After some time, several drones were launched into the air near the rifts, the reporter said with a smile that Arcana today was on the line. He was in Russia, right in front of a new rift right now. The whole world is glued to their screens because they have never seen a boss of such a high level. The girl reporter asked, "This rift is called the Territory Outskirts, right?" He turned to her, agreed, and said that this is one of the 3 rifts that appeared in this update. There are hundreds of such rifts. This one needs to be cleared to get to the next level. The Shining JN and other guilds are currently clearing it. Who will be the first? The guild that clears the rift faster than the others will definitely gain worldwide fame. The man sat in front of the computer with a serious look and watched the news. A guy walked into the tent with 2 cups and asked the director if he wanted some coffee. The man turned to him and said that he should go in faster so as not to let the snow inside. The guy said that it was really dark in there. Did he turn into a bat or something? The director looked at him with a serious expression and asked if there were any new videos. From the rifts, the guy handed him a cup and said that everyone was somewhere in the middle right now. The Shining Guild was doing the fastest. The director turned to the monitors and said that then they needed to get ready near their rift. They would do the interview right after they came out. The guy said with a smile that it would take them forever. He was about to say something else but was very surprised because he noticed something. The reporters were about to continue telling something, but a guy who came out of the tent ran past them. The reporter apologized and said that the director's assistant ran in front of the camera. He was about to say something else, but at that moment, the director came out of the tent and said loudly that the first rift had been cleared. They should all run after him. The rift turned blue. Someone had already cleared it. The reporter was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Who did this?" The Jay and Guild the director said loudly that he did not know there were a lot of trees. It was not visible from the drone. They needed to run there faster. The assistant quickly ran through the forest, noticed something, and immediately called the director. He listened to him carefully and asked loudly what he saw. "And did he film it? What kind of guild was it?" The assistant said that it was not. So the Berserk Guild did it. The director was surprised by this and asked, "Is this the guild that ranks 32nd in the ranking?" The assistant agreed and said that it was indeed them. He sent him a video. The director looked at it with a surprised look and asked, "Did they pass the outskirts of the territories?" However, the Shining Ones are now only in the middle. However, her guild members were almost unharmed, right? The assistant noticed Romeo and asked, "Wait, is that a Korean?" The director asked Berserker, "Is that a European guild?" Where did he come from? The reporters ran and loudly said that everyone should come here. There is a blue rift. The first cleanup happened. The assistant noticed them and said that other reporters are running here. He will try to get an interview. The director said that he still did not understand what happened. The assistant approached Romeo and asked for forgiveness, which attracted his attention. He asked with a smile if he could interview him. He looks like a Korean. What is his connection with the Berserk Guild? What happened inside the rift? He came out of the rift that was cleared. Romeo said in a serious voice, that he should move away from him before he lost his patience. After that, he immediately left, and the assistant was left standing there with a shocked look. A crowd of reporters ran past him and loudly called out for the guildmaster of the Berserk Guild. They all stood around Leonie and loudly said that they congratulated her on the first clear. Here, no one expected that it would be them. How are they feeling? Were there any differences from other rifts? The guild members said that they should calm down a bit. Leone looked away with a displeased look and said that she refused to give a comment they should. Ask that freak questions. The guild member was surprised by this and said that they were the first to clear. They should at least answer questions. Leone refused. This got very angry and thought that this idiot was annoying her. He was the one who walked through the rift and cleared everything. She looked around and asked where he went. The guild member turned to her and said that he had already left. He said that he needed to go home for a while. Leone was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Did he just leave?" He dealt with this. Rift himself. She gave up and wanted to give the interview to him, and he just left. Does he even understand what an honor it is to clear the new rift? First, the guy said that she should calm down. He probably had an important reason, Leone said loudly, that such an interview could completely change the value and status of the guild. Everyone would be watching. One of the reporters looked in the other. Direction noticed that the rift had turned blue and loudly warned the others about it. The Berserk Guild members immediately turned around and also looked in the direction of this rift. They all saw the injured players who came out of the rift, and the reporters loudly said that it was the JN Guild. They all loudly called out for the guild leader and asked for some comments, and T-Men looked away with a serious expression. He noticed Leone with her guild members and wondered, is this the Berserk Guild? Does that mean they weren't the first to clear the rift? She turned around, said something unintelligible, and started to leave. The reporters immediately turned to her and asked, did anyone record what she said? Sometime later at the JN Guild camp, Taemin was sitting in the house with his brother and watching the news on their laptop. Someone filmed what Leone said before she left. She said that it seemed like JN wasn't the only strong guild in Korea. Min was surprised by this and asked, did she really say that Tam got angry, and said loudly that he did say that she glanced at him and said that were those the only words in the interview after the first cleanup? How were they able to overtake them? Min sat in place with a thoughtful look and thought about what she said. Taemin held out his pack of noodles with an angry expression and asked what was so good about the Berserk Guild. Who else could compare to his guild? Because of this, he lost his appetite. The guild member, he handed it to his happy and said that he would eat it. Then he became upset when he noticed that there was almost nothing left. And Chin said that he felt like she met someone strong in the rift and he was from Korea. Taemin looked at him and asked if it was the mythology guild they were in, 41st place in the rankings, Men said that it was not so since they were still in the rift. Taemin was about to say that this was great news, but he changed his mind and asked loudly, then who was she talking about? Shman thought about it, remembered Romeo, and thought that only one person came to mind at the same time in Korea. He was standing in a warm shower, and a happy Hoyo thought that a hot shower was the best in the world. It was for moments like this that he lived. It was as if he was born again. Now he needed to lie down. He did not finish because Romeo stopped and asked what happened. He began to worry and asked, is this what he thought? He started to clean and said that a lot of dust settled while they were gone. Hoai, with a very displeased look, thought that this crazy person should at least rest for a little while after some time. He looked at Romeo with a shocked look, who was drinking tea, and thought that he also cooked food. It is not that important anyway. He does not feel like sleeping yet, Ho. Yo looked at the system windows that appeared in front of him and thought that he still hadn't received anything useful. His level had risen to 86. It wasn't much for clearing a high-level rift. It was also very dangerous. Magic required less mana than skills, and because of that, he could use it many more times. Romeo was sitting next to him and said that however the mana regeneration was too slow. Ho Yil thought with a thoughtful expression that it was obvious since they didn't have the right equipment. Demon Hunter, a class with advantages that don't involve skills. It would have been difficult for him if it weren't for that group. He would have thanked them if he knew who they were. Romeo said that it was all because he was weak. Huyu was surprised by this and turned to him and thought that Grandel couldn't just accept it. If someone underestimated him, he would prove otherwise. If he is overestimated, he becomes better and makes the overestimation a reality. Why did he remember this passage? Romeo said that the next target would be the Count's territory. He began to stand up and said that he did not have time to relax. He could not rely on magic alone. He needed combat skills today, he found a suitable object for research. Huyu thought that there were other players fighting nearby, and the most noticeable was a girl with short hair and two blades. If he could repeat her movements, Romeo began to operate the system window and was about to say something. Ho-yil noticed this, looked at him with a worried expression, and said that he wasn't sure what he was planning, but he had to stop right now. He chose a daily quest and said that he needed to complete it. Ho-yo looked at him with a displeased look and thought that it was not for nothing, that he had a bad feeling. Romeo started washing the dishes and said that however this needs to be sorted out first, he will start training after washing. Ho-yo was even more surprised by this and wondered if they would even sleep after a while. Romeo was running down the street with headphones, and the host of the night radio said that there were so many listeners today. Although it was already late, he was about to say something but stopped and said that he received urgent news at the moment. 95% of the outskirts of the territories have been cleared. The territories of the Count's family will soon be accessible. However, according to the information received, the progress of the destruction of this rift suddenly jumped to 60%, although it has not even been opened yet. At this rate, the rift may soon be broken. The experts are very worried. Taemin watched the news with a surprised look and said that this cannot be. Only 1 day has passed. Why did it rise to 60%? How is this even possible? Coleman said that the time to clear the rift would decrease if there were strong monsters in it. Taemin looked at him and said that it shouldn't have increased. That much? Did the monsters really get stronger that quickly? Coleman said that he wasn't sure about that and needed more information. At the same time in the Kana camp today, the director slammed his hands on the table and said loudly that there had to be a reason he thought that the monsters couldn't get stronger. That suddenly his assistant said that no matter how much he thought, they wouldn't know the reason if even the guilds hadn't figured it out. The director said loudly with a dissatisfied look that they needed to know this was no longer a question of the company's success. If the rift opened and the monsters got out, all the players and civilians in the area would die. Romeo turned on the news on his phone, and it said that the rift in the Count's family's territory had shown signs of collapse and that a solution had still not been found. Ho-yil thought that this had never happened before, so it was logical that they didn't understand anything. This information was only stored in Idian. Romeo said that they needed to hurry. Vampires are creatures that share power with blood. Count Escuras shared his power among the monsters on the outskirts of the territories. However, after the monsters died, this power began to return to him. He began to pour the returned power into the monsters of the Count's family's territories. Therefore, they become stronger and the progress of destruction accelerates. Who thought with a worried expression? What if a raid on the Count's territory starts? Romeo said with a serious expression that there was a chance that the rift of the Count's family's fortress would collapse immediately. He was about to say something about Count Escura, but decided that he was not worthy of the title, so he decided to call him by his name. He said that an aristocrat never takes back what he has bestowed on others. He will become the judge of this freak who has tarnished the honor of the nobles. Yo thought this is certainly very cool, but when will they sleep? Romeo took a few tea bags, began to leave, and with a serious expression on his face thought that he would get enough sleep. After death, the system window says that the Count's family's territories' suitable levels are from 350 to 400. There are 5 hours left until the breakthrough. At the same time, in front of the rift of the Count's family's territory, Park Wai-Khan stood in front of the camera, greeted the viewers, and said that, "Welcome back to the channel of endless determination." He is currently in Russia. The degree of destruction of the rift has already reached 70%, and there are less than 5 hours left until the breakthrough. Even at such an early time, many guilds had gathered in front of the rifts. An interesting fact is that unlike the outskirts of the territories where there were more than 200 rifts, the Count's family's territory has only 30 entrances, which is much less since there are fewer entrances several guilds will claim. One rift, however, experience and items are distributed depending on each person's contribution. So what matters is which guilds enter the same rift. They can see the competition between the first and second guilds. The spectators noticed Coleman, who passed by him. Wai Kong immediately started looking around and asked where he was. He stopped and greeted everyone with a very tired look. Taemin turned to him, greeted him, and asked if he learned anything useful. Wai Kong followed him and filmed it hiding behind a rock. Coleman said that he tried, but competition is inevitable because there are too few rifts. Tamon said that he thinks everything will be fine if it is not. The Shining Guild! Coleman adjusted his glasses and said that he cannot worry. They went north. They can run into the United Heavens. There is a chance that they will fight for first place. Berserk goes with the second son. And Bohemian Taman said that it seems that they were noticed after the fastest clearing. Wai Kong continued to hide behind the rock and told the audience that they should wait. Other people came to the Gaon Guild and CH Men immediately noticed them. Tamin looked in the same direction with a very displeased look, began to emit an ominous aura, and said that he should take a look at these freaks. What are they doing here? They turned out to be members of the Inazuma Guild rank 4, the leader of the Inazuma Guild Haj, Kazuma level 376 player rank 6, class magic spearman. He said that it was such an amazing coincidence. Jayen is right in front of their rift. Wai Kong peeked out from behind his hiding place and asked, "Is that Hisei from the Inazuma Guild?" Taman said with an evil smile that he remembered that they insisted on not setting up a branch in Korea. How was their flight? Ji laughed, and said with a sly smile that it was much better to fly for half a day than to try to open a branch of the guild there. Taman continued to look at him with the same evil expression and asked, "Is he going to go in?" I asked with the same smile, "Does he want to try to stop them?" They came close to each other and both of them emitted a powerful, evil aura. Wai Kong looked at them with a joyful smile and thought that it was no longer a joke if he was the only streamer. He did not have time to finish his thought because a crowd of streamers ran in front of him who loudly said that Jayen and Inazuma were going to the same rift. Is this really going to be a competition there? The Shining Guilds will be against the United by Heaven, and here, Jayen against Inuma, the cleansing will be crazy. CH Min called his brother and said that he understood his feelings. However, the main problem now is the destruction of the rifts if they compete. With them, they will all lose. What caught his attention was that the streamers loudly said that Inuma is in 4th place and Jayen, the losers, are in 5th. Also, this is a battle between guild leaders. Hisei is in 6th place and Taman is far behind in 11th. It will be interesting to see the confrontation between Korea and Japan. Taman smiled with a very evil look and called out to his brother. CH Men also began to emit an evil aura and said that they came here first. It would be stupid to leave. He showed the Inazuma Guild members the middle finger with an evil smile and thought that they would destroy them. Taming started to walk forward with a wide and evil smile and said that they should go. The system announced that 2 guilds entered the Eastern Rift. The news anchor said that there was an unexpected development. The Gen and Inuma guilds entered the same rift, 2 guilds known for their long-standing feud. The 5th Guild Jayen is from Korea and the 4th Guild Inazuma is from Japan. Their ranks and nationalities attract a lot of attention to the competition. The Northern Rifts were left with 1st and 2nd place Shining and United by the Heavens in the Southern Rift. Number 30 Berser, number 7 Second Son, and number 3 Bohemia are observed. Meanwhile, the destruction rate has reached 80%, causing fear and anxiety in people all over the world. At the same time, Hyo-Yo was sitting in the Earl's family's tear in an unknown rift and calmly drinking tea. He thought that in the previous rift, he realized that he could be left without mana. And it was quite dangerous, so he is looking for an opportunity to use it more effectively. He came to this conclusion. Magic based on alchemist skills can give objects any shape he used. Stones to make a cup and a table. However, the more details he adds, the more mana consumption increases, so it is not very useful in battle. It is like trying to bite off a piece that he can't swallow. He began to walk and met Count Asar, level 300 soldiers on his way. Romeo raised his hand and asked with a calm expression, "Is this all the power the Count gave them?" He began to use magic and called them worthless. The monsters were confused by the fact that the floor beneath them began to collapse and stones rose into the air. Romeo clenched his hand into a fist and said that they should return to dust. Who thought that he realized one more thing when he uses return to the original state? The mana consumption is minimal. Romeo said with a smile that he will call it reversal magic. Hoyo was embarrassed by this and thought, is it necessary to add so much pozos at the same time? Somewhere in the depths of the Count's territory, a large crowd of monsters stood on the street, and they were looking in different directions. Tamin very quickly ran up to these monsters and attacked with his large sword. The rest of the Count's soldiers immediately noticed him and went towards him with weapons in their hands. One of these monsters jumped towards him and made loud sounds. An evil smile appeared on Taman's face as he watched this. He swung his sword with a sharp movement of his hands and threw away the monsters that ran close to him. After that, he and his guild members dealt with this group of monsters, he thought, with a serious expression that it was strange that there were only a few of them on the way here. They killed no more than 10. This is too few. A girl came to him who stopped using the invisibility skill and told the guild leader that she looked around a bit and Asuma is in the same situation. It doesn't look like they had more than 10 monsters, Tammin asked. So it's the same for them. After all, they went in different directions from the start and still didn't meet almost anyone. How is that even possible at that moment? Hai came to him with his guild members and called him by name. He asked with a smile. If it seemed pretty peaceful here, the girl used invisibility again and asked if they were on her tail, Tamon asked with an evil smile while he was talking. To him like they were old friends. Hissy walked up to him and said with a smile that he didn't even know why he hated him so much. He was upset to the point that he wanted to kill him? Tamin was about to say something to him, but he stopped because CH Min called him. He said that he was almost done analyzing this rift. Where are they? He has a bad signal and problems with the picture. Tamin looked around and said that they were in some ruins. That looked like a square. Shimon asked if this was the town square. He agreed and asked if something was wrong. He said loudly with a very scared and worried look that they should leave there immediately. At the same time, Tamin and Hizzy heard loud sounds that were getting louder. They saw several monsters galloping towards them, and the system announced that they were Count Asar Knights level 350. Tamin was very surprised by this and asked loudly if these were just soldiers. But knights of such a high level, he grabbed his sword and said loudly that there were enemies everywhere. They should all prepare for battle. H turned around to face these monsters abruptly and asked if these were cavalry. Tamin thought with a dissatisfied look that on the plain cavalry became much stronger. Even with tanks at the front, they would be defeated. What should he do? His sage eye came up behind him and said with a smile that he didn't want to say this, but he would have to cover him. Someone called the master loudly and said that there were enemies coming from behind, too. They were approaching from all sides. CH Min called his brother and asked, can he hear him? These riders had caused great damage even to the guilds united by heaven. It was impossible to fight them on the plain. They needed to be lured into a narrow alley. Tamin looked at the soldier who stood in front of him and wondered where they should retreat. He was very surprised because Hoyol started using magic and magical energy appeared around him. The ground began to change and the knights began to fall from their horses. Tamin looked at what was happening with a surprised look and asked, what is this? Is it a rock or a pillar? Who did this? Romeo was walking towards them, and this attracted the attention of the two guild leaders. CH Min was very surprised when he saw him. He tried to say something, but he could not find the words and said that this was impossible. Is it really who? After some time, Wai Kong greeted his viewers again and looked at the camera with a happy expression. He said that he was a little late while going to the toilet. He wants to continue following the JN Guild. He looked at the tracks with a magnifying glass and said that he found some tracks. Maybe it's someone from the JN Guild. The viewers wrote to him that there are already too many people who are filming about this guild. Several people are already broadcasting. Wai Kong said that his viewers still know more than him. He was about to say something else, but his attention was caught by loud sounds. One of the viewers donated 401 to him and said that he should stop standing there and run there. YKH immediately ran in the direction where the sounds came from and said that he will do so right now. Then, at the same time, the members of the Gen and Enoma guilds looked at the battlefield with surprised faces. Tamin said that stone pillars appeared all over the battlefield. His sage eye looked at Romeo and wondered what kind of monster was this. Did he just cover the entire battlefield with stones with one spell without moving? How many magic points does he have? Plus, he's wearing pants and shoes without any military equipment. Who is he anyway? What caught his attention was that his guild member was looking away with a worried look and loudly called out to the master. He saw many knights running towards them and loudly said that the enemy was breaking through the stone pillars. Tamin looked at the battlefield in surprise and thought that the stone pillars were immobilizing the riders. He began to emit a powerful aura with a wide smile and said that they would save words of gratitude for later. The system notified that the barbarian's unique skill Berserk had been activated, attack power had been increased, and damage had been reduced after that. Tamon rushed to attack and thought that with this skill he would be able to resist. Then he slashed the ground with his sword very hard and injured the knight who ran up to him. His sage eye channeled magical energy into his spear and said loudly that this was their chance to destroy everyone in their path. Immediately after that, all the players started attacking the monsters that were running towards them. YKH watched from afar with a surprised look. He asked loudly, "What was that? Did some really strong support or mage appear because of what was happening on his broadcast?" 132 people started watching it at the same time. One of the knights ran towards Romeo. He used magic and stopped that monster with reverse magic. He bound that knight with many large stones. YKH was very surprised by what happened and asked loudly, "Besides, can he stand up to all the cavalry by himself? Did they all see this?" He doesn't understand if this is happening in reality or not. Everyone who watched what Romeo was doing praised his skills and tried to find out what class he was. He took out his dagger and stopped in front of the monster that was lying. At his feet, the system announced that it was a silver dagger with a durability of 100 points, out of 100 Hyo. Yo thought that he was sorry to waste durability points, however. What if he changed the mana of the dagger and gave it a different shape and then returned it to its original state? Maybe then the durability will be restored when he transformed the stone into a cup. The ordinary stone turned into a very durable cup, then he gave it its original form, and the cup turned back into an ordinary stone with no durability. If this transformation can actually restore the original state, then it is quite possible he changed the dagger, and the system announced that the durability was 1 point. The durability is small, but it is capable of dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. He killed that knight, and the system announced the level increase several times after that. He restored the original appearance, and the durability of the dagger remained the same. Hoyo was happy about this and thought that the durability really remained at the same level. Now he would not need to pay for repairs after that. The players defeated all the monsters and loudly said that they were all great and worked hard. They should not forget about the trophies. Shulman called his brother by name and was about to say something about this man. Taemin looked at Romeo with a smile and said that he already knew and heard about him when he saw him. In person, greed awakened in him. He can't be missed, especially now that the people from the Inazuma Guild saw him. They need to think about what else can be added here at the same time. Kong approached Romeo, said hello, and said that he runs a channel on a video hosting site. Can he interview him at that moment? 123 people were watching it. Several players came up to them and asked to listen with happy faces. They looked at Romeo and said that he was absolutely amazing. Is he from Korea or Japan? And is he in a guild? If not, how about joining? What is his name? Does he fight alone? Taemin pushed aside the people who were crowding around and said that they should step aside. He extended his hand to Romeo, said hello, told him his name and the name of the guild, and said that he had heard a lot about him. He had recently sent him a message about working with Jay, and Romeo looked at him with a serious expression and said that he did not observe the basic rules of etiquette. He would not answer their questions. What he said greatly surprised everyone who was nearby. After some time at the guild base, Shining the guild members were watching the news with different moods. Rock saw the battlefield, where Yo was fighting on the screen. He turned to the others with a smile and asked, "What is this? What do they think?" Camilla, the 7th-ranked player, said that she doesn't even know she's an archer after all, so she doesn't understand anything about this. Dimitri, the 8th-ranked player, said loudly that he could ask even 100 times. He still doesn't know what to say. A popular, handsome guy like him wouldn't understand him. He worked so hard to get a date, and they've been sitting here for hours. Should he sacrifice his personal life for some freak? Rox turned away and looked at the screen with a smile where Romeo was shown. Camilla looked at the same place and asked, "He's not bad. What else is there to think about? We should invite him to their guild." Dimitri said loudly that of course he's just jealous. He hoped to be the first to clear the county, and now everyone is only talking about this guy. Camila said that, however, they are also shown a lot on the news. He wants too much. Dimitri called the boss and said that this happens all the time in the media. When newcomers appear, they deliberately pretend to be a star to increase ratings and views. Camila said that if they have nothing else to say, then she should go. Dimitri said that he also has a date. He specially rented a lounge at the hotel. He can't stay any longer after that. They all left the tent and Rock stayed and continued watching the video. A girl came to him and asked what was going on. She came closer to him and said that it was so unusual. It was similar to magic, but different from it. This is Jessie Haynes, level 97, 4th place in the player rankings. Doing a class quest for a mage. Rox turned to her with a smile and said that it turns out she knows how to be surprised. Jessie looked at the screen with a serious expression and said nothing. A small smile appeared on her face and she said that this guy is funny at the same time, at the guild base. Berzer Leone looked at the screen with a very surprised look wrapped in a blanket. She threw the blanket at one of the guild members and said loudly that she did say that he was not an ordinary player. What did they tell her? Then one of the guild members said that she should calm down and cover herself with a blanket, otherwise she might catch a cold. Leone asked loudly, "Do they think she doesn't understand anything? She's gonna beat them all up?" Now at the same time, at the guild base in Amma, someone called hi and said that this guy was silver hair. Since this happened, they need to get him high. Gave his name and said that he would definitely complete this task. The news anchor said that this is Arcana today. Today the listeners are with them again. Following the rift of the area, the county was cleared where the guilds of the Shining and United by Heaven met. Without any special incidents in the end. The Shining Ones cleared the dungeon first. Then the Citadel of the Count remain. Currently the rift is 72% players from all over the world have gathered here and are preparing to begin action. This time the rift is quite dangerous. You can feel the excitement of the players, which was not observed before the rift of the Citadel, can lead to the complete destruction of Russia. They can only wish good luck to the players. Today's news is about the players they should look at. This frame they showed Romeo, and the Anne said that he is in a long coat under which he is wearing a business suit, which indicates a complete lack of weapons. Indeed, there is no equipment visible in his hands, on his neck, or behind his ears. He must have needed magic items to fight like that on the battlefield. Maybe he has some hidden moves and techniques, which is why he didn't use equipment, Hoyu thought with a confused smile that it was because he didn't have equipment, which is why he didn't wear anything. The host said that it was impossible to believe that he had set up the stone pillars with just a flick of his fingers. They should listen to the expert opinion of Park Nang. The man said that if he had been even at that little late, something terrible would have happened. He guessed that this player immobilized the opponents and immediately changed the landscape. In doing so, he saved the Jayen and Enuma guilds Ho. I thought that he simply had nothing else. The host said that he then simply watched calmly after all. This is real concern for these guilds in this way. He seemed to be saying now it's their turn to show what they are capable of. Where did such concern for other players come from in such a dangerous situation? Who thought that he simply ran out of magic powers? The good thing is that nothing is said about a bad character and lack of manners. By the way, the trophies that he managed to get, he takes such rare items in his hands. For the first time, a system window appeared in front of him which said that this is a necklace cursed with blood, the effect is sealed, the necklace contains the curse of demons and vampires, which is sealed. Purificate is required for the effects to manifest. You thought that such items are called demonic. If you remove the curse, there is a chance that the effect will manifest. In other words, it's a lottery. Romeo took this necklace in his hand and thought that there is too much difference between the probability of good options appearing and spending money to remove the curse, so most players just throw away such items. He clicked on the exorcism skill and thought that, however, there is another way to use cursed items. You thought that this was one of the skills of the demon hunter? This is the sacrifice during the exorcism session. Usually this skill was used to attack demons without harming the one it possessed. But with a victim, everything is different. It is an invitation to the demon into your mind. This is similar to the method that demons themselves use on humans. Of course, there is a chance that the demon will enter the body if the psychological strength indicators are low, but if it helps him in the battle, his attention was attracted by the fact that CH men called him on the phone. Ho Yo wondered why he was calling him. He thought with a worried and displeased look that he was about to scold him. Thought that if he answered the call, GRF Fell would definitely start grumbling. Moreover, he had urgent matters to do. He needed to send a message so that he would not sue him. CH men and T men looked at the phone with surprised faces and were silent for a few seconds. They saw that Ho Yo wrote troublesome and asked what it meant. Chulman said that it had happened before he had some kind of due view, although the rift hadn't been cleared yet. Tomine looked at the TV and said that he wanted to apologize for his behavior and offer normal conditions. He fell silent and watched the news where the hosts were asking Hoyo questions. Chulman said that however etiquette was indeed not observed, judging by the way his eyelashes were trembling, he was really trying to endure. In fact, he was shaking because he was tired of using magic. Taemin was looking at something on his phone and said that he couldn't do anything since he wasn't answering the call. What's more important now is counter Gura. What was the percentage of destruction? Had it reached 83% already? Schulman agreed and said that they had about 10 minutes and then they could start preparing to get inside. Suddenly, an earthquake started, which surprised them very much. Taemin turned around with a surprised look and asked loudly what's going on there. The news anchor said loudly that there was breaking news. There was a sudden rift in the Count's citadel at the stage of 80% destruction. A sudden rift occurred for unknown reasons. Russia urgently recommends that ordinary citizens leave the surrounding areas. An emergency situation after the rift. The Count citadel appeared on the territory of Russia. The number of dead is more than 200 people. Many players came out of their bases, looked at the area, and said that this is the Count citadel. Romeo also looked at it and said that it happened after all the players looked at him, and one of them said that this is the same guy who was shown on TV. They looked at him and asked if he was going to go in there and would he really do it alone. Romeo stopped in front of a Gargo statue and said that it was some kind of lousy statue. The system announced that Ho-Yol had entered the Count's citadel. Romeo stood still and asked, "Is this called the citadel?" Although it was a luxury for a lousy vampire. Ho-Yol stood next to him and thought with a smile that the fortress of the Cloudy clan from his dark past was 10 times larger. Suddenly, Argo began to move with loud sounds. He was confused by this and wondered if he had really heard that. Stood up in front of Romeo with a weapon in its hands, who was still standing in place. The players were very surprised by this and asked what was going on here. The statue began to move. This huge statue is more than 10 meters. This guy is in danger. They must help him. The others thought that they needed to escape from here at the same time. The gargoyle attacked Romeo with its huge sword, who was still calmly standing in place. He waved his hand with a serious expression, and the huge statue in front of him broke into pieces. The guild members, beaming with surprised faces, turned their attention to the loud sounds. Camilla asked what those sounds were. Dmitri said that something was heard from the citadel. She said that those sounds were very similar to the sounds in that video Jessie moved there with magic, and the guild members loudly asked where she was going. They were going inside. She did not need to make unnecessary movements. She did not pay attention to it and continued moving in the direction from which the sounds came. At the same time, surprised by what happened, they looked at R and asked what was the matter. Did he just destroy that monster with one blow? Ho-Yeo sighed with relief and thought that it was good that it was just a stone. He had already broken so many that this one was quite light. Romeo said with a displeased look that in terms of materials, quality, and depth, even its shape, it was some kind of lousy statue. Why did he put such trash in the center of the garden? Ho-Yeo wondered if he was being too harsh. What caught his attention was the loud shouts behind him. Many players ran into and loudly said that the Guardian had been destroyed. This was their chance, so they should all run inside. Ho-Yeo was surprised by this and thought that killing the guard was some kind of signal their fighting spirits. Suddenly, Rose the system notified that the class quest Desert of Confrontation was detected, vampire hunting, and feel the fear of the victim. Ho-Yeo thought with a surprised look. So this was the condition for entering the citadel. What does the fear of the victim mean? Where did he go? Romeo walked on with a calm look and said that there was no time to think. Ho-Yeo thought maybe he should think about it first. He can't be caught so easily. How is he going to feel? Fear count Asar is level 430 and he is only level 100. Romeo ignored him and said that he is a demon hunter. Ho-Yeo was very angry because of his answer and thought so. What Romeo entered the door and asked, "Is this the banquet hall?" Suddenly, he felt a strange energy and was surprised by it. He looked around and his attention was drawn to the portraits that were hung on the walls. At the same time, the Jay and Guild infiltrates the Count's citadel and Taemin leaned on his sword with a very tired look. The healers from his squad were treating the wounded. Cohen called him by name and asked if he was okay. Taemin gritted his teeth, agreed, and said that he was okay. It just became a little difficult to breathe after they entered this corridor with portraits. There was a feeling as if someone was watching him, as if it was one of those demons. Cohen was surprised when he heard this and said loudly that the problem was in the portraits of demons. They should burn them all. Immediately after that, the magicians began to use fire magic on the portraits. Taemin was surprised by this and said that he felt much better. Chulman said that he was wondering why most of the players had been going back out before. The reason being that this castle was full of traps. The statue, the portraits, and the furniture, absolutely everything about it gave him a strange feeling. Now he understood why the Shining Guild didn't enter through the main entrance. A nervous smile appeared on Taemin's face, and he thought that the dungeon level was no joke. No matter how barbarians, they were vulnerable to his class's features, but if they were already under such pressure from some paintings even before entering, then what awaited them ahead? Romeo walked forward with a dissatisfied look and said that these portraits were simply awful. How can you still have dinner surrounded by such ugliness? You need to have a good appetite for that. Hu was embarrassed by what he said and thought that he was too harsh. Romeo looked around and said that the statues were also pathetic to look at. It was a pity for the stone that became such statues. Why are there so many useless portraits here? This is some kind of disease. The structure of the castle is also just a nightmare. Too many different passages and branches and a dead end at the end of the corridor said that it seemed to be there. He looked at the large door and said that a nasty smell was coming from there. He began to climb the stairs and Ho-Yo thought that, according to the diagram, this was the center of the citadel, as his intuition tells him. Count Iskura is there, judging by the silence around the other players have not yet managed to get inside. Jessie flew up to him and said with a smile that she found him. She saw his amazing magic. It is him, isn't it? Ho-Yo looked at her with a surprised look and thought, is she hanging in the air? There are simply no words. Someone is nagging him to save magic, and someone is using it as if pouring water. Jessie continued to smile and said that she was so curious she can't stand it anymore. What kind of skill is this? She watched that video with him so many times in a row, but she still can't figure it out. There are no magic skills that are unknown to her. Can he tell her about this wonderful magic? Romeo looked at her with a displeased look and said that she should remember about etiquette. He grabbed Jessie's shoulder, which surprised her very much. He forced her to the ground and said that she should behave decently. This is the basis that everyone who wants to learn something must adhere. She looked at him with a surprised look and did not say anything. Romeo was very surprised because he felt a dark aura behind his back. The door he was walking towards opened and a scorer came out, emitting this aura. The system notified that the natural enemy skill had been activated. This demon looked at them with a wide smile and asked, "Did some people dare to disturb his sleep?" He continued to emit a dark aura and called them stupid and vile creatures. Jessie was very surprised when she saw him and wondered why Sidazuro was here. He was emitting a very powerful pressure. She called the magician and asked if he was okay. Romeo called this demon by name and said that it was funny. He calmly took out a necklace and said that he was just a vile vampire. The system notified that the necklace cursed with blood had been chosen as the victim. He said that he would teach him a lesson for daring to call himself an aristocrat. He looked at him with a very serious expression, and the system notified that the exorcism skill had been activated. Ho-Yo thought with a surprised look that he had forgotten about the exorcism ritual using a sacrifice. In this way, Iskura could be summoned into his consciousness and fought with him. He remembered the past and thought that was the meaning of those words. However, would he be able to handle it? After all, the Count was level 430. If something went wrong, he could possess him. Iskura laughed and asked what kind of lousy necklace was that? He increased the pressure he was exerting with his aura and called them insignificant people. He said with a wide smile that he liked his impudence, but he was still nothing more than a pathetic insect. Jessie looked at the Count with a worried look and said that he was once again gathering the power he had distributed to his servants. Ho-Yo thought with a very pleased look that he knew about it, and it was a problem. The level difference was already more than 300, and if he absorbed the power, he gave out again. At that moment, the necklace cracked, and Iskura was transported to an unknown dimension, which surprised him. Romeo was sitting on a rock next to him, and the Count asked what kind of place this was. He noticed him, laughed, and said that he had such unusual abilities. He began to use magic and said loudly that he would crush such tricks along with him, and then everything would end because of the many spells he used. Magical explosions occurred. Iskura said that he hoped that he could amuse him a little, but he just died after all. He warned that he was just a pathetic insect. Romeo called his name with a small smile and asked did he think so. Iskura was very surprised when he saw him sitting in the same place and asked loudly how he survived. Romeo looked at him with a smile and said that he should take a closer look. Which one of them died here? Iskura was very surprised by what he said and saw him himself badly injured. He was very scared because of this and started screaming very loudly. In the present, he also started screaming loudly and emitted strong energy around himself. Iskura made many magical attacks in different directions and said loudly that this can't be. How is this even possible? These are all his tricks. This is a deception. This can be done easily. Jessie looked at him with a worried look, was about to use magic and thought, what? "I is happening now, the magician is standing calmly and the account wants to run away." Romeo looked at him with a smile, called him by name, and said that he seemed scared. Ascura held his head with a very scared look, loudly called him an insect, and said that he should shut up after that. He used very powerful magic with which he destroyed his own castle. Hoyo looked around with a shocked expression and thought that the roof of the castle just flew off. "He almost died of fear," Jessie asked with a happy expression. "Did he foresee that he would miss? He was so calm, and she opened her shield out of habit. This is simply amazing." The system notified that the skill of the exorcism, right, is a skill that allows you to attack a demon without harming the one whose body it has entered. Ascura looked at him with a frightened expression and asked, "What the hell is this?" The system notified that when using a victim during the rite, another effect may occur. This is an invitation for the demon to enter the mind of its prey. The spirit of a huge man appeared, reaching out his hand to Ascura, which scared him very much. And he loudly said that he should leave him alone and remove this. Now the system notified that control over consciousness depends on mental strength. So the demon was unable to shake Granfelho. Yo looked at this with a surprised expression and thought that he didn't expect such an effect. Jessie also looked at this and asked what was going on. She couldn't believe her eyes. What did he do to Count Ascura? He just screamed loudly into the void or attacked a space where there was no one and ran away in fear. The system notified that the Count was in a state of terror. Jessie said that it was very similar to the terror that demons instilled in people. The system notified that the quest to sense the victim's fear was completed. Romeo took out a weapon from his inventory, walked towards the vampire, and thought that it was time to finish. Now Jessie asked, "This is fear and terror, right?" However, how was he able to instill fear in the Count? Is this some kind of new magic? Can he teach her this magic too? Of course, she is willing to pay for it. Romeo stabbed a very scared Ascura with a dagger. But this attack did very little damage to him. He turned to Jessie, who was standing next to him, and said that she should figure this out. She was surprised by this and said in a confused voice that he had already done everything he could have destroyed it himself. He looked away with a slightly dissatisfied look and you thought that he would gladly do it, but his level was not enough. She was also strong since she had made it this far. She should think faster and just kill him. Jessie created a magic circle in front of the Count, apologized and said that she herself asked him to teach her. He means that if she kills the Count, she will become stronger and be able to comprehend new magic. Hoel's attention was drawn to the fact that the sky began to glow, and he immediately looked up. Jessie used magic and struck the Count with very powerful energy from the sky. Romeo calmly watched this, and Ho-Yo was very surprised by this and wondered what was that. The system announced that they had destroyed Count Ascar. His contribution to killing the Count was acknowledged. He would receive trophies for his contribution to the kill. After that, many system windows started to appear in front of him, notifying him of his level up after that. Attack! Jessie sat down next to what was left of that vampire and looked at it. Ho-Yel looked at her with a shocked expression and thought that she was in a weakened state after all. How could she destroy Ascar, who was level 430 with one blow? Is this the strength of a high-level player? Jessie looked at the ashes and asked, "What is this? There is so much of it." She picked up a small part and was about to eat it, which surprised Ho. Yell greatly, he looked at her with a very worried expression and wondered, has she gone crazy? Why does she want to eat this? The system announced that the class quest prelude to counterattack has been completed. He receives a new class quest, stir the curtain, rises, and the beacon lights up. The last demon hunter must illuminate this world mired in evil at that moment. The guild members came to them and loudly called out to Jessie. They all came to her and loudly said that all the settings suddenly turned off. Was it her magic? Did she destroy Count Asar? She stood up and tried to think of something to say with a confused look. Rox noticed Romeo standing next to her and thought it was that guy. Jessie looked at him and said that she was not familiar with etiquette, but she would try her best. She said her name with a kind smile and asked if he did not mind. Could she ask his name? All the guild members looked at them with surprised looks and did not say anything. Romeo stood in place, and he thought that she lacked good manners, but she was ready for a change. As a reward, he would teach her. He looked at her with a calm expression and said that his name was Ho-Yel. After a while, the news anchor said that a man was quickly approaching the main gate. The statues began to move and attack the man. The players froze but quickly pulled themselves together and smashed the statue. The unknown girl was cooking and said that everything was fine. She and Aaron were living well. She had a lot to do without this. The news anchor said that after a while, a group of reporters arrived, but Count Escura had already turned into a mountain of ash. Aaron quickly ran to the kitchen and called her mother. She pulled her clothes, pointed at the TV, and tried to say something. Ho Wai, who was shown on the news, said that the boss of this dungeon was destroyed by the player Jesse Hines as well as him. Aaron told her mother that her uncle was shown there. She turned around and asked what uncle could be doing on TV. Hoyle said his name, and they were very surprised when they saw him right after that. Romeo, who was cleaning the house, was distracted by someone calling him on the phone. Ho Yell looked at the screen, saw that sister number 2 had called him, and thought that his time had come after the destruction of the Count. Everyone on TV was only talking about him. The relatives would have found out anyway. It was a matter of time the call stopped, but right after that, sister number 3 called him. Ho Yo remembered his sisters with a smile, and thought that he had had 3 older sisters, and they had been very close since childhood, or rather, they were close with each other. He felt worse because he remembered the past and thought that he did not want to answer the calls because he already knew that they would grumble. He was very scared because they started knocking loudly on the door and calling his name. His sister said loudly that she knew he was home. He should open the door for them. Why isn't he answering his phone? He should open it quickly while she's still kind. After that, he opened the door and his 3 sisters came inside. Romeo changed into his suit and calmly told them that they were disturbing the neighbors first. They should calm down. His appearance caused different feelings in his sisters, and they all looked at him at the same time. The news anchor said that new information had emerged about the star player who appeared like a comet just recently. He defeated Count Azar together with the famous player Jesse Hines, however, after numerous interview requests. He gave his name and disappeared. He became a real sensation, followed not only by Korea but also by the whole world. A member of the Berser Guild also worked with him. Tamin approached his brother, handed him a mug, and said that he should drink. Coco Chillman took the cup, called him by name, and said that everyone was talking about Ho Yell. He thinks that he will join their guild. This is a real failure. They are finished, Tamin calmly asked why he was so upset. He started drinking cocoa and said that there was a high probability that he would choose them. They had his number and also a reason for call. Calling, Chulman sat up and asked what reason he was talking about. Tamin said that he was talking about the trophies they collected in the county square. They got it thanks to him, after all, so they should share it with him. It is in accordance with the rules of etiquette. Chulman agreed with him and asked how much he wanted to give him time, and put the empty cup on the table and asked what he meant. Even if they failed to recruit him into the guild, they should do everything to be remembered by him. He broke the cup with his hand and said with a smile that for that they need to make 10 from 0. He should call him right now. Schulman got angry and started cleaning up the broken pieces and said that he told him not to break anything here. After that, he started calling Hoyle, but he didn't answer that call. He was busy because Aaron was playing with his hair while he calmly called his sisters. He was about to tell them something, but Onai interrupted him and said that his hair color was so interesting. He tried to say something again, but this time he was interrupted by Chiun. She laughed loudly, pointing at him, and said that he looked like an idol. Ho, Yol asked his sisters how they were doing. Yim looked at him with a very displeased look and asked why he was talking like that. Hoyle calmly said that the wind had become cold. What kind of tea should they brew? Aaron sat on his shoulder and said that he was the most handsome and also looked like a princess. Chiun continued to laugh loudly and said that it didn't seem like his style. Unai called him by name with a kind smile and said that he had become so serious. Yim continued to look at him with a displeased question and asked, "Does that mean he is a player now? Did he fuse with the character or something? That's why he looks like this." Yol agreed while Aaron happily touched his face and said that he should show poor Oro. He asked her to wait, but she raised her voice and asked her to do it again. Unai laughed, looking at him, and said that it made her remember how she used to be. Chiun laughed with a smile and agreed with her. His sister said that about 10 years ago he called himself Grand Fafel. He also said that he wanted to dye his hair. Ash-colored heel. Yell blushed because of this and wondered, did they come to mock him? One of them asked what else was there. He said that he would greet his parents as the nobles did. Hoyo laughed even more because of this and hoped that those demons would stop remembering it. calmed down a bit and his attention was drawn to Yim, who called him with a serious look and asked, "Isn't it dangerous? Does he even know how scared they all were when they saw the news?" She heard that players often get injured during raids. He didn't answer his calls. They were afraid that something happened. To him anyway, they will talk to his parents and calm them down. They left early in the morning, so they don't know about him yet, but as soon as they hear, she imagines how scared they will be if it gets hard. He can quit at any time. He should know that they are on his side, ho. Yo smiled and thought that he was apologizing for causing trouble. But he is fine. Romeo said his full name with a smile and said that for him, this is his calling. They don't have to worry about him. His sisters looked at him with different expressions, from being touched by his manner of communication to disgust, ho. You mentally put a gun to his temple and thought maybe he should shoot himself. After some time, they drank tea and his sisters began to get ready to leave. Romeo told his sisters that they should be careful. He called his niece and said that he would wait for their next meeting. The sisters said that he should call them at least sometimes if something happens, he should call them, and he also cannot tell anyone that he knows her. Urim was about to believe, but she remembered something and turned to him. She said that he should put aside savings and under no circumstances write an IOU. Hoyeo was surprised by this and thought, what savings is she talking about? Where did he get the money? He understood what she meant, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He thought that she meant the reward for clearing the gap, a source of income for players that Arcana provides depending on the level of the gap. To be honest, the developer company. Cosmo fell apart. He heard that the director Raymond Sean gives out money from his own pocket. He always wondered how much it was. I wonder how much he earned, maybe more than 20 million. Is it really even more than 100 million at the same? Asked. Is she sure she doesn't know anything? She heard that she destroyed Asar together with Hoyle. Does she really not know who he is? She ignored her and Cly said that she didn't know. Camila said that she should tell if there is something she should stop watching all sorts of weird videos. Jessie started to emit a purple aura and called her name with a serious voice. She turned around with a serious expression and asked if she could not disturb her. She needed silence to concentrate. Camila immediately walked away from her and said that she would not ask anything else, so she should not. Look at her like that. She walked away and thought that she was so boring. Why was she watching How to Greet in Korea after that? Jessie continued watching the video at the same time. Hyo-yo looked at the screen of his phone with a very surprised expression. After logging into his bank account, he thought, did he get billion one? He thought that the trophies left by Count Asar alone would be enough. This Raymond must be very rich. Romeo sighed in displeasure and said that he was happy because of some money. It was so unworthy. After being destroyed, he received a trophy. The vampire orb, the system notified that this was a unique rank item level cap 400 effects. Zeal due to demon curse needed to be cleansed to find out the effect previously. He would have thought that, no matter what rank the cursed item was, if the probability of cleansing from the curse was low, it should be thrown away. Although a demon hunter could use this as a sacrifice. During an exorcism, Huyo thought that he would have reacted like this before, but not now. During the battle with Count Escura, he chose a necklace cursed with blood. He thought that this item would disappear, but it remained and the curse was completely removed. The system notified that the necklace was of high vow, rare rank level. Cap 300 effect when attacked. The mid-level defense skill is activated with a low probability, a necklace for a lover who is sent to the battlefield containing magic and an unprecedented effect to protect the object. Who thought that most likely the exorcism ritual had a purification effect. He has a sphere, a necklace, and also 110 billion. 1. After a while, he lay in bed with red eyes from lack of sleep and thought that he couldn't sleep. What could he buy with 110 billion? Maybe he should open a savings account first. He needed to buy items, but which ones? What if he got scammed? Maybe he should tell his family about this. Romeo looked up with a calm expression and said that he should think more quietly. Ho Yale chewed on his fingers and thought that of course it would be right to buy equipment to clear the rifts, but it was a pity to waste money on equipment that was suitable for his level. After destroying Asar, he rose sharply and was now level 134. Considering the rate at which the price of equipment increased, it was too high for his level. There were no items with the required magic power and regeneration rates. Right now, Romeo tried to sleep and said that he should stop looking at his phone and go to bed, otherwise he would ruin his eyesight. Ho, Yo thought that he was originally a millionaire? Nothing bothered him. Romeo chuckled and said that he was a billionaire. Sometime later at the Korean branch of a many people were gathered in the office and looked in one direction. The guy said that if you look closely at how the rubble turns into stones, then the use of spells will become undoubted. The man slammed his hand on the table and said loudly that it is impossible to make such huge stone pillars with spells because there is a limit to magical power. The other man said that he is. Wrong spells are definitely visible here. They started arguing and they said loudly that he will repeat it again. It is impossible. According to the laws of magic, is there anyone here who is not part of the management? He worked in the art department and can confirm that this is the effect of a spell. Shimon held his head and thought that he was so tired. Wherever he went, they talk about Ho. Yil, the guy leaned over to him and asked if he knew anything. Shimon turned to him and said that if he did not know, then he even more so. The guy said that it has been very difficult lately. Friends and relatives asked him to tell them. Something in secret. There is no person named Hool in the Arcana database. It is unclear whether this is a real name or a nickname. It is so annoying. Coleman looked at the screen of his laptop and said that today is Thursday. As soon as the update appears, everything should calm down. He noticed the change in the site said that Arcana welcomes them. A new location has appeared, Usra Island at the time. When Arcana was a game, this area was referred to as a treasure island. No one has yet managed to find it, but precious stones grew on this island which could not be compared with any of those existing in the world. Now this island has appeared in Reelit. The news anchor said that there was news about the latest Arcana update, along with the appearance of Usra Island. Regular conferences of magicians will be held from this week. Experienced magicians will gather, discuss important issues which will help in the development of magical skills. This is the first conference since the Arcana appeared in the real world, which has attracted a lot of interest from the community. One of the players who received an invitation was Jessie Hines, who is ranked 4th, who just arrived at the tower. Did she come here because of Usra Island? Is she planning to clear the tower with Hyoyo? Jessie said that she came to participate in the magic conference. She will not give an interview. Hyol asked loudly with a very surprised look, so she was in 4th place and he was trying to be polite to her. Romeo finished 500 pull-ups for the daily quest and asked, "Is there another magic conference?" Hyoyol asked loudly. "So she is the first." He jumped to the ground and said that of course it is. They say that the tower is not important for skills, but magic. Hyoyo, with a surprised look, thought that this phrase came out when the Arcana was still a game. Romeo said that he didn't know what a regular conference meant, but he thought it was good for him. He put on rubber gloves and said that they would move out as soon as he finished the dishes. Yo looked at him with a surprised expression and wondered, isn't this usually done right away? After a while in the Mage Tower, there were already many players gathered outside and inside the tower. Claire, an experienced maid of the Mage Tower, looked at the people around her with a smile and thought that the conferences had finally resumed. I wonder what the result of the research was. This time it will be Mr. Marcello's report. A guy ran towards her and said loudly that they should go faster. He would enter first. Another guy said loudly that he should wait and look back. The guy turned around abruptly and looked back with a surprised look and noticed that he was falling towards CLA. He fell with a loud sound, but she was fine and watched what was happening with a comic expression. The guy who fell loudly asked, "What was that?" The other 2 guys laughed and said it was so funny. It seems like he is in too much of a hurry to get to Usra. He decided to try entering the wall. CLA, with a calm expression on her face, called the guy who fell an idiot. He asked for help to get up with an embarrassed look and said that he was ashamed. CLA was very surprised when Jessie came up to her, called her by name, and said that she shouldn't call her names like that. She walked through the magical barrier and said that this wall was illusion magic created by the tower's owner. It was hard to get through without an invitation. CLA was embarrassed by this, stood up and called her by name. With a confused look, she agreed and said that, in fact, even experienced magicians had a hard time getting around this magic. She was wrong and was asking for forgiveness. Jessie said that she didn't need to apologize to her. The guys looked at her with a surprised look and asked, "Did she just go into the wall?" She walked along the transparent platforms and asked would she be showing the way. Today she took out a letter, handed it over, and said that this was her invitation. CLA agreed with a confused smile and said that she was trusted to accompany the hunters to the Crystal Hall. She was the last hunter who was invited to participate. All the guests on the list have already arrived, so she is going to go in with her. Jessie looked ahead and asked, "Is this true? Could she wait here?" For a while, she feels like there is one more person coming to this conference that she needs to meet at the same time. Hoyel entered the Mage Tower and stopped in front of the huge artifact that was floating in the center. He thought that for some reason, every time he came here, there were so many people. Romeo walked through the crowd of people with a dissatisfied expression and said that they should let him pass. Hoyo thought that even on normal days, there were a lot of them, probably. Everyone wanted to go to Usra Island. He was very surprised because one of the people noticed him and attracted the attention of the others by calling him by name. The people immediately turned their attention to him and asked loudly, Is it really him? Hu thought with a worried look because he was shown on the news. All the people gathered around him and asked loudly, Is he going to Usra Island? Can he give an autograph? One guy grabbed his bag, called his name loudly, and said that he was his fan. Can we take one photo with him and he won't bother him anymore? Hoyo thought that this idiot should stop bothering him in his bag. There are tea bags that cost 5,001 each, which he bought to celebrate his salary. Romeo looked at him with a very displeased look and said that he should leave him alone. Ho, you felt embarrassed by this and thought, how can you speak so rudely to someone you meet for the first time? If people get disappointed in him because of Grell's terrible personality, it will attract even more attention. The guy said loudly with a happy look that it was so cool he heard him swear. Live, other people started asking him to say the same thing to them and scold them. Ho Yil felt embarrassed by this and thought that nothing worked on them. He needs to hide from them somewhere quickly. He looked to the side and thought that this wall looked different. Somehow, Romeo immediately walked towards that wall while the surprise players called him and watched. Hyoyo thought that, however, he had some strange feeling. People were very surprised because of what happened and loudly asked, Where did he go? He just walked through the wall. CLA with a red face, from embarrassment, looked at Romeo, who walked through the wall and stood in front of her. He said that it was really amazing, illusion magic worthy of praise. After that, they headed together. The same way she sent Jessie. CLA looked at him with embarrassment and wondered who he was. She started checking the list and thought that all the hunters who received invitations had already arrived. No matter how much she checked, there were no new hunters on the invitation list. Romeo, with a calm expression, asked, Is there a problem? CLA started to feel very embarrassed because she remembered the first time she met him and said that it was not like that at all. He said that he wanted to participate in the conference, right? Ho Yel agreed, and she asked. However, he did not have an invite, right? He agreed again, and CLA thought that it was impossible. Only the master of the tower could use such illusion magic without an invitation card. Even mages could not just pass through. Let alone a human who looked at her and wondered what was wrong with her. Maybe it was a fever, Romeo asked. Is it impossible to participate without an invitation? CLA said with an embarrassed expression that it was not that there is a clause in the rules that a person without an invitation can participate in the conference if they pass the illusion magic. However, he is the first one who managed to do it. She should admire him or be surprised. She can't tell she was about to say something else, and Romeo said that he would repeat it, but it really was very good illusion magic worthy of praise. Ho Yo thought that he could really, personally, touch this magic. When his magic level reached the 1,000 mark, would he be able to do something like this? He roughly understood what the principle was. Here, all that was left was to add magic power. They reached the door, and Claire said that here they were. They went inside, and someone said that he welcomed them to the Crystal Zal, a place of sublime knowledge. HY thought that when Arcana became reality, the inhabitants of this game who were NPCs were also transported to this new reality among them. There was one person with great influence, Marcello, the youngest mage, who was called the future successor of the Mage Tower. The hat that Jessie wore said that he absolutely lived up to the nickname of a genius and was the first to understand the situation the world was in order to take action. He used all his knowledge, becoming the organizer of scientific conferences when new achievements in the field of magic were presented, Jessie said with a dissatisfied look. It was so boring, the hat asked. He just explained to her how great Marcella was, and she called his report boring, she asked with a tired look. What can she do if she is bored and wants to sleep? Even if she listens, she still will not understand. Her only skill is magic. She does not understand anything about research and interference in magic, and yet being in such a majestic place of knowledge is the highest honor for a mage. If not for the quest, she would have skipped. Marcella looked at her, stopped telling, and asked, Is she bored? The magic tower was Summoned to the world of hunters for a certain reason, to be honest. Not only the tower was summoned, but also the world view that is. You can still encounter a phenomenon called renewal. They are not very familiar with their magic as well as the difficulties they have in understanding their science. However, they need to join forces to uncover this reason and take back their world without unnecessary conflicts. Therefore, at this conference, the topic of the report will be related to science. In this, he sees the possibility of developing magic. Marcelo created a flame in his hand and said that he called the new type of magic fusion. This is a new outbreak resulting from the harmonious fusion of science and magic. However, one should be wary of such a fusion. It is unknown what consequences the combination of two completely different spheres can entail. The hat thought that it was surprising that he guessed to combine magic and science after all. He is a really promising young magician. Jesse looked at him with a small smile and said, "That this is already interesting," Marcelo said with a serious look that he needed the help of hunters for this. The players asked, "Is this really a new quest? Is he going to give them a quest lately?" Quests are worth their weight in gold, however. Then why does the system window not appear? What are the acceptance conditions? Marcelo was about to say something about the questions with a serious expression, but he immediately stopped when he noticed Romeo raising his hand. He called him by name and said that there was a flaw in the research he had just shown him. What did he think about it? He was surprised that he had asked him such a question. The players looked at him and asked, did he decide to point out the mag's mistake? So he meant to say that he had understood the essence of his research. Jesse looked at him with a happy expression and wondered, did that unusual guy come after all the people with a slightly worried expression said that it was a scandal? The most famous magician was asked. Such a tricky question with his character. He won't just keep quiet, by the way. Who is this he sees him for? The first time Marcelo with a serious expression asked if he could hear. The reason why he thinks so, people asked, what kind of question is this? So did he finally understand? Romeo said that everything is very simple. He feels the difference. Magic and science are two completely different spheres. During their fusion, this difference appeared, which led to a waste of time. He used the same spell and said that he once had to experience the difference between skill and magic. Marcelo was very surprised by what he saw and could not say anything. He thought that this could not be. It took him so many months to activate, and he did it so easily. Is it possible for a hunter to feel the same as him? People looked at him in surprise and asked, is this exactly the same flash that Marcelo showed? Right, wait, he has seen this person somewhere before. It's Hoyle, right? Romeo asked with a calm expression. Does he use centrifugal force? During the interaction, the process itself looks clumsy, but the result is not bad. Hoyle watched this with a smile and thought that initially he spent too much magical power on the flash, but now that he used centrifugal force, the effect is much better. He didn't come to the conference for nothing. A sly smile appeared on Romeo's face, and people said that they should look at his smirk. Does he really find all this so funny? Marcelo was shocked by what happened, remained silent for a few seconds, gathered his strength and called his name. He called him again and managed to get his attention. He bowed and asked if he could take part in his research. The system notified him that he had received an exploration quest. Marcelo, a mage from the Mage Tower, wanted to explore with him to reach a new level. Who you? Yell immediately extended his hand to accept the quest and thought a new outbreak and a quest too. After all, he really didn't come here for nothing. People looked at him and said that he had a face like he had one after some time on an unknown island. A girl from the Berser Guild asked loudly with a joyful look, is this Usra Island? It's so great here. She called Leonie and asked if this reminds her of ARA. They were full of dreams back then and were looking forward to new adventures. If she had known about this, she would have brought a bikini with her. Leone turned to her with a very displeased look and asked loudly, what was she even talking about? Did she come here to relax? She looked around and said that there were so many people here. The girl hugged her and asked what was wrong with her mood. Again, she was so cute. The other guild members looked at her and said that she was quite brave. There were really a lot of people here. He assumed that there would be bloggers and reporters, but he didn't think that the residents of ARA would come too. By the residents of ARA, he meant the NPCs. Where are they? He pointed to the side and said that the Lion Art Order was over there. One of the members of this order looked around and said that there was such a commotion here. The members of the Berserker Guild continued to look around and said that judging by their figure and muscles, they were shadow mercenaries, and there was also the Hunters' Union ahead. The girl said with a happy smile that they were right. Usra Island was known as Treasure Island in Aeron too. Leone said with a displeased look, that they probably all came here specifically for treasure they don't even know about. The rift, she just has a splitting headache now. She has to compete with some NPCs too. The girl said that however the guys from the tower didn't come, she should think positively. Someone called Leone and the girl asked who it was. She said that she had one acquaintance. She answered the call and asked if the conference was over already. The mage girl who called her loudly said that it was incredibly cool. Ho Yil said at the conference that there was an error in the M's speech, and such a fuss was raised. Leone laughed and asked loudly did he dare to point out to the mage from the tower he was definitely crazy. She immediately realized this when she saw him eat. The girl from her guild thought with affection that she was so amazing, it was so cute. Leone asked what happened next. Did they pounce on him? The girl said that it was not so. The mage acknowledged his comments. He bowed his head and even gave him a quest. Everyone was just shocked because Hoyo left with a new quest at the same time. Homo stood in the office and looked at the scroll that was given to him. Marcelo, with a serious expression, said that if there are substances needed for research, he should write it down. There, he will do everything possible to get it. Ho Yel was very surprised by his words and thought, did he say? Everything possible, Romeo, with a sly smile, said that. Then he will ask him to get what is needed right now. After a while, in the Tower of the Magicians on the very top floor, Marcelo lowered his head down and, putting his fist on his heart, asked if he was called. The 5 stars and the most noble of the magicians. The magician sitting on the throne addressed the young morning star of the tower. He, looking at him through the darkened screen, said that he heard that Marcy offered one hunter to do research together. The Tower of Magicians does not interfere in the affairs of hunters. But the junior magician broke the rules of the tower. Why did he make such a mistake? Marcelo confidently raised his head and said that Hunter Ho understood the basics of magic. It was also noticeable that he distinguished between them the protagonist abilities, and magic can be of great help in the current world situation. They will no longer have to just watch the rules being broken. The magician turned to Marcelo with a serious look and said that he was the magician of the tower. Magicians make their own decisions and are responsible for them. The junior magician knows this better than anyone. The magician respects his decision and asks him to remember that Marcelo will have to answer for it. The junior magician looks down. In surprise, the magician said that if he had nothing else to say, then they can talk later and Marcelo can go. The doors of the room opened slightly. Marcelo, with a stern look, thought that they were old fools. He rubbed his head with his hand, thought that they were talking about some kind of responsibility. How dare they talk about it when they themselves are in an illusionary world and ignore reality? How much longer is the tower owner going to remain silent? Claire, happily holding a box of magic items in her hands, called out loudly to Marcelo. He looked at her seriously and asked what she was doing on this floor. The experienced mage smiled and said loudly that she was looking for the things Hool had asked for. CLA was just about to go to him. Marcelo stretched out his hands towards her and asked if this was really true. She could give it to him and he would take it. Claire jumped tensely and asked loudly what he was talking about. He shouldn't do that. Marcelo was busy. The younger mage looked down seriously and said that there was nothing wrong with that. He was going to the main character. Anyway, he needed to check something. CLA opened her mouth wide in surprise and wondered what to check. The experienced mage lifted the box and said that she would give it to him. Then, after a while in the library, Romeo, thoughtfully leaning his face on his hand, looks at the book, leafing through it. Marcelo pointed at the 3 boxes and said that these are the items that the protagonist requested. These are magic tools related to restoring magic power, as well as books about magic. The system window notifies that this is a frozen knowledge item. It has a unique rank with a level limit of 550. It restores 50% of magic power when using freezing magic. The Essence of the Sun is a unique item with a level limit of 600. It restores 20% S of magic power with a certain probability when using fire magic. Epic rank Forbidden Knowledge with a level limit of 590. It restores 50% of magic power. Regeneration with a certain probability when using magic. Romeo looks at this with an unperturbed expression while H covers his mouth with his hand. In surprise, Marcelo turned to the hunter with a serious expression and asked how he likes it. Does he like these items? Romeo looks at him sternly. He angrily slammed his fist on the table and wondered if the junior mage was really asking if he liked it. The protagonist turned to the mage Marcelo and asked if he really thought all these items were suitable for his level. Romeo sternly clutched the sun god's tea pendant in his hand, while Ho scratched his cheek with his finger in confusion. The system window notified that his level was 134. Marcelo was amazed by his answer. He sighed, closed his eyes, and laughing raised his hands, saying that he knew it. The mage apologized and said that he overestimated the pro-protagonist. Ho angrily clenched his fists and thought, "What does overestimate mean? Marcelo should give him an item that he can use right now." The magician said that when Romeo asked to bring him tools related to magic restoration, Marcelo immediately thought that the protagonist knew about the existence of this thing. The magician held out a hexagonal brooch. The system window notifies that this brooch is one of 6. It has a unique rank and a level limit of 100. The brooch restores 10% of magical power when you're using magic. Romeo looks down sternly and Ho was amazed at what was happening. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, thinking that the level limitation suits him if Ho can restore magic by 10% without restrictions on options. That would be good too. I should have given him this item right away. Romeo took the brooch in his hand and said that he would take it. Marcelo lowered his head, put his fist on his chest, and said that when the protagonist understood the basics of his magic, the magician immediately thought that Rom was an unusual person. He did not think that the protagonist knew about this item. Marcelo once again thanked him for agreeing to work together. Hoi looked at the hexagonal brooch in surprise and thought that it looked like a simple item. What was so great about it? Marcelo looked away and said that, however, it would not be possible to work normally now. As Romeo said, there was a lot of unnecessary stuff in his research. The system window notified that a new quest, Marcelo's research, had appeared. The protagonist needs to wait for the magician to contact him. Hoi crossed his arms in surprise and thought that this meant they needed to wait for the next quest. Romeo said with a serious expression that he would wait until Marcelo corrected his shortcomings. The magician smiled and thanked him for his understanding. He thought that maybe with this hunter he could change this tower. Romeo smiled and closed his eyes, hanging the brooch on his jacket. Ho happily gave the thumbs up and thought that a free brooch was very good after a while. Wai Khan was sitting on the grass near a tree, looking at his phone, drinking a drink from a straw. The phone screen said that this was his channel. This was Y Gang's broadcast following Ho for fans. The number of viewers was 19,41,12 people. The chat window notified that Ho had entered the chat. The viewers asked if Hoi was really here, should he be called Mr. Is this really the same broadcast that Mr. Ho first chose? Why? Kong, smiling, looking at the screen, loudly greeted the viewers and said that he was sitting in front of the portal to Ira Island and was waiting for the main character. He showed the viewers the people on the island and loudly said that there were many other players here. Why KH believed that Hoyle would come. Very soon, a viewer in the chat said that he had to film this portal all day. He was already tired of it. The main character will definitely come right. Wai Kong, looking angrily at the screen, asked loudly, "Didn't they know that the main character always appears last? He will wait until the end for Ho the viewers in." The chat wrote that they still want to sleep, but they need to be patient. Kimber sternly looked at the phone standing behind W Kong and asked, "Is it really H?" The viewers in the chat wrote that it was. Kimber, is this really that new rising star? How dare they talk about him in a chat with Hoi's fans? This is a real insult. Is Kimber really a complete freak? Kimber said in a rage that the main character, this fool, has been everywhere lately. Why, looking down in fear, thought that this was a rising star after the Arcana became reality. New faces appeared. They did everything for their goals and constantly found themselves in the center of incidents. Especially Kimber, they said that he was the cruelest of them. Players entered the gap with this team and disappeared. And there are already quite a few of them. Why did he suddenly start showing interest in the main character? Wai Kong looked away in fear when he heard someone call out to him loudly and asked loudly, "What is this?" Kimber ominously narrowed his eyes and asked him to tell Ho that if he performs too much, the main character will quick get bored of everyone. He raised his hand while walking away and said goodbye, that he would follow his broadcasts. Viewers in the chat wrote that Kimber is a freak. How dare he even appear on the main character's fan broadcast? A viewer asked Wai Kong to bite him. The plant manager asked in the chat, "Can Hool really clean up Usra alone?" Wai Kong looks at the phone screen in surprise. The plant manager asked in the chat, "The main character has a lot of competitors now. What if these teams get together and go against him? Maybe that's why Hoyle doesn't appear on Iroh?" Wai Kong clenched his teeth while reading the messages and wondered what it was. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and asked, "What is the viewer saying?" The viewers in the chat wrote that this is some kind of nonsense. They will not doubt Hoyle. Why Kong pressed his finger to exit the broadcast and asked, "So the viewer is saying that their protagonist is afraid and therefore cannot come here. What kind of strange things are these?" "This is simply not true," the viewer King Ho asked. "Is this true yesterday? He dreamed of the protagonist and killed this Kimber the viewer altogether." H asked, "Really a new star?" "Yes, he is a dying star. Their protagonist is a Big Bang. Why?" Kong angrily clenched his hand into a fist, attracted the attention of the people, and loudly said that their Mr. Hoy is not interested in some kind of reward, is it? Really not clear, he does not participate in advertisements and shows. The viewers quickly began to praise the protagonist. The system window notifies that the user Love Hoyle has donated 100,000 won, said loudly that the protagonist will definitely appear when the time comes and he believes in it. The viewers wrote words of encouragement in the chat at the same time. Romeo, holding a cup of tea in his hand, closed his eyes and asked if there was a reason to go there. Ho, smiling while lying on the floor, did not agree with him. Romeo took the cup in his hand and drank the drink from it, making a sound of pleasure. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thought that he heard that Yusra is a treasure island. A player with level 134 cannot enter the gap of level 350. The most important thing is that there are no demons there. Who looked tensely to the side and thought about the monsters of the island. He thought that there was a golden sand scorpion level 390, a golden sand snake with level 400, a very large bat with level 400 jewels, and an emerald tiger of level 420th. At this rate, he will be killed immediately. If there was even one demon Hoyle would have tried, Romeo looked at the system window that appeared in surprise. The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared. Stir the curtain. Rises, a smoke signal flares up. This is the hunt for the last demon. He must illuminate this world covered in evil. The protagonist must temper his weak body and find out what kind of great evil is on Uzra Island. Ho looked at the incoming quest in amazement and wondered, is it really a great evil? These are the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, anger, glutton, lust, sloth, and greed. Ho tensely put his hands on Romeo's shoulders and thought that action said that the 7 deadly sins that represent this are called great evil. Romeo thought with a stern look. Is it really a great evil on Ira Island? The protagonist tensely put his hand on his chin and thought, does he really have to investigate the great evil that is related to the 7 deadly sins? Now he barely defeated Iskar, and that was only by accident. Even if it is a class quest, you need to think carefully first. Romeo, without turning around, said that H said that there was no reason to go there. He said with a serious look that there was no reason to think. Now, if evil exists, there it must be destroyed, that's all. Hoy raised his hand in amazement, gazing. His finger Romeo resolutely stood up and quickly threw tea bags into his jacket, said that they were leaving right now. The protagonist sadly extended his hand in his direction, thought that Usra was a tropical island after some time on the island among the bright rays of the sun. Why come? Raised his hand in amazement. And looking at something thought that he knew it. He believed that the protagonist would appear. Romeo, standing on the island, looked up, covering his eyes with his hand from the bright sun. Ho thought, exhausted with beads of sweat running down his face, that he was very hot. Romeo looked down in surprise, lowering his hand. He looks towards the streams of dark aura. The system window notifies that the entire island is feeling the presence of evil. The skill of connection with the predator is activated. Ho thought in surprise that such a strong influence is different from ordinary demons. This huge malice that can be felt under his feet, perhaps this entire island is solid evil. In that case, connection with the predator is what you need. The protagonist grinned maliciously, putting his fist on his chin. Romeo said with an ominous smile that it looks good when evil is under his feet. Ho laughed and thought that he was already drooling from anticipation. After some time, iGang was broadcasting. The screen said that the number of viewers was 98.3 people. The screen showed Romeo walking among the leaves. Wai Kong quietly asked if they could see it. He said with a smile on his face, hiding in the bushes that their Hoyle was now in. The forest of Usra. The viewers asked if he was really wearing a suit today. The main character wears it in bad weather and in the heat. This is not an image, but he is like that, it's true. Hill said that he did not dye his hair. This is his natural color. Yang quietly said that the main Character moves very carefully. Maybe there is a hidden dungeon or some special method of clearing. In Ira, Romeo looked sternly to the side. He walked in boldly, but suddenly became afraid. So he looks for easier monsters. Who crossed his arms in fear and said that Romeo was attracted by the place that looked like a resort he completely forgot about. The very high level of monsters, Romeo looking seriously to the side, said that he was just looking for a suitable opponent to fight. Jan happily raised his glasses and looking at his phone said loudly that he was saying right away that he would try not to interfere with the main character with his broadcast. If the viewers were not happy with this, they could exit the broadcast. The viewers wrote in the chat for him to watch so that Hoy would not notice him. There was no need to cause him unnecessary problems. Why, KH smiling said loudly that they should not worry. He is a master at pretending that he does not exist. There were times when W. Kong fell into traps and dungeons, and even not Romeo quickly looked away without letting him finish. He clenched his hand quickly, hearing a loud scream. Why Kong looked at what was happening in surprise and asked, "What is that sound?" The hunter jumped tensely to the side. He gritted his teeth and raised his weapon and said loudly that this freak is the leader of the party. He hung too much. The hunter loudly called out to the archer and asked, "What is he worth? Is he really not going to grab him?" The archer tensely raised his hands, directing fire energy. Forward! He said loudly that the monster sparkles so much that it is impossible to aim because of the glare. The hunter crossed his swords and said loudly that this is very bad. They need to do something. The emerald tiger of level 420th quickly opened its mouth wide, throwing drool to the sides and let out a loud roar. Why? Kong gritted his teeth, covering his face with his hand from the powerful flow of energy and wind. The viewers in the chat asked, "What is that? Is it really an emerald tiger? A monster of level 420th appeared? You can go crazy even through the screen. You can feel its roar." The hunter stood up, angrily next to the main character and said loudly that was why he said they wouldn't split up. He turned his head in surprise and looked at Romeo standing behind him with an unperturbed expression. The hunter quickly turned to the side and asked loudly, "What's the matter? Could it really be Hoyle?" The archer, concentrating energy in his hand, asked loudly, "What is this?" He turned his head back in surprise and asked loudly, "Is that the main character himself? Where did he even come from?" Hai thought in surprise that he was talking about the same thing. The main character just wanted to look at the scorpion. But then, there was the emerald tiger with the highest level on the entire island of Uzra. The tiger with a bright light and its eyes extended its claw paw forward. Ho thought in fear that the difference with Count Escuro was only 10 levels. It would be impossible to escape at all. In this case, Romeo confidently raised his hand and without giving him time to think, said that the situation was not the best because of the bright sunlight and the shine of its shining body. Nothing was visible. The protagonist confidently pointed his hand forward and said that if the beast was immobilized, his skills would be useless. A stream of energy quickly headed towards the tiger. Romeo extended his hand towards the stopped monster. The archer looked at what was happening in amazement and asked, "What is this? What kind of magic is this?" The protagonist resolutely created fire energy in his hand and wondered if to try this, he confidently stood among the fire and said that this was ignition. A powerful, fiery light illuminated the space around with its radiance. Wong picked up a tripod from the phones and covering his eye, standing under the most powerful streams of smoke and fire, said, "What is this? What is going on?" The fiery flames headed in different directions. The spectators watching this asked, "What is? This really a flame? They have never seen such magic, so..." Ho is a great spellcaster. Romeo closed his eyes and put his hand on his chest. The system window notifies that his contribution to the destruction of the Emerald Tiger is recognized. The protagonist leveled up. Hoyle smiled happily and thought, "Did it really work?" This is the same ignition that Romeo taught Marcello. This is a very good skill, and the restoration of 10% of magic with the help of a brooch is also felt. The hunter said in surprise that this can't be. Did the protagonist really kill the Emerald Tiger of level 420th with one blow? The archer raised an eyebrow with an amazed look without saying anything at the same time among the foliage of the forest of the island Shra, occupying third place in the player rating, a swordsman. The guildmaster of the Second Sun Guild angrily hit the tree with his hand. He looked at the team members with fury and asked loudly, So many hours have passed since arriving on the island, and they are still walking along the outskirts. The members of the Second Sun Guild, occupying 7th place in the guild rating, looked at him. The man raised his hand in surprise and addressed the master, saying that he thought they should unite with the troops that had moved separately. They said that the Shining Guild had cleared out almost the entire center of the island. It seemed that their troops were unable to cope with the monsters, which were stronger than they had thought. Shra clenched his teeth in anger, put his hand on his face, and said loudly that he knew it. He wondered if it was a mistake to split up. They were planning to beat the previous achievement of the Berser Guild. That was why they split up, in order to get as many trophies as possible. Had the guildmaster really underestimated Ira? Shra tensely clenched his teeth, put his hand on his face, and said that he did not want to admit it, but he had shown greed. They definitely needed to unite. The assistant, holding the phone to his ear, loudly addressed the master, and Shuri turned in his direction. The assistant tensely showed the phone screen and said that a squad had contacted them heading west. He thinks that the guildmaster should pick up the phone. The AR, looking at the phone in fear, loudly called out to Shra. The guildmaster, with a serious look, adjusted his hair with his hand, and looking at the camera said that he was just about to call they should unite, so Shri was going to them. The archer loudly refused him and said that this could not be done. It was better for them to come to them because this route was completed. The guildmaster, surprised, asked what he was talking about. The archer, holding the phone in his hand in horror, said loudly that Hoyle had already passed here. Shra, looking at the phone screen in amazement, asked, "Where did he come from?" The NPC, quickly running towards him, loudly addressed the master. He pointed to his watch with a tired look and loudly said that this was a report from the guild that attended the conference in the tower. The main character received a quest from the magician Marcello and became the first player to receive a personal laboratory on the top floor of the tower. Shrey looked back tensely. He wondered with a surprised expression, could the NPC really be friends with the player? The guildmaster thought that the media had exaggerated everything. Shuri, with a drop of sweat on his face, ordered his assistant to tell the analytical department to check everything regarding Ho and then report to him. Perhaps the protagonist is much more dangerous than they say. After a while, Ho smiled maliciously and brought a pure emerald to his open mouth. The system window notifies that this emerald is of a unique rank. It is used as a premium material. The effect can be checked when making an item. He jumps up in happiness and, holding the emerald in his hand, he thought that this was a unique rank material. The protagonist did not even dare to dream of such a thing. Romeo, looking away with disgust, said, "What kind of unpleasant things are these?" Hoy happily picked up the emerald and wondered, could this really be a unique rank material to few masters who can handle him? Most likely he would just disappear if the tower requests the production of an item as part of the study. Romeo was surprised by what he saw and thought that the A had changed. He clenched his palms into fists, looking at the streams of dark rays. Hoyle, with a frightened look, wondered what this was. Could this really be Romeo's intuition too? Suddenly, the protagonist felt some kind of tremor throughout his body. Romeo sternly looked at the system window that appeared. The system window notifies that this is a class quester. He needs to find out what kind of great evil is lurking on Ira Island. The protagonist wondered if this is a window with a class quest. Why did it suddenly appear again? They looked away quickly, scared. The earth shook violently, forcing the birds to fly away. The system window notifies that the island of Ira is beginning to absorb greed and the process of destruction has begun. 1 out of 10 is filled. Hoy looks down with fear on his face. At the same time, the Second Sun Guild, standing on the shaking earth, looked at the system windows with fear. They loudly said that the process of destruction is growing. What is going on here? Was the island of us a rupture? This can't be, it's just a new territory. The mechanism is initially different from the rupture system. Then what does one stage of the destruction process mean? What is going on here? Anyway, Romeo looks at the system warning with a serious expression, saying nothing. He wondered, is this really greed? The protagonist extended his finger to the system window. Romeo looked away and asked, was it really people's bad desires that woke her up? Ho picked up the emerald with a sly smile and wondered if was the one that woke her up. Romeo smiled and looked at the streams of dark evil at the same time. Why Kong said that, judging by the pop-up window, it was the demon greed, the viewer asked. What kind of destruction process was this? Why Kong looked at his phone in fear while sitting on one knee and asked them to wait, saying that he was trying to figure it out. Now the viewer wrote that the Shining Guild had just cleared one island. What did just mean why Kong thought that the action demon hunters might know something the viewers wrote in the chat that Ira consists of 10 islands? The shining ones had just cleared one? Could it be that one cell of the destruction process indicates this? Why Kong thought that if the destruction process was completely filled, a great evil would awaken. Romeo looked at the system window with a serious expression, notifying that he needed to prevent the resurrection of greed. He must make sure that greed does not touch the treasures of the island. The protagonist thought that he knew it. It is good that he did not destroy it, but prevent it. R turned around when he heard someone loudly order them to move. The hunter angrily waved his hand to the side and said loudly that they said that the shining ones cleared one island and found treasures. So there really were treasures. There are 9 islands left. If they do not hurry, they will not get anything. They also need to get at least 1 treasure before everything is destroyed. Romeo thought with an unperturbed look that this is a normal reaction at this moment. All the players on Waira Island are thinking the same thing as them. In order to prevent greed from getting to the treasure, it is necessary to let go of your own desire. It is impossible to convince all the players of this. The players loudly told them to leave because their guild was the first to come here. The hunter loudly said that he will not do this. They must try to stop him if they have enough strength. H, biting his nail, thought about what to do. Romeo, lowering his head, sighed heavily. He said that there was only one way. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked, "What is it, Romeo?" With a confident look, adjusted his tie with his hand and said that he would take all the treasures for himself. Hoi was very surprised by his words. After some time on the second island of Uzra, dark streams of evil enveloped the island, filling it with smoke. The Shining Guild squad looked tensely at the warning windows of the system. Dimitri, with a serious look, turned to Camila and asked what she thought of the destruction process. She, smiling, lowered her head and said that it was obvious. Us consists of 10 islands, and in the process of destruction there are 10 cells, one of which is painted over. It filled up immediately after they found the treasure, which means it is a countdown. Camila, turning to Rox, asked, "Isn't that so?" The leader, smiling, put his hand on his chin and asked if they heard Jesse's report. Dimitri looked at him in surprise and asked what report was it really about. Ho receiving a quest in the tower and going to the top floor. Camila smiled, raised her hand, and said that Jesse was very cute. Her eyes sparkled when he mentioned the main character. Maybe there was something between them. Dimitri said loudly that she should be more serious in such a situation. Camila said that people like him who rented an entire hotel lounge and then got rejected would not understand. Rox grinned, raised his fist to his mouth, and said that Hoyle was rising quite quickly, which could be dangerous. What do they think about this? Will they be able to defeat him if they go against him? The guild members looked at him in amazement and said nothing. Dimitri put his finger on his face with a tense smile and said that he would like to go without incident if possible. Camilla fearfully addressed the leader by name and asked if he was joking. Now the Rock Guild alone is giving me a headache. Moreover, Jessie will not stand aside. What if she goes against them too? Dimitri agreed with her and said that she did not do anything bad to them. Rox lowered his head with a tense look and put his hand on it and said that it was true. He smirked and said that he said it just out of envy. There is no point in them going against them at the same time. The hunters looked at the system notification window in fear and said that another cage had appeared. Rox, smiling, headed towards the guild members and asked where exactly it was. Dimitri, looking at his phone, said that the United by Heaven had just found another treasure. Camilla said was surprised that it seemed like everyone had activated their powers. The leader, with a confident smile on his face, squeezed his shoulder with his hand and said that this way they would be left with nothing. It was time for them to start moving too. After a while, the island was covered in dark smoke of evil. Ho stretched out his hand in fear. He asked Romeo to stop and wondered what it meant. Would he really take all the treasures for himself? Romeo, with an unperturbed look, quickly took a step and said that this was in the literal sense. He will take everything for himself. The protagonist, angrily holding his leg with his hands, thought, did Romeo still not understand if all the cells are filled, greed will awaken, or does he want to get the treasures since greed cannot be stopped anyway? Romeo was surprised looking at the guild standing in front of him. He thought that the flag and armor in the form of a lion's head. This is definitely the Lion Art Order. Who was surprised that he did not think that he would meet the best order of the Arcana era here. And also him? Romeo, smiling, said that this is the commander of the Lionheart Order. Haran Kinkgard, the commander, smirking, said nothing and no. Lauren, level 400, with an angry look, loudly said that this is great impudence. The protagonist must show respect to the commander? Haran, raising his hand, turned to the adventurer and asked if he could know his name. Romeo smiled and put his hand on his heart and said his name and said that he didn't expect to meet the Lionheart Order here. Ho sadly thought, what kind of manner of communication is this? It was as if he was in a historical film. The commander calmly asked why he felt that the protagonist was very different from the other adventurers. Hakan looked at the brooch on Romeo's jacket, and surprised, he said that it was. That brooch, the protagonist felt something in fear. He quickly jumped to the side from a powerful explosion that hit the place where Romeo stood and not covered his mouth, closed his eyes and loudly addressed the commander asking if he was okay. Harkam looked up in surprise, standing in the dark. Smoke the Knight opened his eyes with a serious look and said that this was the owner of the island. A huge turtle with golden fangs of level 450 stood above the knights. It quickly opened its mouth. The commander angrily raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Enoch clenched his teeth and asked loudly why such a monster with the highest level was the master of Uzra. Haran said loudly that the turtle was going to launch a meteorite. The monster's eye instantly lit up with a bright light. The commander loudly ordered everyone to stand in their positions. The turtle lowered its head in anger, making a loud bang and blowing powerful streams of air to the sides. The knights clenched their teeth, standing under the stream of wind, and loudly said that this was a very amazing power. Enoch loudly called out to the commander and said that nothing was visible because of the meteorites. They could not get closer to the enemy. The turtle quickly raised its paw. Hakan called out to Enoch in fear. The knight looked tensely at the monster's leg above his head. The commander furiously pointed his hand forward and loudly ordered him to step aside. The turtle kicked the ground with great force, blowing streams of air. The knights covered their faces with their hands, standing under the rapidly flying streams of wind and stones. After a while, the commander looked at something with a surprised look. Romeo created a huge rock under the turtle's foot, enveloping it with energy. The knights looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who is he?" The main character created a wall in an instant without anything. Heron, sitting next to Anak, looked at Romeo and asked, "Who is he?" The protagonist calmly said that now was not the best time for introductions. The commander looked at him with confusion. The turtle opened it mouth wide, and let out a loud roar. "Breaking stones," the commander said loudly, that it was a meteorite again. Everyone needed to take a defensive position. Everyone should shoot upwards. Hoy lowered his head tiredly and put his hand on his neck, thinking that he had increased the strength of the wall to the maximum and had spent too much magical power. If it weren't for the brooch, he would have already fallen without strength. The protagonist, with a tense look, thought that he needed to save his magic. "Let the Lionheart Order fight." Haran sternly addressed the adventurer with the brooch of the magic tower. The commander thanked him for helping him, and their order he lower his sword and said that if Romeo helps them in this battle, they will never forget his kindness, and he swears this. Ho happily responded to his words. He smiled and thought, "Isn't this very good?" Romeo put his hand on his chest and said that monsters must be fought accordingly. If Hara needs his help, the protagonist will gladly provide it. Ho thought that his manner of speech was very strange after a while. Yam looks through the leaves in surprise at what was happening. He saw the broadcast of Romeo's conversation with the commander and thought that this was very surprising. Wai Kong happily covered his wide-open mouth with his hand and asked if they saw it. The protagonist swore to him on his heart. The phone says that the number of viewers is 52,900. What is this? Did he just swear on his heart? This is a greeting done in front of the emperor? Why did he do this in front of Ho? The viewer asked. Why Kong to come closer? They will listen to what? They are talking about, he said, that it is dangerous to come closer because of the owner of the island. This will not affect the overview of the battle, so Wai Kong asked for their understanding. Hakan raised his hand in rage and loudly addressed the knights with the lion's heart, ordering them to attack in the name of honor. The knights quickly raised their swords and headed towards the turtle. The commander said loudly that the monster's weak points were the head and the crown. First, they must knock it over. Then the top of the head will become visible. The knights must hit the turtle's legs. Enoch looked in surprise. At Romeo, who was standing in place, the knights screamed loudly. Enoch, with a puzzled look, thought that it was the Seeker. Of course, thank him for saving them from the attack of the owner of the island. The commander swore an oath to him on his heart. This is the most reliable oath that is taken only to the Emperor. It seems that this means nothing to the main character. Why did the commander do this? The turtle quickly raised its paw, shaking the earth. The knights clenched their teeth, hit the turtle paw, and loudly said that this was in the name of the lion. They need to aim for the legs and knock him down. H looked at what was happening in amazement and thought that this order of the Lionheart was much worse than the protagonist thought. Hull squeezed the bridge of his nose with a tense smile and thought that the order of the Lionheart was far from weak. But this was completely unacceptable. They were used to fighting at close range. The reserve troops simply stood behind and waited for their turn to attack. How long would it take them to completely defeat the enemy? Romeo looked in surprise at the system window that appeared. The system window notified that Ira Island was beginning to be absorbed by greed. The destruction process is 5 out of 10. The protagonist wondered if it was already half. They find treasures too quickly. At this rate, they would soon reach this island too. If only he could create space for them to attack. The turtle let out a roar with great power, shaking the earth's crust. Hakan clenched his teeth, crossed his arms covering his face, and said loudly that an earthquake was approaching. The knights, running quickly to the sides from the breaking ground with pouring lava, screamed loudly and said that lava was rising from under the ground. If the knights fall, they are finished. They must be very careful. There is no room for an attack here at all. Romeo, surprised, remembered Kila's space. He loudly called out to Haran and asked if they were ready to attack. The knights looked up in amazement, standing among the falling stones. The protagonist furiously raised his hand, directing a powerful stream of magic, and loudly said that he would open the way for them. The turtle raised its head and, standing among the rising stones, screamed loudly. Enoch, looking up in surprise, asked what was going on. Wai Kong opened his mouth wide in amazement watching this battle. The spectators asked what was going on. Did Ho really use magic? What is this? Anyway, the commander, looking up in admiration, thought that this was the ladder of the owner of the magic tower. Romeo stood with an unperturbed expression and raised his hand among the flying stones, shrouded in magic. Jessica Bry, level 430, said with amazement on her face that she saw him in the tower. Eno said loudly in confusion that this could not be an ordinary hunter, was not capable of such magic. Who was the real protagonist? Hoi looked tired and thought that his mana was running out. Heron kicked the ground and raised streams of smoke. He confidently ran across the stones and said loudly that the path was open. The knights must not miss this chance. The turtle opened its mouth in surprise. The commander said loudly that they would quickly put an end to this battle. The knights quickly raised their weapons and jumped to the monster's head. Heron, squeezing the hilt of his sword with force, raised it with great speed. He struck the turtle and landed on the ground. Romeo looked at the sister window that appeared with a serious expression. He looked at what was written in the window in surprise. The system window notifies that Commander Hakan refuses to contribute to the killing of the giant turtle with golden fangs. The system windows quickly notify that everyone has refused to contribute to the killing of the turtle. Romeo has increased his level. The protagonist wondered what was going on. The commander said that Romeo's brooch was one of the gifts that the emperor had given to the tower in the distant past. They owed the protagonist the lives of many knights. They quickly knelt down in front of Romeo. The commander closed his eyes and said that their order of the lion's heart would remain with him, the owner of the brooch. The system window notifies that the turtle was killed with the largest treasure. Romeo looked away in surprise. Standing among the streams of smoke, an energy ball appeared between them, illuminating the space with rays of light. Ho looked at it in surprise and said that this was the treasure of the island. He wondered what they should do. Is it really possible to take it for themselves if the protagonist takes this? Would the great evil awaken if he does not take it? Another person will do it, and then the great evil will awaken anyway. Who looked fearfully at the system window that notifies that Yu's island is beginning to absorb greed. 6 out of 10 are filled. The protagonist wondered, are there really already 6 cells? He extended his hand to Romeo with fear on his face and said that they should also think about the treasure of the island. The protagonist confidently looked at the treasure in his hand and opened his mouth wide in fear. Looking at it, he tensely put his hands on his head and loudly addressed the fool and wondered, is Romeo even thinking about the consequences? This is very bad now. The great evil will awaken and everything will end. The protagonist sternly looks at the streams of powerful energy raising his hair. For Romeo, wealth is fleeting for him who was born the heir of a great family and experienced all the good sides of wealth. The feeling of greed was unfamiliar. The protagonist looked at the treasure in his hand with a smile and said that the way to prevent greed from devouring the treasure was very simple. You just need to take the treasure without any hint of greed. The system window notified that Romeo was receiving the island's treasure. H, realizing what was happening, asked if he had really succeeded at the same time among the trees in the forest. Kimber was holding binoculars in his hands to his eyes. He was watching Romeo and laughed. Kimber, holding a weapon in his hand, told the protagonist to collect all the remaining treasures. The archer, shaking, barely stood behind him, surrounded by dead comrades. He clenched his teeth in rage and loudly addressed Kimber, calling him a murderer. The archer would not leave this. Just like that, his head quickly flew to the side under the flow of a powerful gust of air. Kimber, clutching a bloody knife in his hand, said that then it would be more convenient for him to take them from Romeo in one go. The system window notifies that he has killed the player and his karma points are increasing. Kimber has collected to 32 trophies in addition to the emerald. After a while, Woo-young, with tears in his eyes, put his hand on his chin and addressed the audience. Asked if they saw this who received the treasure of the island. He received the treasure, but the rate of destruction did not increase. The audience asked, why is the destruction process in place? How is this even possible? Why? Kay said loudly. Romeo remained so calm he didn't even move. He really has no greed at all, the viewer asked. Is that true? This is the luminary Hoyle. Is there really no greed in him? Who looks at what is happening with disgust, he wondered. Is this really an old thing, a treasure? The system window notifies that this is the island's treasure, the broken crown. It is an epic rank, an ancient crown. The protagonist wondered, is this really all the description? Maybe this is some kind of joke. Soon all greed will disappear. Not all treasures are the same. Romeo looked at the system window that appeared in surprise, holding the ancient crown in his hand. The system window notifies that the Lionheart Order has joined his team. Ho wondered in surprise, what is this? What other team? Heron looked at the protagonist and asked, didn't he say that they are ready to go with him? The commander put his fist on his chest with a smile, who remembered the past. Heron, kneeling on one knee, said that their order, the Lionard, would not forget his kindness. The protagonist came out of his memories in surprise and wondered if he really meant that H thought that the commander wanted to say that he would not attack him when they met. Haran, smiling, said that the protagonist had saved their lives and showed a pure heart in which there was no thirst for treasure. The commander did not know his goal, but swears that at least here on Irai Island they will become his sword and shield. The knights quickly closed their eyes and put their hands on their hearts. Hoy thought in amazement that this could not be, no matter how limited Ira Island was, but for the best order in the Empire to follow him. They have too big a level difference with the monsters. Romeo, smiling maliciously, put his hand on the commander's shoulder and said that they needed to quickly move to the next island. After some time, evil enveloped the forest of the island. Kimber is sitting on a tree branch looking through binoculars. Paran Jun called out his name loudly into the microphone in his ear. He said that Ho is said to have obtained a treasure, but the process of destruction has not changed. He definitely found the treasure right. Besides, Haran has joined him. Will they be able to handle the Lionheart Order? Kimber asked laughingly. Is he scared? Hyanjun asked. What is he talking about? Who else would be scared? He is just suggesting to be more careful. The second son is different from those. Fools. Kimber said that this is what is called Hyanjun being scared. If he is scared, he can leave here. He raised his hand with an ominous aura in his eyes and said that he has already prepared something for them. As soon as they board the boat to sail to another island, he needs to snap his finger and a deadly poison will spread throughout the boat once they inhale it. It will be the end of them. First, they will kill Romeo and then check if he has the treasure. Kimber, with a frightened look, quickly felt that his head was torn off from his body and asked, what is this? He fearfully squeezed his throat with his hand and coughed, wondering, did the main character really cut his throat? Maybe he just imagined it. How could Romeo notice him at such a distance? And also this ominous expression on his face. The main character looked sternly in his direction. A squirrel sitting on a tree branch made a sound. Ho, smiling, thought that it looked like a squirrel. Quite a cute animal. The commander, with a smirk on his face, turned to Hoyle and asked if he had guessed yet. Haken, with an ominous look, asked this freak on the tree, what does the main character think of him? Kimber, with fear shaking, grabbed his throat with his hand. The system window notifies that Haran is watching him. Kimber's level of psychological strength is too low a state. Chang occurs and strong fear is detected. Romeo looks up with a calm expression. The squirrel smiles and holds an acorn in its paws and makes a sound. Hoy looks at the commander with confusion and wonders. What's going on? Does he really not like squirrels? His expression is too stern, Romeo says with a serious expression that he doesn't even know. He looks at the system window that appears in surprise, notifying that YSA Island is beginning to be consumed by greed. The protagonist wonders if the destruction process is really filled to 8 cells. If we take that crown into account, there is only one treasure left. It's still a squirrel. They need to hurry. Romeo calmly raises his finger over the system window and asks if it's worth worrying about one person. He thinks that it's still good that they managed to prevent the awakening of the great evil. After all, the destruction process won't be able to be completely completed. The protagonist says sternly that they need to hurry. Haran says with an ominous smile that he obeys him after a while. Hyun-jun turns to Kimber in the earpiece. He asked if he could hear him. Hyun-jun called him by his name loudly and asked why Kimber suddenly became silent. Kimber leaned his shaking body against the tree. He wondered if he was still alive. Did Hoyle really let him live? Why did the protagonist feel sorry for him? Or was he not worthy of being paid attention to? Kimber rolled down, leaning his back against the tree and thought that whatever the reason, he thanked Ho for sparing him. Kimber looked at his hand, crying in fear, and said that he would not continue. Hyun-jung loudly asked into the earphone in his ear, what was he talking about? What kind of strange things was he saying? He needed to speak normally. Kimber said into the earphone that if they also wanted to live, they should not touch the protagonist at the same time. Hyun-jung held the phone to his ear and loudly addressed Kimber. He looked at the phone angrily and asked loudly, what's going on? The man looked at him and, surprise, raised his hand and asked, what's the matter? Hyun-jung angrily kicked the phone and said loudly that this idiot dropped him. It's a curse because a lot of money was invested in this business, that freak, Kimber said. The only thing that can help, it's hydro poison. He even took out a private loan. The man raised his hand and asked him to calm down. Hyun-jung angrily looked at him and asked loudly, really calm down? He quickly grabbed the man by the shirt and said loudly that it's good for him. It's not his money. The red-haired man angrily pushed Hyun-jung back and loudly asked him to stop. He asked why was Hyun-jung so angry? This is not like him at all. Hyun-jung raised his hand with terrifying rage and asked loudly, was he really angry? Had the red-haired man completely lost his mind? They are two calm freaks. Why are they so calm, right? They are one team. How much did Kimber pay them? The man clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and put his hand on his t-shirt and asked what suddenly happened to him. The red-haired man angrily asked loudly, what was Hyun-jung talking about? First, he needed to calm down and talk. H-jun got very angry and asked loudly, how much of his money did they agree to take for themselves at the same time? Romeo looks at the birds flying in the dark sky, the commander asked tensely. Did something really happen? The protagonist sternly, without confirming this, wondered what is this just a regular notification? No different from those that were when he first arrived on the island. The system window notifies that the influence of great evil has spread throughout the island. The natural enemy skill has been activated. Romeo thought that he began to feel it even more, as if the demon hunter's intuition is sending him a warning. The protagonist looks at the spreading streams of smoke. He thought with a serious expression that the demon was somewhere nearby. Hyun-jung furiously thrust the sword into the red-haired guy's body. The hunter gritted his teeth in fear and coughed loudly, saying that he was ugly. The red-haired guy knew that Hyun-jung was obsessed with money, but not to that extent. Hyun-jung asked with a puzzled expression, what is this? The system window notifies that he killed another player. Hyun-jung, standing among the corpses, loudly said that they were the first to conspire with Kimber to take his money for themselves. The system window notifies that he receives the golden fruit and 60 other trophies. Why? Kong fearfully covered his mouth with his hand, hiding behind a rock and filming what was happening. The viewers asked, is this really a murder? Can this even be shown on the broadcast? Why, Kong should not breathe, otherwise he will die. He looked away from behind the rock and field here. Hyun-jung smiled ominously and raised his sword, standing with the demon behind him, and said that he just got his own back after a while. Kong runs quickly, raising smoke under his feet. He thought with horror that this was murder. So the rumors that he killed people in the rift were true. Hyun-jung didn't see him, right? Viewers wrote that. The problem now is not in poor health. The viewer just entered the stream. What is going on here? Hyun-jung just killed the person. Wai Kong thought that, if he was not, he was finished too. First, he needed to run away from here. His foot quickly went under a branch lying on the ground. Felt scared when he felt it and thought that he was falling. The hunter grabbed him with his hand in surprise and asked loudly if Wai Kong was okay. He put his hand on his shoulder in surprise and asked if he was really being chased by monsters. Wai Kong thought it was the Pathfinder League, the viewers wrote that. They were Pathfinders, they were NPCs. Wong was lucky he should stick close to them. They were not fighters at all. If you think about their influence, no one could touch them, the hunter said with a smile that it looked like Wai Kong was scared he could sit here and rest. Wai Kong thought that even a free coup killed his comrades for money would not go against the Pathfinder League if he wanted to remain a player. He tensely put his hand on his head and thanked the hunter. Wai Kong thought that now everything would be fine. He was saved after a while. The drones were flying over the island. The reporter smiled and put his hand on the earpiece and said loudly into the microphone that the Arcana was with them today. Now they were seeing the last view of Yusra Island on the screens. The state of Ira is divided into 10 islands, each of which has a hidden treasure. The way to find these treasures is different on each island. It can be a hunt for the owner of the island, a monster with a name, or a search for fragments that need to be collected together. The Shining Guild found the island's treasure. The Pathfinder League found the island's treasure using different methods. Guilds and leagues received treasure. Is finally the last. Treasure Island now. Players and guilds are gathering here. The Shining Guild just arrived here. Camilla Cly said that their guildmaster was too ambitious. Rock, smiling, put his hand on his hip and said that this was all for the guild. The reporter asked loudly, "Haven't they already found 2 treasures in the western part?" This feels like the greatness of the #1 guild. People are proud of them, and there is information that the J and Guild also found a treasure in the eastern part. Nam Ach asked into the microphone in Tammin's ear. Did he understand this? He shouldn't do what he can't do, it is. Enough to earn contribution points? Tammin confidently asked him. Not to worry. Smiling, the correspondent said loudly that the Enuma Guild was nearby. They were on the same island as Jan, but did not have time to find the treasure. The head of HG has a displeased expression on his face. Next come the competitors of the Berserk and Second Sun Guilds. Which guild will find the last treasure? The correspondent asked to subscribe to their Arcana channel today. The hunters looked at something in amazement and said that this is simply amazing. Dmitri looked to the side in surprise and turned to Rox and said that the guildmaster interrupted him and agreed and said that he saw it. The correspondent was very surprised and said loudly that this is the Lion Art Order. This can't be a very unexpected event. The strongest order in the world has appeared. Shra looked at the order in surprise and said that he cannot believe. The correspondent said loudly that it is known that the head of the leader Haran is about level 600. Tamin turned to Nam Cho with a puzzled expression and asked into the microphone in his ear if he was imagining things. Leone angrily put her hand on her head, spread her legs apart, and said loudly that this was against the rules. The reporter said that Hoi was the head of this order. All the rankers immediately paid attention to him. His looks spoke of confidence that he would be the one to find the final treasure. Romeo confidently adjusted his tie. The prot and agonist thought that something was wrong with him. Of course. He knew that they would look at him, but he did not expect such an effect. Hoi fearfully put his hands on Romeo's shoulders. Hiding behind him, the reporter loudly said that the Lionheart Order, led by the protagonist, they could well make the major guilds worry. The hunter turned to Haizai with a serious expression and said that he saw this Korean in the county, who is Ho. Anyway, Hissy said that first of all they should be careful not to become enemies with him. Camilla smiled, put her hands on her head and said that she would say, right away, no matter what happened, and she would not fight with Hoyle. She only has one life. The protagonist looked around tensely and thought that they should stop looking at him. He was very uncomfortable. If they suddenly found out that Ho was actually weak, they would say that he was lying and bury him alive. Heron quickly looked at the protagonist in surprise and loudly called out his name. The ground instantly collapsed, raising lava upward. Taman, looking in surprise at the streams of flying lava, loudly asked what was going on. Was lava really coming out of the ground? All of a sudden, he loudly ordered everyone to run for cover. They needed to change their gear to firefighting gear. They needed to strengthen their resistance to fire. People had to move if they wanted to stay alive. Shra gritted his teeth in amazement. Looking up, he loudly said that this was the owner of the island. A giant lava carp of level 4 and 20th quickly jumped out of the lava. Leonie clenched her teeth, covered her face with her hand from the powerful stream of smoke, and said loudly that it was very hot. The hunter clenched his hands into fists, looked up and said that there was only lava around. It was impossible to get close to the fish, Shri said with fear on his face that they would first observe the situation. Tam Min loudly ordered to report on the losses. He loudly said that those who did not have firefighting equipment should go back, tanks and close combat. Fighters should change their equipment to mental weapons. This wall of lava blocks any long attack. How can they fight it if they can't even get close? Nam Cho tensely turned to his brother and told him into the microphone not to do what he couldn't do. Taemin resolutely raised his bloody sword. The reporter loudly said that it was a carp. A very large lava carp suddenly appeared even through the screen. The heat from this lava could be felt. The rankers couldn't get close to the monster because of the lava lake. The commander turned to Ho with a serious expression and asked if he was okay. Romeo raised his hand and said that there was no problem. Haran clenched his teeth tensely and said that he was glad to hear it. He had nothing to justify himself with. The commander said that he would become his sword, but he himself could not even get close to the monster. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He confidently said that there was no need to worry about it. He raised his hand and said that he would not have brought them here without some kind of plan. Rock, surprised, quickly turned his head to the side. Looking at something, he wondered if Romeo had just grinned in such a situation. But how was that? What kind of method did the protagonist come up with? Romeo raised his hand towards the lava, concentrating energy in it. He confidently thought that the use of magic can be divided into 3 stages: search, intervention, and manifestation. The lava around this carp is not a skill, it is part of nature. The hunters look at what is happening in amazement. Romeo thought that for Hark on this lava was nothing more than scattered stones. The hunters said in surprise that this could not did the main character really raise the lava into the air. People were watching this from the screens in amazement. Rock smiled in amazement. He asked where such a strange person came from. Romeo, smiling, directs the energy raising the lava into the air. Ho, looking tired, shaking and thinking that his mana was running out. Why is the commander standing there? He should beat the monster quickly. The correspondent from the flying drone said loudly that this was amazing. The lava was hovering. What kind of amazing in it was this? The path to the owner of the island was created. Heron smiled maliciously and laughed loudly. He joyfully raised his sword and quickly headed forward and said loudly that then he would make his contribution. Rox, looking in fear towards the flying lava, raised his hand and thought that he was distracted for a second. He loudly ordered the Shining Ones to head forward. The way is open and they must go on the attack. The hunters quickly headed towards the carp. Namcho angrily said into the microphone that there is no chance of getting a share for participation when Taemin is against Haran. He must get the bonus for the first hit. Taemin running furiously said loudly that he knows it. He looked at something in surprise. He looked at the carp jumping up and wondered what it was. The hunters, looking up in fear, asked loudly, "Did the carp really jump?" The monster quickly fell down, shaking the ground. Leon, standing under the rapidly falling stones, said loudly that the carp was behaving really annoyingly for some fish. Shri, look at what was happening, said loudly that they need to be careful. The monster jumped again. The reporter said loudly that the CP began to jump up and down again. It was impossible to get close to it. It seems that the battle will continue for quite a long time. Rock, surprised, felt bright lights behind his back. Several sharp stones quickly pierced the monster. The Grandmaster smiled and thought, what is this? Are these really spears made of stones? Shra looked sternly at Leon and said loudly that this is a change of state. She asked loudly with an incomprehensible look. What is this? Shri, looking at the protagonist standing on the cliff, said loudly that he cooled the lava to turn it into stone, like turning water into ice. Making a spear out of it is a completely different task. Such strong changes should not be possible, given the mana restrictions set by the system. Romeo confidently turned to Haran the commander with a terrifying aura. Quickly moved forward with the intention of attacking the carp. He instantly cut the monster with energy, causing it to scream in pain. The system window notifies that the protagonist has defeated the Great Lava Koi, the Hunter system. Windows notify that there is no reward due to low contribution to the Victory Rock, smiling, scratched his head with his hand and laughingly thought that for the first place of the Shining Ones, having zero contribution is shameful. He, clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand, ordered to go back. At the same time, the correspondent, with a joyful look, quickly looked at the laptop. Screen putting his hands on it, he loudly said into the microphone that the owner of the island was defeated. The ones who contributed the most to the victory were Ho and the lion, Art. Order, the reporter can't believe it. People should see how calm the protagonist is. How easy was it for Romeo to defeat the boss? Romeo and H shook with tired faces and rolled their eyes up the system window. Notifies that an item has been provided as a reward for a high contribution to the victory. The protagonist quickly looks at the treasure that has appeared. The reporter loudly said into the microphone from the flying drone that this is the island's treasure according to the reports, who has already received the treasure on another island. Romeo calmly put his hand on the energy sphere. He thought that this was the island's treasure, and it looked like this was the last one. The reporter looks at what is happening through the monitor screen in surprise. The hunters riddled their heads at the protagonist and asked why the destruction progress had not appeared. Isn't this the island's treasure? Streams of dark evil quickly headed towards Romeo. The system window notifies that Yusra Island is beginning to be absorbed by greed. The process of destruction. 9 out of 10. The hunters looked around in fear and asked, isn't it too late? The amount of treasures doesn't match? Is there really another one? Ho thought hard that it couldn't be, that Romeo felt greed when he took it. This treasure also didn't affect the progress of destruction just now. This strong demonic energy, the other treasure was consumed by greed again. At the same time, the island was enveloped in dark energy. Kong covered his mouth with his hand in fear, leaning his back on the hunter. Hyeon Jung, standing among the corpses of the hunter, stands near the treasure, directing dark streams of evil around the hunter, clenched his teeth in rage, and said loudly that this freak killed Julie. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said loudly that he needs to hold on. Hyeon Jung looks at the glowing sphere in his hand. In amazement, he felt pain. Put his hand on his head and ducked. Jung wondered what was happening. His head felt like it was going to explode. He didn't want this at all. The demon reached out to his face and asked what Hyeon Jung was talking about. The system window notified that Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, was looking at him. Greed, squeezing his neck with his hand, said that Hyeon Jing said he wanted it, so he helped him the system. Window notified that his mental resistance was too low. Greed said that he didn't even have the skill that the demon wanted yet. He helped Hyeon Jun get his. Now it was Greed's turn to take what was his. He quickly opened his toothy mouth. Jessica, running quickly, loudly ordered him to stop. She swung her weapon, striking the demon with energy. Why? Kay was surprised to see her. Jessica turned around and looked at him and asked if he was okay. Why wondered if this was the Lionheart order. He held back his tears and shook and thought that this meant that the protagonist really was then Romeo. Confidently covered his nose with his hand, did not let him think, and said that there was a strong smell of demons here. Why? Kong looked at him in amazement and thought that it was Ho. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his hand. Why? Kong confidently smiled, picked up the phone from the ground and loudly addressed the guys. Loudly asked how long they had been waiting. Cool stream of Kong oil fan resumes. Romeo was surprised and quickly felt something. Jessica raised her weapon and loudly said that Greed was still alive. She loudly asked the protagonist to give them an order. The system window notifies that a class quest has been created. Ho thought in fear that this is it. Hyeon Jun instantly raised his hands, clenching his palms into fists, and sent dark streams from his body around. The system window notifies that the deadly evil of Yusra Island is boiling. The protagonist, standing under the most powerful gusts of wind, wondered if this deadly evil really appeared right now. Heron, looking at what was happening, said loudly that this was the island's treasure. A bright sphere emitting light appeared above the ominous monster. It quickly began to collapse into many fragments. The system window notifies that the island's treasure is being desecrated by greed. Romeo looks at what is happening in amazement while Hool, gritting his teeth, covers his head with his hand. From the powerful streams of wind, the protagonist said loudly with tension, that this cannot be the system window, notifies that a class quest has been created. Greed must be prevented. From being resurrected, Romeo must ensure that greed does not touch the island's treasures. The destruction has already begun. At the same time, darkness quickly engulfed the island. The Guild of the Shining Ones was surprised to feel this darkness. The hunters sadly put her hands on Leon's shoulders and asked, "What is this?" The leader looks at what is happening in fear. A huge hand appeared from under the ground. It quickly headed to the side, creating rays of darkness. Hands fly at great speed to the light energy. Shra looked down warily, leaning back and asked loudly, "What is this?" Shaking dark hands grabbed the islands, joining them to the island and spreading dark energy. The reporter asked loudly, "What is going on?" The islands are merging into one at the same time. A man with fear on his face put his hand on the laptop and asked loudly, "Are they really saying that this is destruction?" The reporter said loudly, "Something is rising in the center of the United Island." Heron looked up in amazement and said loudly that this is amazing in front of the order, and hunters, a huge castle shrouded in smoke was formed. The reporter said loudly that this is a golden castle. It appeared right in the center of the island. The hunters looked at what was happening in surprise and asked, "Is this really all a castle made entirely of gold? Is this really the treasure of the island too?" Romeo wondered with a frightened look. "Is this really a castle made of gold? This is not true. This is the Palace of Greed, where unbridled greed sits on the throne. There is such an ominous aura around it that the protagonist does not want to approach the system window, notifies that he needs to make sure that greed does not touch the treasures of the island. This task is suspended." Romeo wondered. "Is the class quest suspended? They did not cope, did they?" The commander, furiously drawing his sword from its sheath, said loudly that something was approaching. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Yessa looked in surprise at the hand that appeared from the ground and clenched her hand into a fist. She frightfully loudly ordered everyone to watch their feet because there are undead there. The dead quickly began to rise from under the ground. The correspondent raised his hands with a malicious smile and loudly said into the microphone that first the suddenly appeared golden castle, and now also the undead. "What is happening here? They are now having an arcana today." The man smiled and looked at the ringing phone. He looked at the phone with fear on his face and called out to his comrade. The man asked, "Is this not the time for jokes?" The reporter was surprised and turned his attention to him. At the same time, the producer slammed his hand on the table. He said angrily and loudly that they need to stop them. Yunu Jam put the phone to his ear, raised his hand and introduced himself, and said that he had just received confirmation of a new update. The producer said loudly and furiously that at this rate they would really die. Soon they need to not prevent their invasion and just assess the entire island. He loudly asked to look at the enemy levels. The phone said that the destroyed rift update had appeared. Arcana greeted them and wrote that a new rift, the Golden Palace, had appeared in the Usara archipelago, the recommended level is from 600 to 650. The new boss is one of the 7 sins. The embodiment of greed, level 650. The restless warrior is level 500. Romeo calmly looks at the undead holding the phone in his hand. The hunter asked loudly, "Have they gone crazy? Everyone should look at the levels of these monsters." The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared. The main character needs to make sure that greed does not touch the treasures of the island. He needs to suppress the army of the UN dead and defeat one of the 7 sins. The embodiment of greed. Ho thought he was going crazy. The hunter, standing among the undead, raised his hand and loudly ordered to evacuate civilians. First, members of the League of Rangers should come here. Romeo, confidently walking towards the undead, thought that they should not give them meaningless quests, mobs of level 500 and a boss of level 650. Heron, looking away with fury, loudly addressed the knights, ordered them to hold the line and slowly retreat. Romeo, with a stern look, thought that in such a situation he, without thinking, turned to the commander. Haken turned loudly, addressed Hoi, and said that there were a lot of enemies here, and the main character needed to be careful. Romeo, with a serious look, asked, "Is the oath about becoming his sword still in force?" He thought that it was necessary to keep Haran at any cost. The commander looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is the protagonist really planning to fight?" Romeo, clenching his fists, confirmed this. Haken said that the enemy was formidable, and the protagonist's life would be in danger. Romeo said with confidence that the demons must be killed, and there was no other way. The commander was amazed by his words. He smirked and said that there was no fear in H's gaze, if only the protagonist had been with him. Then H, fearfully squeezing Romeo's shoulder with his hand, wondered what he was even talking about. Heron must help them. The commander loudly addressed the Order of the Lionheart, and raising his sword up loudly said that they would keep the oath of their hearts. The knights must make sure that Ho gets to his formidable enemy. The knights confidently raised their bloody swords and loudly said that this was in the name of the lion. Wai Kong, looking at what was happening in surprise, sitting on the ground, asked, "Are they really going to enter the spectators?" Watching what was happening, asked, "What is this?" Heron can't be abandoned. It's hopeless, why? KH asked, "Is it really that?" Castle many undead were heading out of the castle with the intention of attacking Romeo. Confidently raised his hand and L loudly ordered the knights to go forward. The NPC angrily showed the phone screen and loudly addressed the sir and asked him to look. At the video, someone seems to be trying to break in already. Suam, looking tensely at the video, loudly asked, "Have they really gone crazy? Didn't they see the update?" The reporter quickly addressed the player. Ho and the Lionheart order through the earpiece. He loudly said that they went to attack the undead army. Are they trying to capture the Golden Palace? We need to listen to their expert's opinion. People are watching Yikang's broadcast. The reporter said that in the meantime, people are saying that the company believes that the island should be isolated and assessed. Romeo confidently crossed his arms and thought that this was good. The Lionheart Order is fighting better than expected, as the protagonist thought the continent's top-notch knights are peerless in foot combat as well. Romeo surrounded his hand with energy and thought that his man of recovery was progressing well. At this rate, they should be able to join the battle soon. The man turned to Shri and asked, shouldn't they head out now if they wanted to join the attack to get at least some contribution points? Shri looked at the phone screen in surprise while holding it in his hand and said that heading out now would be suicide if you think about it. It's reckless, no. Guild will join this mission. They will most likely be defeated and quickly retreat. Romeo turned around sternly and looked at the undead standing behind him. He wondered if this was a resurrection. The undead were enveloped in green. Resurrection mana. Hoi gritted his teeth in fear and thought that he still didn't have enough mana. A bright stream of light quickly lit up in the distance. The hunters looked at the flying beam of flame in surprise. Shrey looked away in confusion. Romeo looked at the stream of smoke with a surprised expression. The Jay and Guild and Berserker attacked the undead, creating flashes of fire around them. Taemin looked away in surprise. Leonie looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this?" The reporter said loudly that Jayan and Berzer are here. This is an unexpected event. Jayan and Berzer followed the player Ho and entered the Golden Palace. Taemin calmly looked at the head of the Berzer. She asked, shaking with anger, "Where is he looking?" The huntress put her hands on Leon's shoulders and asked her to be more polite. The reporter said that this is an interesting coincidence. Both guilds have a history of cooperating with the player Ho in raids. The protagonist smiled and put his hand on Romeo's shoulder and wondered, will they really help them? The protagonist confidently raised his hand and said that they will help him. Hoi fearfully wondered, what is he even saying? You have to ask with respect. Romeo said with a stern look that he will not ask nicely anymore. The protagonist grabbed him tensely with his hands and wondered if he has gone crazy. Leonie, shaking with a terrifying look, said that she still came to help because they owe a debt, and Romeo is still an ugly person. The huntress, smiling, put her hand on her head and turning to her sister told Leon not to look like that. The huntress asked her to express herself more decently. Namchul, seriously raising his hand, addressed him Min into the microphone. He said that this is their chance. His brother must impress Hotaman. Confidently placing his hand on the earpiece in his ear, accepted the task. The two guild leaders look at the protagonist with horror. Romeo, with an unperturbed look, picking his finger in his ear, thought that they look evil and Nock turned towards the risen undead. He opened his mouth in anger and said loudly that they were being reborn. The hunter confidently placed his hand on the undead's face and loudly called it. Cursed. Taemin turned tensely to the side and loudly ordered the priest to quickly cast blessings and protection. He said that in order to completely kill the undead, God's help was needed. Ho gritted his teeth and placed his hand on Romeo's shoulder and thought that the others would take away all the deposits if only he could somehow strengthen the Lionheart Knights. Romeo calmly placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and said that the knights also needed blessings and protection. She looked at him in amazement. How tearfully asked for forgiveness in his thoughts, and Nock looked at the bright light above in. Surprised, the Jay and priests loudly said that they would support them. They directed the bright light to the side and loudly told Hoi to fight calmly. The system window notifies that God's blessing is with the protagonist. His combat ability against the undead increases dramatically. Leone clenched her fist in anger and said loudly that they got there first. She was also going to throw some good effects at them. Namio confidently smiled and said loudly into the microphone that he and Tam Min did it. The knights confidently ran quickly with the intention of attacking and said loudly that it was good fighting with a blessing was a different matter. The knights said loudly that they would kill them all. Romeo crossed his arms and looked at Tamine, who was cutting down the undead with his sword, and said that he would remember his kindness. The head, Jen addressed the protagonist by name with a smile and asked what effects he needed. He pointed at himself with a bloody face and asked if he needed the blessing of God or protection. Whatever Hoyle wanted, the priests would provide it. Romeo refused him and said that he did not believe in something as absurd as God. Hoole angrily pressed his hand to his lips and asked him to be silent in his thoughts. Harkon looked at him in surprise, sighing heavily. He turned to Haran with a frightened look. The commander sat down, covering his head with his hand, and made a sound of pain. He looked at the light silhouette that appeared in front of him and said that he no longer believed in God. Haran asked with a terrifying look, "Is this really His Majesty?" A dark hand of evil quickly moved from the castle to Haran. Everyone quickly looked at this and loudly said that the palace gates opened. They must retreat immediately. Dark streams of evil quickly began to approach the commander's eyes. The knights loudly called out his name. Haran, agreeing, said that he promised this to His Majesty. The commander remembered the past. He knelt down on one knee in the light castle and, putting his fist on his heart, addressed His Majesty. Haran said that they say that the leader of the demon army has appeared in the northwestern canyon. His Majesty can only give an order, and the commander will immediately move forward to meet him. His Majesty calmly props up his face with his hand. He turned to Haran and stood up from the throne and said that thousands of warriors will once again die at the hands of demons. The king looked at the bright light in the window and said that demons appeared and the adventurers disappeared. Even the wizard's tower, which was investigating this phenomenon, disappeared in an inn, as if that were not enough. All over the empire, people began to disappear without a trace. The king asked God every night, if this world really ended, was this His will? God never answered his prayers. Maybe he disappeared too. The king turned back and looked at the commander and addressed him by name and asked what he thought about it. Had God really abandoned them? Haran sadly turned to His Majesty and said that the reason for everything was the demons. God had not abandoned them. The demons simply blocked their path to God. The commander confidently squeezed his cloak with his hand and loudly said his name and said that he would go to them, defeat the leader of the demons, and thereby open the path to God. The king calmly said that everything was fine because he no longer believed in God. Hakan was very surprised by the words spoken. The king calmly said that he did believe in the commander. However, Haran smiled upon hearing the words of His Majesty. He came out of his memories. The knights quickly attack a multitude of undead. The commander confidently loudly ordered them to attack. He loudly said that His Majesty was waiting for them. The knights must not surrender. Haran looked at the standing demon in surprise and thought that this was the leader. Greed calmly looks at what was happening. The commander thought that he should just kill him. Hakan, with a terrible rage, quickly walked towards the demon, raising his hand in front of him. He said loudly that he would kill Greed. The demon calmly looks at this. Holding the reins of the horse in his hand, he smirked and said that it was too late. The commander looked in surprise at the energy that appeared around him, preventing him from going further. The knights' bodies were quickly enveloped in light energy. Haran thought with a frightened look that this should not be. The commander extended his hand towards the demon, dissolving in the light. At the same time, all the people were watching this on their phones. The order instantly appeared in the city among the rays of light. Haran looked at the people in surprise and wondered where they were. This cannot be. He must return to His Majesty. Everything turned out to be not real, but the commander's imagination. He returned to where he was and looks at a bright silhouette. The outline of the king is visible in it. Haran raised his hand, shaking. He clutched the bloody sword with his other hand and said that he walked from place to place to find a way back to him. His Majesty the king was here all this time. The commander asked for forgiveness for their slowness from His Majesty. The hunters and knights watch what is happening with incomprehension. Hakan, with a terrifying look enveloped in rays of evil, said his name and said that he will become his sword and kill all the enemies of His Majesty. Hul looks at what is happening in fear, standing among the dark streams. Romeo watches the terrifying appearance of the possessed commander, standing among the rays of evil energy. Ho thought that Haran said that he would be his sword. The commander, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, stands surrounded by darkness. Jess, looking at him with fear, turned to the commander and asked if he was okay. Leon asked in amazement what was going on. Why did he start talking like that? Ho bit his fingernail with tension and thought that out of all of them, Haran was the one who got possessed. It must be some kind of bad effect. Mental control can be harder than possession from time to time. The leader, standing still, instantly disappeared. He instantly appeared behind the protagonist, raising his sword with the intention of attacking. Taemin quickly delivered a powerful punch to the leader. Throwing him aside, he smiled and loudly addressed Hoyle and said that the protagonist is safe. Romeo ominously turned his head back to Min with a puzzled look. Can't say anything, Nam Chol said into the microphone. That the leader overdid it. Taemin said that he was just worried about Hoy's safety. The brother disagreed with him and said that no matter what happened, who is the leader to get in the protagonist's way? Nam Chol asked him to look at H and said that he was definitely disappointed. What should they do? Taemin asked. It seemed like Hoy was really offended. What should he do? The protagonist is still restoring his mana with a puzzled expression. H, coming to his senses with tension, thought that his mana had almost recovered. If it weren't for Taemin, he would have definitely died. Where is Haran now? Romeo quickly looked at Anak, who was fighting with the commander. The knight, blocking the attack with fury, loudly addressed Harkon and asked him to come to his senses. It's them. Shouldn't they return to His Majesty together? The commander tensed up and stopped after the knights words. He clenched his teeth and asked him to shut up. Heron asked how demons D to mention His Majesty. Inak, angrily clenching his teeth, asked loudly, "What do demons mean?" He turned to the commander and asked loudly, "Do they really seem like demons to him?" Jessica, holding a sword in her hand, said loudly in amazement that it was them. Heron, rising up with the help of dark energy, said that now they dare to insult his order. The commander, with a terrifying look, quickly raised his sword with the intention of attacking and said that he did not want to listen to this anymore. Who looked at this in surprise and wondered, could this really be a glow? Haran headed towards the knights with great speed, cutting through the air and leaving behind dark smoke. Enoch loudly ordered everyone to be careful because the commander was going straight ahead. A powerful beam hit the ground, breaking the earth's crust and throwing stones. Aside, Tam Men with rage loudly ordered everyone to be careful. Everyone must go on the attack. Hakan, surrounded by energy, quickly flies towards them. He instantly flew B with a terrifying look, holding a bloody sword in front of him. A powerful stream of energy hit the ground, creating a dent in it. The hunter stand under a powerful wind of energy and smoke, barely able to stand on their feet. Haran, with an ominous aura in his eyes, quickly raised his sword. He instantly flew between the hunters. The commander confidently landed on the ground, raising a sword illuminated by energy. He hit the ground with great force, raising bright rays of light upward. Many streams went to the sides along the ground, destroying it. Drones. F, among the rubble and dark smoke, the huntress, coughing loudly, turned to her sister and asked how she was. Leonie, sitting on the ground, said that she just stumbled, and Knock loudly asked for help and said that he was stuck under the rocks. Is there a healer here? He loudly asked someone to help him. The knight, looking down in surprise, loudly turned to Jessica. She, looking sternly at them, said that she was fine and they should better take care of Anosh Taemin. Tired put his hand on his head and thought that Heron, what kind of monster is this? He looks more like a disaster than a man. Nam Chol turned to his brother and loudly asked into the microphone if he was hurt anywhere. Tamin, leaning on his sword, did not confirm this. He clenched his teeth and said that everything was fine. The head, surprised by something, lowered his hand from his face. Everyone is watching something strange with amazement on their faces. Romeo holds his hand up. Haran is kneeling in front of him. People said loudly that it was amazing. Enoch, sitting on the ground with confusion, thought that the protagonist had stopped their furious commander with one gesture. What kind of power is this? The spectators watching what was happening wrote in the chat that Ho didn't even blink an eye. He himself knows that he is very strong. Romeo, with an unperturbed look, holds his hand in front of him with a position so that he won't be hit. The commander looks at him in surprise without saying anything. Haran asked, what was wrong with the protagonist? Why among this blurry multitude of demons? Only Romeo seems clear. The protagonist, with a calm look, thought that he didn't know. How could he know what the commander sees? Maybe it's because he is a demon hunter. This could be one of the effects of the exorcism. Skill Heron sternly asked the protagonist to state his name, otherwise he would have to defeat him. Romeo thought that if he didn't speak, he would die. He urgently needed to say something. He couldn't say anything with a straight face. The protagonist was very scared because of this. Ho thought with fear that this was very bad. He couldn't even make a sound because of the shock. Haran, surrounded by an ominous aura, walked towards him and asked if Romeo was silent or couldn't answer. Who, frightened, raised his hands and didn't agree with him and then confirmed his words. The commander said with a terrifying look that no matter what, it would become unimportant once the protagonist was killed, who thought that the commander should wait. Romeo extended his hand towards Hakan. The commander wondered with confusion, what did this mean? Did they really want to deceive him? Seeing the silhouette of the protagonist, he noticed the brooch on his jacket. The dark aura instantly disappeared from Harkin's eyes. He thought that it was that brooch. The commander remembered the past. He got down on one knee and said that this brooch was given to the tower by His Majesty. The main character saved their lives in the Order of the Lian. Hart swears allegiance to the owner of the Bro Hoyle Haran, confidently holding the sword in his hand, said that they would become his sword. The commander raised his hand in surprise, coming out of his memories, and asked, is this really the main character? Romeo and Hoyle wondered in amazement. Has Hakan really come to his senses as expected sincerity? Worksho put his hands on his cheeks and pressed them, exhaling air from his mouth. The system window notified that the exorcism skill level had increased. Romeo looked at the system window with a calm expression. He wondered, did the exorcism really work? The system window notified that the skill level had increased. Exorcism had become level 2, and new effects had been added. Who wondered what were these new effects? Hakan quickly turned around with a frightened look. He loudly asked the protagonist to be careful. Romeo sternly looked at the dark energy rushing towards him. Rays of evil approached his eye. The protagonist instantly found himself in the demon space. Hai was surprised and thought this place. It seems like he found himself in the palace of this guy's mind. Then he must be. Singrid sternly looked down and said that he simply wanted to protect his kingdom. His precious kingdom of Uzra. The demon remembers the past and tells about it. The lands and seas were bountiful. The soil was full of shining gems, and the people loved each other. There was peace and everyone was happy until one day a stranger appeared on their shores. The people of the kingdom, like the demon, welcomed the stranger. Warmly they sent him back, giving him all the help they could, but in return they were invaded. Greed's people did not know how to fight. They trampled their kingdom. Greed looked sternly at the intruder and asked what was the reason for all this. If they desired the stones, they could share them with him. The stranger, smiling, maliciously laughed loudly and asked, what do you mean by sharing? Why would he do that if the stranger can get everything by simply plundering them? Then why share? The demon threw his head back in horror and put his hands on it and was filled with evil greed coming out of his memories, with rage stretched out. His hands to the protagonist's throat, he said loudly with anger that everything was his and no one else's. Only his. Romeo looked at him imperturbably. The demon said loudly that this island, this ocean, this sky, they are not his, they are everything. The protagonist interrupted him with rage and loudly asked him to shut up. He said loudly that greed had made too much noise over some small amount of money. Romeo could not listen to this anymore. The demon asked with a puzzled look what he was talking about. The protagonist confidently put his hand on his heart and said that all wealth was useless. Romeo would show him that the only thing that could be taken away from greed was the pride in his chest. The demon, angry, clenched his teeth and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist, looking confident, instantly moved back. Heron tensely stretched out his hand towards him and loudly asked if everything was okay. The demon had just done it. Romeo, without letting him finish speaking, quickly directed the energy from his hand towards the palace and thought that the foundation of the palace was needed. He only needed to interfere with it a little. A powerful light energy surrounded the palace of greed. The pillars instantly became covered with cracks. People looked at what was happening. In amazement, the reporter with great surprise put his hands on the laptop and looking at the screen loudly said that something incredible was happening. The palace quickly began to collapse and its debris rose up. Roxas, smiling, looking at the phone, said that the main character was a monster. The reporter loudly said into the microphone that the absolute monster was destroyed. H, tiredly lowering his head, thought that his mana was at its limit, but at least he did not pass out. He needed to rest a little. Romeo confidently, loudly ordered, "Greed to come out!" He asked the demon to look at how meaningless wealth is. Look at how many soldiers sacrifice themselves to protect him. How can greed call itself their ruler? A huge, dark energy monster rose up from the broken palace and said loudly, "How dare Romeo? The main character dared to destroy his palace. His wealth. Did Romeo dare to call him one of the deadly sins greed, could he? A human do this?" The monster angrily sent streams of dark energy to the sides. Greed said loudly that he would swallow them all, Romeo along with his. Warriors Taman tensely clenched his teeth, clenched his hand into a fist, freeing himself from the dark energy and said loudly that this was another abnormal state. Leonie, tired, looking at the R that constrained her movements, said loudly that they must endure this. The healers must give good effects. She felt severe pain and thought that she could not breathe at all. Did Leonie not endure even a second the hall? System window notifies that the deadly sin of greed has turned its attention to her. The demon said loudly that he would turn them all into undead and they would stand guard over his wealth for eternity. Taman looked at his shaking hands in fear and thought that this could not be. He would rather commit suicide. Then, before he could think, the system window notified him that his assessment of the situation was impaired due to a desire that he could not control. Romeo said loudly with great rage that this was enough. The knights looked around. In surprise, everyone quickly looked at the protagonist standing in front of them. The demon asked loudly how Romeo had escaped from his dominion over his mind. "He is one of the 7 deadly sins. The original sin is greed," Romeo said with an unperturbed expression that the demon was either greed nor a deadly sin. The system window notified him that the protagonist had chosen the vampire. Sphere as an absorption. The exorcism skill is activated. The passive effect of the skill is that it protects nearby allies from abnormal conditions. Active effect lures the selected demon into his mind. Romeo, confidently holding the sphere in his hand, asked the last king of the Uzra kingdom to wake up the demon. Opened his toothy mouth in confusion. The protagonist sternly said that it was time to correct his mistakes. This sphere instantly split, directing light energy to D-side. The demon laughed loudly and said that what else did Romeo want? Such an attack is easy to avoid. The last king of the Ira kingdom. Hakuna calmly extended his hand and said that this was enough because his palace had already fallen. The demon, illuminated by powerful rays of light, turned to Haran and said that he had betrayed before he could finish speaking. His body instantly tore apart. Why looks at what is happening in surprise, seeing the broadcast. Everyone watches this on the screens with amazement on their faces. The correspondent happily put his hand on the earphone and sighed loudly and said that the protagonist did it. He just doesn't know when to stop. Who is this? This man emerged from the remains of the original sin. Hakuna is kneeling in front of the protagonist. He looked at his hand indifferently and asked, "What is this place?" Hakuna just committed suicide along with the mortal sin. "So, how does this happen?" he asked. Romeo, is the protagonist really the one who stood up against greed? Romeo looked calmly through the system pop-up windows and thought that he couldn't hear the king at all. He would probably need a year to check everything. The system window notifies that the hidden quest has 9 seconds left. Romeo was surprised to think that this is a quest with a time limit. Is this really a hidden quest? This is of course very good. The system window notifies that the hidden quest Usra Kingdom has appeared. Hakuna, who is about to commit suicide, along with greed, has not yet found a reason to continue living. The pro-protagonist must remind him that he is the king of Uzra. The remaining time is 8 seconds. Romeo needs to place the crown on the body of King. Yusraho wondered what crown, where should he get the crown. Now the system window notifies that the remaining time is 7 seconds. Hoi tensely asked the system to let him think. Romeo and Hoi looked at the system window in surprise, which notifies that they need the island's treasure, the broken crown. This Is an epic rank quest item. The protagonist remember how he got the crown and thought that this is it? The reporter asked loudly with a smile. Who is this mysterious stranger? He appeared in the same place where Greed died. Maybe this is the original form of Greed or another original sin player Hill took. Something out of his inventory. Shri gritted his teeth in surprise and watching what was happening on his phone asked, Is this really a crown? Romeo brought the crown shrouded in light to the man's head. Hakuna looked at his hands in surprise and said loudly that this was his body. Body, the system window. Notifies that the quest has been completed. Ho sighed in relief and put his hand on his heart, thinking that he had received a crown after defeating the turtle. The protagonist thought that it was just a useless item that had accidentally received a high rank, so this is how it was supposed to be used. It is a great relief for him. The system window notifies that Hool has fulfilled the conditions. The secrets of the Waira archipelago will be revealed. Romeo looks at the bright light coming from the system window with admiration. The hunters looked in amazement at the system, windows that notified them that someone had revealed the secret of the Ozra archipelago. At the same time, the hunter raised his hand in anger and loudly asked, What is this supposed to mean? Does this mean that the rift has been cleared? What kind of guild is this? Someone said loudly that it was not a guild. The hunter asked loudly, What is he? Even talking about the girl turning to the guildmaster loudly asked him to look at this notification. Rock, smiling, put his hand on his neck and laughing asked, Is it really someone? The viewer of the broadcast asked, What kind of notification just came? He thought some kind of disaster had begun. Who is this? Someone, why? Kong, frightened, quickly looked up and loudly said that was all. The correspondent put his hands on his head in great surprise. Watching what was happening, he said loudly that there was a worldwide notification. The same message was being broadcast to players all over the world right now. Hull, covering his face with his hand, from the bright light, wondered what this meant. Did someone reveal the secret? Is it really talking about him? The ancient kingdom of Ira reveals it. The hunters looked at the system windows in amazement, standing on the split ground from which bright rays were shining. The brightest streams of light quickly headed upward. The hunters looked at the rays coming from the ground. In surprise, the knight said loudly with tension that a historical sight was rising from underground. The commander, looking up with surprise on his face, said that this was amazing. This was the ancient kingdom of Ira. The system window announced that a new region, the kingdom of Ira, had been discovered. The man was very surprised, looking at the buildings that had appeared, and asked loudly, What was this? The reporter said loudly that the man would film the views later, but now he should zoom in on the camera as much as possible. The man said that this was the maximum he could zoom in on. The reporter said loudly that then the man should run there with his camera. Romeo looks up with a calm expression. Ho wondered what this was. He looked at the king who had risen up and wondered what had suddenly started. Hakuna knelt down and introduced himself. The system window notified that Hool had become the savior of the Ozra kingdom. His kinship with the Ozra kingdom had reached its maximum limit. The protagonist influence in the kingdom had reached its maximum limit. The authority in the kingdom feature had been activated. Hakuna said that he expressed his deep gratitude to the savior of the king and the kingdom. Tameen asked in amazement, was this really the king of Usra? The huntress, holding her hands on Leon's shoulders, said that the king was very handsome. Should she go and meet him? Leon asked with a tired expression. What? Was she even talking about why Khan watched what was happening in surprise while sitting on a tree branch? Hoyle looked at what was happening with great surprise. Hakuna put his hand on his chest and addressed the respected savior and asked if he could know his name. Hoyle put his hand on Romeo's shoulder with a serious expression and thought that he couldn't be inconsiderate, even if he was the fallen king of an ancient kingdom. He was still the king. The protagonist asked Romeo to be polite. Romeo sternly said his name. The hunters were surprised and thought that it was very disrespectful. Hakuna raised his hand with a smile and said that he understood everything. The protagonist's name will be remembered for generations and generations after them. The hunters stopped with puzzled expressions that it was a very formal speech. Leon asked, shouldn't it be the other way around? He acts like a fool, with everyone heard what she said and thought that Leonie was right. Tameen addressed the protagonist by name and said that he didn't say anything. The king put his hand on his chest with a smile on his face and said that when he was a knight of greed, Romeo told him that it was time to correct his mistakes. The protagonist sternly thought that Hakuna would not repeat his words. Hoyle smiled and clutched his hair with his hand. The king looked away and said that when he heard this, he decided to kill himself along with the mortal sin. The protagonist, Syed, saved him and returned the crown to him. Haran looked at what was happening tensely. Hakuna lowered his head and asked for what reason Romeo did this. What does he expect from him? From the king who destroyed his subjects with one mistake at the same time. On the island, the subordinates quickly ran after the leader and loudly asked why they were running. Shra angrily clenched his teeth and ran at great speed and loudly said that they should stop crying and move faster. This is the first national level update in the history of the Arcana. A new era appeared on the earth. Shra confidently clenched his hand into a fist and loudly said that this is Ira. He thought that this country was very valuable in the past times of the Arcana, numerous cities and villages, as well as rare monsters, hidden treasures, and the resources of the land itself. It will definitely bring in a lot of money if only they can restore it. Shra should take his chance while he can. The hunter with a tired look clenched his hand into a fist and said loudly that when they wanted to go, the guildmaster refused. Shra, with great joy, ran forward and said loudly that he was scared. Then Romeo, with a calm look, did not say anything, and the king looked at him. The protagonist said that he believed that it would be the right choice to restore. The kingdom of Uzra, the hunters asked, "What does it mean to restore? Is it really possible?" Hakuna was very surprised by his words. He looked down and asked who would follow the king, who once turned away from his subjects. Romeo, with a serious look, said that it depended on how the king behaves in the future. In order for Hakuna to regain his pride by correcting his mistakes, the protagonist will help him. The king was very surprised by what Romeo said. He smirked, lowered his head, and said that the protagonist seemed to be reading his thoughts. The system window notified that a hidden quest the U's kingdom had appeared. The awakened king wanted to correct his mistakes and revive the Asura kingdom to regain his pride. The conditions for successful completion were not shown. Romeo, looking away, thought that it was all written in the quest window. Hakuna lowered his head, put his hand on his chest, and said that it would be as the protagonist wished. Shra quickly appeared, put his hands on his hips, and said loudly that everything was exactly like that. He smiled, put his hand on his chest, and said loudly that such a great kingdom as Yam must be restored. The Second Sun Guild, will help in any way they can. The guildmaster raised his hand, smiling, and asked the hunters for forgiveness. They wondered if Shra was trying to make some money. He was a very impudent person. Shra put his hand on Tammin's shoulder and looked at the protagonist. He raised his hand with a smile and said loudly that he must be Ho. The guildmaster had heard a lot about him. Shag thought that this protagonist was the one in control of the situation. He needed to meet him. He quickly grabbed Romeo's hand with a smile and said loudly that it was nice to meet him. All of them in the Second Sun were his fans. The hunters watched this with great surprise. Shag happily looked at the protagonist, who turned to him. He tensely clenched his teeth and thought that the atmosphere was not very good. Maybe the guildmaster did something wrong, Hawken loudly asked. Where are his mainers? Tammin smiled and put his hand on his chin and thought that Shag had just been refused. The guildmaster tensely looked at Romeo. He laughed and said that it seemed like he had been too rude. Why did Shag grab the protagonist's left hand? Romeo sternly clenched his teeth and thought that he almost fell asleep. The protagonist couldn't even close his eyes. It seemed like he had used too much mana. Ho still destroyed the entire palace and performed the exorcism ritual. Fatigue catches up with him and he can soon fall asleep. He needs to get home and sleep. Romeo looked away, ignoring Share and turning to Hakuna. The king of Ira said that he had a proposal for him. Everyone watched what was happening in surprise. Sometime later at the headquarters of the Berserk Guild, the news says that Jan and Berserk will work together to restore Ira. Haran remains in the kingdom of Yura. Under the photo of Shrey is written, "Is he really an empty space?" Leonie and her assistant, with a strong smile on their faces, laughed loudly at what they saw. The hunter asked, smiling, "Who wants ice cream?" He raised his hand in surprise and asked what's wrong with them. Have they really gone completely crazy? The hunter, reading the newspaper, said that it looks like they posted an article about how he performed poorly in public. The hunter asked what is he talking about in the chat. Under Shiar's video, viewers wrote that he has no shame at all. He has no politeness, and that's why no one paid attention to him. The hunter smiled and pointed at the phone and laughed loudly along with the huntresses at the same time in the Gen Guild headquarters. The news says that Shra Shane continues because old posts were found in the photo. The guildmaster has a cigarette in his mouth and a funny quote written under it. Namchul hugged his brother with tears in his eyes from joy and said loudly that they did it. And Taemin was a good boy. He happily put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said loudly that he was proud of him, Taemin. Got the quest to restore the Aire kingdom. His brother, smiling, disagreed with him and said that he just did everything as his brother said. Namchul, shouting loudly, asked how he could express all this. Joy. He loudly asked his brother to let him kiss him. Taemin tensely refused him, the hunter looking at them. In surprise asked, "What was wrong with these two? Is the quest to restore Aira really that good?" The man, looking away with a serious expression, said that the quest was not just good. This is the first kingdom that appeared after the Arcana began to update. In reality, once the reconstruction is over, its value will become very high. The man, smiling, raised his glass and said that he is sure that now a lot of people are trying to establish good relations with the Usra kingdom. Shri was one of them. Taemin furiously pushes his brother away from himself with his hand. The man said that its value reaches astronomical heights. Because this is the first update of a national scale. In addition, the kingdom is known for its natural wealth. It has a lot of potential. The nearby regions will be useful for raising levels since monsters are reborn in them. Perhaps an update will be released later for the store or auction site if they become influential enough or become related to the kingdom. They will receive the title of aristocrat after the reconstruction. The hunter quickly troubled forward, loudly addressed who. He loudly asked to add them to the quest to restore Aira. They are from the military guild and are very good at digging the hunters. Furiously clenched their palms into fists and loudly addressed the protagonist and asked, "Where is he?" The hunter is sure that Ho turned here before a crack formed on the wall surrounded by energy. Romeo calmly broke the wall and looked forward with his hand raised, Hoyle with a tired look. Thought that he was very exhausted. At this rate he won't get home in all this mess. Maybe he should go to the magician's tower. Then the protagonist sighed, put his hand on the broken wall and lied away. He looks in surprise at the blonde hair in front of his face. Jessie, hanging in the air above Romeo, greeted him loudly. She happily put her hands on her cheeks and said loudly that she had been waiting for him for a long time. H, frightened, opened his mouth wide and thought he saw a ghost. After some time, Jessie lowered her hat, bowed, and asked how he was doing. Romeo, with a stern look, raised his hand. In front of his face, he said terrifyingly that it was very polite who thinks that he is very tired. The protagonist, holding out his hand, said that he doesn't have any tea with him now, but she can sit down. It turns out that the rocket doesn't reach the magician's tower. Jessie happily said, loudly, that this is good. It would be bad if a rocket hit them, but she can stop the rocket. Romeo tiredly put his hand on his face and thought, what is she even talking about? The protagonist asked her to talk about what she wants. Jessie said loudly that she had some questions about magic. She watched a lot of videos about. Ho, the protagonist, was extremely skilled in research, intervention, and manifestation. Romeo, uninterested, put his hand on his face and said that he was already tired. The protagonist thought that today was a very long day. Jessie said that Hoy was able to copy the spell of the supreme mage Marcello on the first. Try Romeo without listening to her. Thought that he had a lot to think about. Jessie said loudly that her teacher also said that the protagonist was more than a genius. Romeo thought that he needed to think about, especially the deadly sin of greed. He said original sin but did not recognize his exorcism skill, a demon of. Such an order should recognize a demon hunter. It can't be any other way. Jessie raised her hand, smiling, and pointed 2 fingers forward and asked, so the power that the main character uses is magic? She looks at Romeo expectantly. Jessie addressed him by name. The main character closed his eyes and crossed his arms. Without answering her, Jessie looks at him in surprise, and Rome does not react to her. In any way, she opened her mouth and extended her finger forward. Jessie stood on the table and brought her hand to the main character's face. She put her finger on his closed eyelid. Romeo instantly opened his eyes wide. He looks in, surprised at the empty chair and the note on the table. The main character wondered, is this really a dream? Which of these was a dream? It is written on the piece of paper that Jessie will come next time. Romeo thought that it seemed that he was really exhausted and even fell asleep right in front of the person, the main character, looking at the piece of paper in his hand, said that it was a little indecent on his part. He turned his attention to the system window that appeared in surprise. The system window notifies that the quest, Marcello's research, has appeared. The supreme mage of the tower wants to reach new heights. In the study of magic with him, Romeo. must prove himself and convince the senior mages there are only 20 of them. The protagonist thought that he was wondering what the calm was lately. It couldn't have happened that the mages in this tower would so easily accept the researcher. Besides, in fact, he simply got this position thanks to Marcello without deserving it. Romeo expected that there would be some kind of test. Ho tiredly opened his mouth wide and raised his hands, wondering why today he was so sleepy. Today, Romeo rubbed his eyes with his hand. He looked at the door and allowed the mage to enter. Marcello, holding a book in his hand, opened the door slightly and said that it was him. Man said that he was in a hurry to meet Hoyle because he needed to say something. Romeo, opening one eye, interrupted him and said that he knew why the Supreme Mage was here. He confidently said that he needed to prove himself. Marcello wondered in surprise what was wrong with the protagonist's hair. He apologized and said that it was because of his shortcomings that people did not trust Ho. Romeo headed in his direction, straightened his jacket, and said that it was not the Supreme Mage who was lacking something. Hoyle thought that he was lacking sleep. Marcel looked at him in, apologized OLAD, not understanding what the protagonist was talking about. Romeo confidently asked Marcello to lead him. He said that since they did not believe in him, he would make them believe. The system window notified that he needed to convince the senior mages this was Bilia. Yesha's challenge the senior mages wished to greet the researcher. Romeo needed to attend their conference. After a while, the mages were sitting at the tables, the senior mage of the healing school. Bia smiled sarcastically and put her hand on her chin. She thought that it was a pity, but it would be impossible for Ho to prove that he was qualified. This is a third-tier ceiling. Magic cast by the 3 senior mages. The protagonist won't be able to enter this room, much less find it in the first place. The protagonist quickly opened the door to the room with an ominous look. Bia opened her mouth wide. In surprise, as she looked at the protagonist, the mages thought in surprise that it was impossible. Did Ho really destroy the third-tier ceiling magic so easily? Bilia asked with a puzzled look. How did he do it? The mages thought that even Marcello, the creator of the science of magic theory, couldn't do it. Romeo said furiously that it looked like someone had done something to the door. Bilia raised her hand tensely and wondered what kind of overwhelming power this was. The protagonist walked towards them and said that he came all this way because he thought that they all wanted to meet him since they were going to waste his time by playing around with things like this. Romeo quickly pointed his hands towards the older mage and asked, "This must mean that they are ready to take responsibility for what is happening, right?" He looks at Bia with an ominous aura in his eyes, leaning his hands on the bench. The protagonist looks at her with wide red eyes while she screams loudly. Ho thought with a tired look that he had just fallen asleep while standing. This is too bad he needs to get home and sleep anymore, and the situation will turn into self-mockery. Romeo adjusted his tie and said that this time he asked them to try to make. This time, the last Bia looks at him in amazement. She thought with anger, is this really a small game? Did the protagonist just call a spell? That even she can't reverse a small game? The mage put his hand on his head with a surprised expression and said loudly that he just remembered something. The mage is sure that this is the same researcher that CLA was talking about back then, the one who attended the Conference of Magicians without an invitation. The second magician asked loudly, is this really true? The magician told him loudly that now he understood why Marcello recommended him to participate. The older magician looks away. In surprise, she thought with a drop of sweat on her face. So this man is the same researcher who saw through the user magic of the tower owner after some time under the night sky. In the tower, Romeo, with a tired look, sat up, seeing the system window. The system window notifies that 3 out of 20 senior mages have recognized him. The protagonist thought the number of mages who recognized him increased because of what he just did. 3. This is much less than he expected. He opened his mouth wide and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Romeo sternly pressed his lips together and shook. Holding back a yawn, he thought that they were all senior mages and the best in their fields. So a pretty good result for simply opening the doors. The protagonist put his hand on the table, adjusted his tie, and thought that, first of all, he was a demon hunter, not a mage he had nowhere to rush Romeo with. Tired Look thought that he would go to sleep and then throw the loot from Ira for evaluation and start learning magic from the basics. The protagonist looked away in surprise, hearing his name being called. The magic parchment loudly said for Ho to look here. H, looking at this in surprise, put his hand on Romeo's shoulder and wondered what kind of strange things were these. The magic parchment flew up and said that it was Marcelo. This item is called a magic parchment, and it is a kind of communication tool for magicians. If he wants to answer him, he can just talk to the parchment. Romeo looks at the parchment and in his hands with confusion. Marcelo's face on the magic parchment. Smiles, the protagonist sternly peers at him. He came closer and asked what the magician wanted. Marcelo said that there was no need to get so close. The protagonist threw the parchment into the trash, thinking that it irritated him. Marcelo flew up to Romeo's face and said that he actually wanted to apologize. He heard about what happened in the Crystal Hall. They played a prank on the door and the mage was apologizing for the Senior M's rudesse. A supreme mage is someone who has reached the peak of magic regardless of the school senior mages require. Supreme mages to constantly prove that they are worthy of their position. Hoi tensely placed his hand on his chin and thought, is this like how the bad guys in school fight for supremacy? This must be very tiring for Marcelo. The mage said that this was not a new case. Romeo was being tested because Marcelo could not prove that he was good enough, and he was sorry. The protagonist looked away and thought that from the Senior M's point of view, it all looked like the main bad guy took an exchange student and made him his assistant. Romeo said that this is not something a mage should apologize for. Nobles also have to constantly prove that he or she is worthy of their title. The protagonist is already accustomed to such tests. Marcelo sadly looked down and said that, however, he is worried that Hoyle is underestimated because of him. The protagonist reacted to his words with surprise. He thought that if the magician said the word underestimate in front of Romeo, it would be bad. The protagonist smiled upon hearing his words, and Marcelo was surprised by this. Romeo said that when others underestimate him, he should just prove himself. Hoi covered his face with his hands in shame and thought that Romeo would start saying very shameless things. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes and said that when people overestimate him, he should just make their expectations come true at the same time. The parchment with Romeo's face said that if someone doubts him, he will just continue to improve himself in such a role as a leader. Said that he was also impolite. He should have talked to the main character in person instead of talking through the parchment. Romeo crossed his arms and looked at the parchment and said that it was okay. The magician said that he should have thought about it more. The main character closed his eyes and raised his hand and said that, as he said, there was no need to worry about it. Marcelo said that he would come right away. He would be at Hills in about 10 minutes and they would see each other. The magician stopped talking and the magic parchment fell on the table. The main character thought with a tired look that he had already said that everything was fine. Romeo lowered his head and put his hand on it and thought that at this rate he would only get enough sleep when he died to earn the respect of senior magicians when he was a novice magician. Although the main character was not even a magician, it would be difficult for him. A bright energy sphere formed in Romeo's hand. He calmly looked at the flying balls and thought that, besides he was only level 266, all senior mages are at least 600th, and to them, Romeo is nothing more than a newbie. He won't let something like this deter him from his goal. The protagonist raised his finger and thought that he needed to investigate, who thought that he needed to be able to prove that those who underestimate him were wrong and turn exaggeration into reality. Romeo used interference, turning ordinary balls into fireballs. He used manifestation and created bright lanterns from fireballs. Romeo and Ho looked at the flying lanterns, illuminating the room with calm faces. The protag thought that this was Romeo's pride, and therefore his. Hoi looked up with a smile, putting his hands on his waist. He quickly spat out the liquid from his mouth. The protagonist leaned his hands on the bookcase and thought that this credo was unnecessary. His mana ran out only from some light magic. Light magic is considered the most basic of all magic. Marcelo, standing outside the door, turned to Hool and asked if he was inside. He opened the door to the room and said that he was entering. Romeo Komal folded his hands and allowed him to enter at the same time at the construction site in Ira Nam. Chol asked, is he sure he sees everything correctly? It seems to him that people have gone crazy. People wrote on the phone that it turns out that it was not Hoi who killed the mortal sin. Taemin, looking down with an incomprehensible expression, loudly asked, why the protagonist is not trusted. Marcel looks up in surprise without saying anything. Romeo looked at him sternly and wondered why the magician was looking like that. He is sure that he kept his expression. The protagonist asked what happened. Marcelo asked, did Ho just use magic in this office? Romeo put his hand on his face and thought that he just used light magic in the room. Did the room really smell like burning? The protagonist said that he practiced a little in basic magic. He is not going to burn the office down. So the magician does not need to worry. Marcella looked up in amazement and said that he was not talking about, that he wondered if this was basic magic that left such impressive traces. This is called a magic trace. The spellcast leaves traces behind that show how exactly the research and intervention were carried out. The more complex the process. The Claire looked up happily, folded her hands and interrupted him, saying loudly that they were very good. Marcella looked at her, in surprise, and asked loudly, "When did she manage to do that?" She said loudly that these were very good magic traces. CLA asked loudly, "Were they Marcello's? The mage must have tried to summon a dragon here, or something like that." Marcello said that these were the magic traces of the researcher Hoyle. CLA asked loudly, "Were these elementary magic? How could the protagonist leave so many traces with just elementary magic?" The mages quickly ran into the room. The supreme mage looked up and said loudly that these were very good magic traces. The man adjusted his glasses and said loudly that he saw them and couldn't contain his curiosity. The magician smiled and extended his hand forward, turning to Marcello and asked, "Loud lie, are they really his? How much did he interfere with the mana here?" The magician wondered. In surprise, where did so many people come from? The magicians loudly said for everyone to come here because there are magical traces here. With such traces, Marcello could easily win the 823rd Magic Traces Beauty Contest. However, could the magician win by competing with him, the previous winner? The magician turned to Marcello and asked, "What is this? What kind of magic did he use?" Marcello pointed tensely to the side and said that this was not his work, but that of the player Hoyle. Without finishing, he looked at the empty space where the main character was sitting and asked, "Where did Ho go?" Romeo, with a stern look, quickly runs down the corridor. He wondered with a terrifying look, what kind of strange things are these traces? Are these all these magic lover students? He needs to get home and rest. Hoy will never rest if he stays here. The mages stood in front of him with a sly smile and said loudly that this is the place, Hoyle. The girl pointed at him with a sinister smile and said loudly that it was very timely. They were just about to meet him. The protagonist acted so confidently in the crystal hall. Will he be able to solve this problem too? The system window notifies that this is a modern puzzle. It is called one of the 3 most difficult tasks of the Tower of Magicians. The current record is 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. The girl, confidently holding the puzzle in her hand, said loudly that this puzzle becomes more difficult the more Manayo pours into it. Even Marcella will spend more than 10 days to solve it. Romeo, without looking at her, snapped his fingers and used the magic of conversion on the puzzle. The system window notifies that a new record has appeared. Hoyle coped with it. In 1 second, the magician sat down on the floor and cried loudly. Screaming, the main character, going down the stairs, looked at the system window that appeared, which notifies that 7 senior magicians out of 20 are convinced. Romeo thought that it would take less time than he expected. People photographing the main character on their phones loudly said that he was here. The NPC holding out the radio loudly asked if H himself really defeated that mortal sin. People say that. The protagonist did nothing and simply appropriated the merits of others. Can he comment on the questions that arose around his person? Hoy fearfully put his hands on Romeo's shoulders and wondered what other questions. The protagonist, with a stern look, said that this is very rude. He has no obligation to answer. Those who have no manners. The magician, quickly running towards Romeo, said loudly that here he is. The magicians loudly said that they have questions about his magical trace. The spell that the protagonist used was the basic magic of light. The old man, holding out his hand, asked, "How about drinking red tea in his lab? He has been studying magic all his life and has never seen such a manifestation of the spell." H, looking at them fearfully, screamed loudly. The people filming him on the phone said loudly that the people say that in fact, Haran defeated the mortal sin. Is it true that there was a scowl? Hoyle looks at the people with fear, screaming loudly. Everyone loudly began to call his name. The protagonist looked at the hands reaching out to him with tears in his eyes and thought that he was caught. What should he do and how to get out of here? He gritted his teeth in surprise and paid attention to something. Hoy looked at the flow of energy and wondered what it was. Did the flow of mana suddenly change? The man, with a smile on his face, holding the phone in his hand, loudly addressed the protagonist by name and told him to stop avoiding them and just answer. Romeo quickly stuck his foot into the mana in the wall and thought that he didn't care anymore. The man looked at what was happening in surprise. People and magicians looking at the wall asked, "Did he really disappear?" Whereas Hobelia looked at the main character, who appeared in surprise holding a book in her hand. She closed the book and said that it was amazing. Hill saw the passage. As soon as the Supreme Magician opened it and immediately entered as expected from the one who coped with the illusion. Magic of the tower owner Hoy put his hands on Romeo's shoulders in surprise and thought that she was the one in the crystal hall today. Does she really want to say that she helped the protagonist? Romeo said sternly that he felt the mana in the wall was interfered with. Something similar happened to the illusion of the Tower Master. The protagonist felt that someone interfered with the mana in the wall and carried out an investigation to return it to its original state. Bia covered her mouth with her hand, while shaking, and laughed loudly. Hoy wondered why she was laughing. Was it because of the way he spoke? The protagonist told her everything because he was grateful for her help. The Supreme Mage said that when others underestimated him, he should just prove himself when people overestimate him. The protagonist must make their expectations come true. Bia smiled and wiped a tear from her eye, and asked if this was true. Ho awkwardly put his hands behind his head and wondered how she knew this. The Supreme Mage turned to the protagonist. She put her hand on her chest and said, "The Ho is most likely the only one who believed that the Tower Master's illusion magic was simple. She still hadn't introduced herself." Bia, holding her hand on her heart, said her name. She smiled and said that, like Supreme Mage Marcello, she had also decided to acknowledge his qualifications. The system window notified that 8 of the 20 senior mages were convinced. After some time, the house stood under the bright rays of the sun. The protagonist held a phone in his hand, which said that it turned out that it wasn't him who killed the mortal Sin Ho. Looking at the phone in surprise, he thought that everyone would talk about his behavior. But here there were only insignificant conversations. It seemed that JN and Bursar were also talking about what happened. The messages on the protagonist's phone were defending him. He thought that it seemed that he could just ignore it. Has sadly raising his head, wondered why he was still awake. Romeo trains his weak body by cleaning, taking out the trash, and lifting weights. The protagonist thought that as a result of constantly completing the class quest, he now has 33 stamina and 35 agility. Due to the bonuses, this means that he is ahead of other players of the same level by about 10 or 20 points. This is a big difference just for completing the quest. Again, the class quests are really very good, Ho thought with a smile. That it is true for a demon hunter. The stamina and agility stats are completely useless. It is better to just give him mana. It would be nice to come up with something for close combat, just like how Romeo developed magic skills despite being a demon hunter, like that aura sword that Haran used back then. How did he do it? It was slightly different from mana. Romeo closed his eyes and enveloped his body in light lightning, and Ho looks at it in amazement. The protagonist looked down in surprise. He looks at the kitchen table cut by energy. In surprise, the wall of the room broke into 2 parts under the influence of water energy. Hoyle looked back in surprise with a carrot on his head and wondered if Romeo had just used the aura sword while cutting the carrot. The people looked at the water rushing out of the crack in the wall in surprise. Sometime later in the Wairei Archipelago Restoration Brigade of the Berser Guild, Leone looks at the phone in her hands with anger. The hunter looked at the phone and asked why their guildmaster was so angry today. She was watching something on a video hosting site. The hunter said that he didn't know. On the phone, the correspondent said that they couldn't say for sure that the Night Order did most of the work and Ho only dealt the final blow. They were generally unable to definitively confirm anything on this matter. Wai Kong raised his hand furiously on the broadcast and said loudly that it was obvious that their Ho had killed the deadly Sin himself. He was right there and saw everything happen. As soon as the Sin appeared, everyone stood up due to the abnormal state, but the protagonist saved them all. The truth, Seeker said into the microphone, that therefore he believes that Rock, being the first place among the hunters, was the one who killed the dead De La Scene. He understands that Rock is currently silent because he wants to maintain his anonymity. How did they even imagine that some random player like Hoyle killed the deadly Sin on his own? Most likely the protagonist did not miss this chance to rise since Rock is not saying anything. Leone, angry, quickly threw the phone to the ground, cursing loudly. She said loudly that they do not know anything. They are just saying strange things from their mouths. The hunter said in surprise that the way the Guildmaster expresses himself is amazing. Does this even help anywhere? The hunter raised his glass with a smile and said that it helps in disputes with other guilds. The hunter smiled and lowered the mask from her face and loudly addressed Leone and asked why she was angry again. She happily put her hands on the guildmaster's shoulders. Leon sternly crossed her arms and said that these fools continue to say incomprehensible things about what happened with the mortal sin. The fact that Hill himself defeated him is true, and they say that it is not so, although they did not see anything at all. The hunter asked in amazement if she really cares how they treat him. Leon, with a red face, quickly turned to the side. She loudly asked why this is so. Does the huntress really think that she has gone crazy, who just helped them in that gate? And he gave them a quest now, so it's all because he is helping them. The hunter smiled and said loudly that it is very sweet. Leone is angry because the main character is being insulted. The hunter said, smiling, that it seemed like the hunter's guildmaster had fallen in love with Hoy. The hunter said that it was cruel to him. The huntress, holding a shovel in her hand, asked Leone not to be so angry. She said that it was just bad talk. The huntress was sure that everything would calm down soon. Maybe they could talk about something pleasant. Does the guildmaster remember that they were told that they would be given titles? If they raise their influence level, Leone holds the helmet in her hands. With a stern look, the huntress is sure that they will raise their influence points and kinship points in the Usra Kingdom as soon as they finish the reconstruction. After that, they will become aristocrats and receive personal possessions. Then even the Shining and the Second Son will have to treat Leone with respect in this kingdom. The guildmaster, reproducing her words in her head, smirked. The huntress said loudly that Leone smiled. She saw everything, and the guildmaster is much cuter. When she smiles, the huntress, smiling, grabbed Leon's cheek with her hand, running her hand over her head. The guildmaster angrily clenched her hand into a fist and loudly asked her to stop. Leone, sadly looking down, thought that the quest to restore the Waiara kingdom was really a good opportunity for them treasure islands, where it is possible to extract arcana resources without entering the rift, even just the rights to develop one. Mind would be very valuable. Why did Ho give them this opportunity? Leone scratched her head with her hand inside and said that now they owed the protagonist even more. She wondered when the protagonist would invite her for a cup of tea. After some time, the landlady wrote that she extended his contract, because the protagonist seemed very diligent. How was he able to break the ladies? Like that, Romeo wrote that it was definitely his fault since he couldn't control his power. The landlady can provide him with the repair bills. The landlady asked. In surprise, what was he talking about? The protagonist sternly looked at the screen of his switched-off phone. Ho thought that it was good that he was able to use the aura sword, but the lack of control is very bad. Some time ago, the protagonist was frightened and wondered how he could shrink this thing. He lay down on the bed, shaking with his arms crossed, and thought that his health was falling. His health decreased as a result of using the aura sword, and the protagonist fell asleep for 6 days at present. Romeo was walking on the grass and thought that when he started searching for something on the internet, there were some novellas. So you just came here, but will Heron teach him? Or not? The knight quickly raised his hand and loudly ordered Romeo to stop. He said loudly that from this point onwards is the territory of the Wairai Kingdom. It is currently being restored, and only those who have permission can enter. Perhaps the protagonist has a citizen's ID card, or a pass. Romeo said with a serious look that he does not. I was surprised and thought, have they really developed everything so much already? The knight said with a serious look that it means the protagonist is not allowed to enter. He apologizes to Ho, but he needs to leave the protagonist. Thought is the knight in Arcane who moved to the Waira Kingdom. He looks like he treats his job very well. Romeo clenched his hand into a fist and said that he came to meet Haran, otherwise there is no way to get in at all. The knight asked in surprise, does he really mean Sir Haran? The knight sighed with a malicious smile and said that he was a very important person. Definitely cannot allow someone like Romeo, who does not even have authority, to meet with the commander. The protagonist thought that now the knight began to irritate him. The knight stretched out his hand forward and waved it, said that he could pass on the message from the protagonist to Hakan, or Hakuna. The knight loudly called Romeo a ridiculous person. He arrogantly pointed his finger at the protagonist and loudly asked, how dare he address Haran and his majesty in such a way? Does Romeo really think that he can deceive them by pretending to be their friend? The knight had seen enough of such players. Everyone here says that he is the savior of his majesty and that they are Ho or someone else. Hakuna joyfully waved his hand loudly and greeted Ho. The knight looks at him with great surprise. He turned around and looked at the protagonist with a frightened look. The system window notifies that the protagonist has revealed his name. The authority feature in the Usra Kingdom has been activated. His affinity with the Usra Kingdom has reached its maximum limit. Hoi looked up. In surprise, put his finger on his chin and thought that this is how it works when he reveals his name. The king smiled and took his hand and turned to the respected savior and asked what brought him here. Romeo calmly said that he had business with Haran, but it seemed that he needed permission to enter. Hakuna, surprised, asked what the protagonist was talking about in the features of the Usra Kingdom. Hul has the same level of authority as him. What kind of king? Asked. Permission when entering his own kingdom? Romeo calmly said that he understood everything the protagonist thought, that he was only able to understand this. It seems that this authority is much stronger than he thought. Hakuna smiled and put his hand on his chest and asked what is the matter with Ho and Heron. After a while, the knights are standing in rows on the sand. Yoshika confidently said loudly that their stances are very bad. She ordered them to hold their swords straighter and higher. How will the knights defeat the demons in their homeland if they are so inept? Yoshika loudly ordered them to shout louder. Haran, sitting on a chair holding a cup in his hand, asked, "Does the protagonist really want to master the sword of AA? What is Hul even talking about?" Yoshika crossed her arms and loudly ordered number 16 to get out of line. She asked, what was he even doing with such a stance? Romeo holding a cup of tea in his. His hand said that, as he said, he wants to understand how to control that light that his sword emitted. Back then, the commander happily leaned forward and asked, "Does Hu really want to say that he saw that light? It is not something that can be simply felt if he does not have talent even after training for decades." The main character surprises him every time Romeo put the tea leaves on the saucer, sighed and said that there was nothing surprising about it. Each wondered in fear. Could he be more modest? Heron, smiling, exhaled heavily from his mouth and said that he could not do it. The aura sword is not something that can be learned just by wanting to. Besides, the main character is not a magician. Even if Hu could see the light of the aura sword, he would have to train with the sword for at least 10 years before manifesting it. Romeo, sternly interrupting him, said that he could manifest it. The commander, surprised, clenched his hand into a fist, and said that Hu had just the main character interrupting him, said that he could do it. He wants to learn how to control the sword. Haran, greatly surprised, cannot say anything. He loudly addressed Jessica, and she, looking at him, loudly agreed with the commander. Haran, smiling, ordered to get his sword, and the Lion's Oath, yes, looked into the tent in surprise and said loudly that she understood everything. After some time, a huge slab stands in front of the main character. Ho wondered with an incomprehensible look, "What kind of slab is this?" Enoch sternly asked, "Why is the Lion's Oath here?" Jessica asked. Asked how. Can she know what the commander is thinking? Haran confidently said that the name of this wall is the Lion's Oath. This is a relic passed down from generation to generation in the Order of the Lion's Heart. It is made of a special type of metal called steel, which does not exist in this world. The slab is indestructible and represents the inviolability of their oath. One of the scars on the lion's face was left by the very first commander of the knights, and the second was left by Heron. The commander quickly took the sword in his hand and asked, what does Hoi think if he is really able to manifest the sword of Aura? Then, could he try to leave a third scar on the metal? Romeo sternly looks at the hilt of the sword. Enoch stretched out his hand in fear and loudly addressed the commander, saying that the main character was not even a member of the Lionheart Order. Jessica slapped his leg and loudly ordered him to stop. She said that it was impossible for a player to be capable of such a thing. Yes was sure that Haran had a plan. Romeo grinned and said loudly that he could not take this sword. The knights looked at what was happening in surprise. They wondered what the main character had planned. Romeo took out an ordinary sword and said that instead of the commander's sword, he would take this one, the system window. Notified that this was a training sword of the Lionheart Order. It had a rare rank and a minimum level of 200. Heron wondered in surprise, was it really just a training sword? Its blade was very dull. Romeo lifted the sword, looking at the slab. Everyone looked in amazement at the aura that had appeared. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, dealt a powerful blow to the slab, breaking it with his aura. Enoch thought in great amazement that this couldn't be. This is such a big aura sword. How can a mage do this? Romeo, with a confident look, standing surrounded by aura, asked, "Isn't this enough?" Heron happily smiled loudly, said that Ho always surprises him. He is so interested to see how much the protagonist's potential will be revealed. They can start training now. The commander, looking at Hoi's shaking hands, thought that he must be shaking with impatience to learn more. Haran stood next to the main character, loudly addressed Yessa and Anak, and said that it would be better if he began training with them. They loudly agreed with him. The commander, smiling, looking at Romeo, said loudly that when studying the art of wielding a sword, it is always necessary to start from the basics. Enoch and Jessica are outstanding swordmasters who possess an aura blade, so Hoyle should start learning from them until sometime Haran forbids him to use the aura sword. The main character, with tears in his eyes, thought that the commander understood what he needed. Romeo, calmly walking forward, said that they would do so. After some time, the main character stands among the other knights. Enoch, looking at him, thought that it was only funny to think that a magician was going to learn to wield the sword. He also gained the favor of the commander. The fact that Ho refused to take up the commander's sword means that he treats him with respect. If so, then Enoch should treat the protagonist with respect, even though he is not happy with it. Jessica said her name with a serious expression and said that she was the instructor who would be in charge of their training from now on. They should get ready because the training of the Knights of the Lionheart Order would be harsh. Everyone needed to change into their training uniforms and come back here. She thought angrily that even though H had manifested an aura sword, he was still a mage. If he lacked stamina, he would not be able to use aura in a real fight. Jess would make him work very hard because he was a weak man. A.G. Romeo quickly changed his clothes and fastened his belt on his waist. Jessica, with a reddened face, pressed her lips together and said loudly that the protagonist had good muscles for a mage. Enoch looked at her sternly and said that he thought he heard her almost choke on her saliva. She said loudly that they would begin training. Jessica, confidently holding the sword in her hand, said that the basics of swordsmanship are formed from how to hold the sword. She loudly ordered everyone to raise their swords, and Nock, standing between the recruits, crossed his arms and said that it was too low. His left hand should be slightly forward at the level of the navel. Jessica angrily said loudly that the thumb should point down and the right foot should not point outward. And Nock, standing behind the main character, loudly told the knight that his right hand should tense only at the moment of impact. The recruit should make one wide swing forward. Romeo, seriously looking at the sword in his hands, wondered how Heron held the sword. Then it was so heavy, fast, and strong. The main character quickly raised the sword up, closing his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes, wondered maybe something like this. Romeo delivered a powerful blow with aura to the ground, throwing the recruits aside. The instructors look at this in surprise, standing under a very strong stream of wind. They look at the main character with incomprehensible faces, and Nock put his hand on his disheveled hair and loudly asked Hoy to wait, and asked how he just did. The protagonist said that he imitated the commander's movements. And Nock thought that it was impossible, who just demonstrated the commander's sword technique, the final stage that the Knights of the Order strive for decades. Yoshika wondered if he really reproduced it very well after seeing it only a couple of times. This is a powerful aura sword. Before this, Yoshika thought that Ho was just a unique magician. She had never seen such a genius before. Haroon stood in a distance watching what was happening. He smiled confidently and thought that this was a talent bestowed by God, surpassing even him. It would be a shame if Hoy lost it. Being a magician, the commander should take the protagonist to himself so as not to lose him in the world of magic. Hakuna, heading towards him, turned to the commander. Heron, surprised, turned back and loudly called out to His Majesty. The Saw King said with a smile that he heard that his savior had come to him to learn the aura sword, so he decided to watch. However, doesn't the commander think that there is too much sand here? It might cause problems for his savior's airways. Heron looked away ominously at the knight. He asked loudly, "Do they really want Ho?" To get tuberculosis, the commander loudly ordered to quickly sweep everything and make sure that not a grain of sand was left. The king, shielding his face from the bright sun with his hand, said that it seemed to him that the sun was mercilessly scorching. What if his savior faints from sunstroke? Haran looked ominously at the knights. He loudly ordered to quickly pull out some trees from the jungle and plant them on the beach. The knights should provide shade for Hoyle. The commander said that he never thought that the king would be so concerned about just the first lesson of the main character. Hakuna is undoubtedly the greatest of all people. The king laughed with a smile and asked, "Is that so?" Haran said confidently that, taking into account the interest of His Majesty, he, as the commander of the knights, cannot stand Idle! The commander loudly called out to Jess and Enoch. He quickly threw his armor back and said, loudly, that he thought he had relaxed a lot lately. Haran would also undergo training with the recruits. They should not burden themselves with the fact that he was their commander. They should treat him the same as the new guys in Nock. Asked with great surprise what was the commander saying. Jessica tensed up and loudly asked Haran to cal down. First, they should listen to the opinions of the newcomers. The commander, smiling, extended his hand to the protagonist and asked, so can he participate in this with him? Romeo wondered why he felt like he would be accused of treason if he agreed to this. He said calmly that he was always glad to see the commander. Romeo thought that he did not care at all. He asked, since it had come to this, why don't Jess and Enoch train with them too? Haran said loudly and smiling that the protagonist was right and that it was a very good idea. He ordered Yes and Enoch to get ready. They looked at him with fury and thought that Ho was a freak. The commander said loudly that it was okay to begin. They would do a very good job. Thus began the most awkward training in the world with the Knight Commander. Sometime later in the Mage Tower, the mage knocked on the door and the black magic researcher, the senior mage M. Tis, dying. Carl allowed him to enter. He is the man who elevated black magic, which was considered substandard to its current position. If it weren't for Marcello, Carl would be the current supreme mage of the tower, the senior mage calmly asked. What's the matter? The mage put his hand on the table and said that among the items that who asked to evaluate one seemed to be related to black magic, which is why he came. Carl asked, is the protagonist the adventurer that Marcello took? He looked at the table with the items and thought that these items are definitely not that easy to find. Pure emerald silk koi scales, and especially this vampire sphere. Usually such items do not come from one person who is this Hoyle. Carl asked to bring him a magic parchment and said that he will write to the main character. The senior mage will evaluate all his items himself. After some time, the training on the Usara archipelago is over. The knights are tiredly sweeping the sand under the dark sky. The recruits are sleeping peacefully on the beds. Under the dark sky, outside, Romeo quickly squeezes the horizontal bar with his hand. The system window notifies that he needs to train his weak body, running 20 km completed, 1,000. Push-ups completed, 500 pull-ups completed, 465 out of 5,300 burpees completed. Hoyle, coughing up blood from his mouth, thought that his muscles hurt a lot. He is tired and is about to die. He had already reached his limit during the day. During training, the protagonist remembered the past. Hakan joyfully ran loudly and said that he was very happy to exercise for the first time in a long time. He offered Romeo to run another 100 laps. Hoyle angrily came out of his memories and thought that the commander was a freak. If he thought it all with his head, he would have just done exactly as much as needed and left the system. Window notifies that the protagonist has completed training that exceeded his capabilities. He has reached the necessary conditions and will be given a reward. Hill smiled and thought that since he saw the increase in characteristics, his fatigue has gone away very quickly. Now he really needs to sleep. Romeo looked in surprise at the bird flying with a letter. The parchment unfolded in front of the protagonist's face. Carl introduced himself and said that he was here to let Romeo know about the results of the assessment. He requested who thought was surprised that he left the items for the mages to assess the protagonist sternly ordered him to speak. Carl said that firstly, the vampire sphere is a magic tool used by demons. It is very rare, and the senior mage asks to rent it for research. Hoy thought with a wicked smile that the minimum level is 400, so he won't be able to use it anyway. He can use this deal when he wants to. Return the hexagonal brooch later. Romeo said with a serious expression that he will allow the rental. What about the other items? The system window notifies that it is a unique grade, pure emerald, and there is no minimum level. Carl said that after evaluation, it was determined that it can give the following effect. When hit, it restores stamina and can be used in jewelry production. The system window notifies that it is an island treasure, a silk koi scale, it is unique grade, and there is no minimum level when used in item creation. The following effects will be transferred. Increased affinity with the fire attribute. Increased evasion chance, and it unlocks the aesthetics characteristic. Carl said that it can be used in item production in a similar way. Will it be possible to rent it as well? Romeo crossed his arms and wondered what is aesthetics. He had never heard of it before. What kind of characteristics are these? Hill smiled wryly and thought that he was curious about what it was so they would use it. Romeo said that he couldn't afford to rent the silk scales. The protagonist asked Carl to use the emerald to create a piece of jewelry and was going to create a scarf. The elder mage said that he understood it. He asked to take into account that if the protagonist wanted them to produce these items, a high price tag would be put on it. Hoi thought sternly that it was time to use the good negotiating skills he had honed while working in the office. The protagonist gave his speech about the contract. Romeo placed his hand on the parchment and turned to Carl and said that the price didn't matter. He wanted to see the best result. Hoi got angry and thought that this was the worst thing to say when bargaining. Carl thought, what does it mean that the price doesn't matter? What does it mean that the best result is needed? What kind of person is? So, Marcelo didn't just choose him as a colleague for nothing. Carl smiled and said that he understood everything. Hoi tiredly thought that this was the end of the conversation because he could not hold out any longer. It was urgent for him to sleep. The protagonist lying on the bed said goodbye to the senior mage. Carl, sitting on a chair, loudly asked him to wait. He said that Ho immediately fell asleep. An inscription quickly appeared on the parchment. It was written on it that, with all due respect, Carl asks him to meet him. The senior mage will be waiting for him in the Hanging Gardens for some time. Dawn broke on the Usura archipelago. While everyone was sleeping, the protagonist runs on the sand while the rest of the people are sleeping. The system window notifies that he needs to train his weak body. He needs to run 20 km. Romeo ran 17 km, 1,000 push-ups, 500 stretches, and 300 burpees are completed. Hai, confidently sighing, thought that he was starting to get used to this. Carl loudly called out the protagonist's name from the parchment held by the bird. The elder mage said loudly that Ho had not responded to him since last night, and he was worried if the protagonist was unhappy with the message he left. He asked for forgiveness. Romeo asked with a puzzled look, what message was he talking about? The protagonist did not see anything at the same time. Carl concentrated fire energy in his hands and said that since Hoi did not see him, then everything was fine. In any case, the elder mage wanted to respectfully ask him to meet him. Tomorrow afternoon at the Hanging Gardens. Romeo said Clyde that it would be difficult. Carl asked, does he already have obligations? Then how about noon? The day after tomorrow. The protagonist looked at the parchment and said that that would be difficult too. The elder mage was surprised and said that it was a curse because Hoi was quite busy. Then how about the morning in 3 days? Romeo said calmly. That would be difficult too. Carl thought he understood everything. This was a test. The first supporter of the scientist of the Tower of Magicians. Hoyle, the protagonist, wants to understand if he has the etiquette. And manners befitting a senior magician, Romeo said indifferently that it would be difficult for him. At the moment he needs to focus on sharpening the sword of aura. He cannot afford to waste time on personal meetings. Carl asked with an exhausted look in that case, when will the protagonist be free the senior? Magician will adjust to him regardless of the date. Romeo calmly said that he is free in the morning in 2 days. At about 100 Ho, with a puzzled look, thought that Romeo was going to visit the Tower of Magicians for scientific work that day. Anyway, the protagonist pretends to have done him a favor. The bird quickly flew up, leaving smoke behind it. Carl said loudly that it means that. Then he will see him. Haran smiled and crossed his arms. Watching the protagonist after some time during morning training, Jessica raised her sword and loudly ordered to take positions. Enoch, looking at the guy, said that they need to stand so that the tip of the sword does not wag. She loudly ordered them to tense up and strike from top to bottom. The protagonist asked in surprise what the commander was talking about. Haran, smiling, said that he would repeat himself. He had nothing more to teach. Romeo asked in surprise what did this mean. The commander, raising his hand, said that everything was as he said. Now the protagonist is at the stage when he needs to achieve enlightenment in real battles. Romeo asked, what does real battles mean? Tiredly thought, will there really be real fights already? He only started learning yesterday. Romeo asked in fear, is the commander truly confident in his statement? Heron, smiling confidently, said that the protagonist underestimates his abilities. If Hai does not bother, can he show him his aura sword? Romeo thought that he did not understand what the commander was thinking. He confidently raised his sword. Agreeing with Haran, the protagonist thought that if he couldn't control it like yesterday, he would be exhausted again in an instant, so he needed to concentrate. What exactly is the aura sword? It's different from skills, just like the magic he had mastered so far. It's an ability that can be mastered regardless of class. The protagonist feels something other than mana flowing through his body. So if he uses that flow, it's like using magic. Heron confidently looks at the bright light. Romeo calmly holds the aura wrap sword in his hands. Ho watched in surprise, thinking that the aura sword was an ability similar to magic after using the research and intervention. The aura of the sword stabilized. The commander placed his hand on the protagonist's back and said that a stable aura sword comes from a disciplined and diligent attitude, even after yesterday's training, who was practicing on his own. This morning, there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to control the aura sword. Haran joyfully squeezed his shoulder with his hand and said loudly that he could not imagine that the aura would be so pure. Hoi is truly a born master of the sword. The commander approached Romeo's face with fury and asked what he thought about this. Would the protagonist walk with him along the path of the sword to its very end? Ho was frightened and thought that Haran was more terrible than an army officer. He needed to run quickly before the commander took him. Romeo quickly turned around and loudly asked for forgiveness and said that he did not plan to devote himself only to the sword. The protagonist confidently said that if a sword was encountered on the path he was on, this path would become his. Ho raised his hands with fury and loudly asked him to shut up. Hakan was glad to hear his words. He raised his hand up and waved it and loudly said that he hoped that they would meet again at the end of his path. Romeo put his hand on the foliage and thought that he needed to change his clothes and leave. The knights looked at the commander in surprise and thought so. The way to master the aura sword is through diligence and discipline. They furiously swung their swords, shouting loudly. Jessica and Enoch watched them and thought that they must have misunderstood something, but let them continue. She sadly lowered her head and thought that, besides this, she had never heard of a person who could master the aura sword in one day. Therefore, Hoi is really a genius who is completely different from them. The main character is too far away, and Jessica feels like no matter how much she runs, she will never catch up with him. She raised her head in fury and thought that she is also a proud swordmaster one day. Jessica will stand up with these two, and Nox seriously looked at her and thought that Hoyle is too far away. It seems to him that no matter how much he runs, he will never catch up with him. And Nox stood up next to ESS with fury and thought that he was a proud swordmaster. One day he would stand with him, heart calm. Looked at his comrades burning in the fire. He smiled and closed his eyes and thought that it looked like they were enthusiastic geniuses tend to change those around them. Even the commander felt something burning in his chest for the first time in a long time. After a while, Romeo walks through the forest. He looked away and thought that Haran said that he can now use the sword in real battles. He is still not sure about it. Are there really no more low-L monsters to practice on? Maybe something like a level 10 demon deer. Romeo quickly looked at something. A level 300 silver leopard is heading towards the protagonist. The system window notifies that there are no demons around the protagonist. The natural enemy skill is not activated. Hoi, frightened, grabbed Romeo's hair with his hands and thought that he didn't need a leopard but a deer. Is there really a 74 level difference between them? Have they really gone crazy? Romeo said with a look. That the leopard dared to bare its fangs in front of him. This is as befits an unreasonable animal. The protagonist enveloped the sword in an aura and said that he would teach this beast a lesson in manners. The system window notifies that the pride of the aristocrat has been activated. Ho furiously asked him to stop activating strange things and said that such a skill does not even exist at the same time. Kichi, the captain of the Order of Shadow Mercenaries, holds bloody weapons in her hands while standing in front of dead animals. She looked to the side and asked, "Where did they go?" 9 out of 10 members of the Shadow Mercenaries team were missing. Kichi sternly looked around and asked, "Where did so many monsters come from? Did they really come to the wrong place?" She hid behind a tree and looked at the leopard and the protagonist. The captain, surprised, watched them and wondered, could it really be the silver-med leopard? And the master of the aura sword. This is sad because adventurers who know how to use the aura sword do not just appear. His opponent turned out to be the silver-med leopard, and this is the owner of the island. Kichi grinned, slightly raised her weapon and thought that it would be easier for her. They had to slow down so as not to run into this leopard. However, thanks to the fact that he grabbed it, they would be able to quickly reach the kingdom. Kichi looked back with a smile and apologized to the adventurer. She thought that she had made a promise to her comrades. Kichi remembered her past. She raised her weapon up and loudly addressed the Order of Shadow Mercenaries and said that in 3 days they would meet. And Usra, when they moved to the ground, their lives in the Arcana ended, they would start all over again in El Dorado Kichi. Coming out of her memories, ran into the forest and thought that if they achieve something worthwhile in Usra, even she could become an aristocrat who is in charge of everything. And Ira Hoy, fearfully putting his hands on his head, looked up. The protagonist thought that he was in a very bad position. He uses the aura sword, but there is a 74 level difference between him and the enemy. Unlike that time with the deadly sin, the natural enemy does not activate as soon as he makes any careless move. He will be instantly counterattacked. The protagonist cannot wait. Either it has become better than before, but the aura sword still absorbs a lot of strength. If we like that time with the Emerald Tiger, limits his mobility with magic and then attacks. Romeo confidently raised the sword, enveloping it in aura, and said that it was time to show everything he has learned. Therefore, he will have to use only his sword. Lord Ho, with tears in his eyes, wondered if he died because of this. Would it be suicide or murder? Leopard, with a terrifying look, quickly jumped towards the protagonist, raising its paw with the intention of attacking Romeo, holding the sword enveloped in aura. Thought that here it is. Ho looked at the leopard with fear. Put his hands on Romeo's shoulders and thought that they were going to die. Now they were. Definitely going to die now, and they wouldn't even give him insurance because he just said it. Ho loudly asked his sisters and parents for forgiveness, with great fear. The protagonist was surprised to see what was happening. Romeo instantly flew forward and cut the leopard with his sword. Ho wondered why. The leopard was so slow, a natural enemy, and also a difference of 74 levels, and only one blow was enough. The protagonist, with an amazed look, wondered if this was really the power of the aura sword. Romeo, with a stern look, shook and said that this was not enough even for the beginning. Hoy thought wearily that they would put the sword away. For now anyway. Sometime later, on the day of the meeting in the Hanging Gardens with Carl, the senior magician sits on a chair among the beautiful plants of the garden. He folded his arms and looked down and thought that Hoyle was the adventurer that Marcello had recognized it would be. Nice for him to be able to understand what kind of person he was. The protagonist instantly appeared in the garden. He confidently walked down the road, clenching his hand into a fist. Romeo asked with a stern look, "Is he the senior mage?" Carl pointed to the side and confirmed it. The senior mage said that he was a researcher of black magic, and a senior mage he must be Ho. Carl thought that the protagonist had just taken a step towards him, but it felt like the ground was shaking. He was truly an extraordinary person. Romeo seriously agreed with him and said that it was nice to meet him, who angrily clenched his teeth and thought that his muscles were really sore. They used the aura sword too much while testing different things yesterday. He was shaking so much that it was hard to stand on his feet. Romeo tensed his muscles and walked towards the senior mage and asked what business did Carl have with him? The elder mage pointed to the chair and told the protagonist to sit down first. Carl quickly looked at his hand, which was covered in black energy. He wondered in amazement, had his rings that determined his sensitivity to black magic darkened in an instant. The elder mage had never seen such deep darkness before. How deep was it? Romeo looked at what was happening with an unperturbed expression. Ho wondered in fear, why was Carl looking at him like that? Maybe he just needed to sit down. The elder mage remembered his past. Carl fell to the ground with great force, throwing the box with the items. The men smiled maliciously and loudly asked him for forgiveness. They looked ominously at the fallen elder mage and said that he should have been more careful. What Carl spilled weren't the precious ingredients of the scientific community. The man couldn't even imagine that the elder mage would be so fixated on crude witchcraft and curses. If this oddity was magic, then even his dog could cast spells. These are spells for creating unnecessary things. After a while, Carl wrote something down on a piece of paper and thought maybe folk witchcraft curses or sinister magic. Should a true scientist deny such phenomena without knowing anything about them, he will definitely prove to these thoughtless people the true value of such magic. After a while, in the great hall of the scientific community of magicians, the senior magician standing at the table holds a conference for magicians. Carl filled the skeleton with dark magic and said loudly that by using the appropriate mana in this way, it is possible to make the frame of a dead animal move as if it were alive, even problems that could not be solved using the existing magic system due to the fact that they use a type of mana different from the existing one. The magician said loudly that these are meaningless things. What does the senior magician allow himself in their scientific community? How dare Carl show such terrible magic here? The magician said loudly with great displeasure that the scene magician finally did something evil. Carl raised his hands, shrouded in dark mana and anger, and loudly said that they should stop unknowingly denying it and take a closer look at the essence, a problem that current magic is not capable of solving. Perhaps they will be able to solve the problem of interference with the universe. The magician loudly addressed the president and said that there was no need to listen to Carl any longer. They loudly asked the president to make a decision, even though they encourage diversity. This is already too much. The president calmly addressed the senior magician and asked if he had already decided what to call this direction of magic. Carl turned to the president. In surprise, he smiled loudly, confirmed this, and loudly said that, from now on, he would call this direction black magic. After that, the other magicians also began to accept black magic. This glory did not last long. The senior magician clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and put his hand on it, and thought that he believed that he could solve the problem of interference with the universe with the help of black men magic. Several years had already passed, and Carl had not advanced in his research. After several years, the Tower of the Mages appeared on Earth as a result of interference in the universe. The elder mage looked at the dark sky and thought that there was definitely a way to prevent the interference, but he couldn't do everything alone. In the end, Carl spent his days in shame, unable to cope. The elder mage came out of his memories. He thought that he couldn't imagine that someone with such a strong sensitivity to black magic could exist outside the arcana. Carl was very surprised and thought that, together with this man, they would be able to overcome the limit of black magic research. Romeo, sitting at the table, addressed the elder mage by name. He asked, did the light that Carl's rings emitted somehow relate to their current conversation? The protagonist brought a cup of tea to his mouth and said that he could only afford to give it 1 hour. The tea would get cold very soon. The elder mage, looking at the dark mana on his rings in surprise, asked for forgiveness. He said that these rings determined the target's sensitivity to black magic, or in other words, their talent for black magic. However, they had never emitted such a dark and deep color before. Romeo looked at him in surprise and asked, what does black magic mean? He thought that for some reason this word seemed familiar. Carl said that it was a different kind of magic that uses mana, different from the usual one. The elder mage raised his hand and created a firebird from mana, and said that if magic examines and interferes with the target's mana to manifest the spell. Black magic uses inner darkness as a source and is a slightly different force. Carl created a spider shrouded in dark mana. He said that this black mana is created in the heart of the caster and is especially dependent on his past. The deeper and darker the caster's past, the more powerful his black mana. The elder mage turned his head to the side and covered his mouth with his hand, and said that too. Think that the protagonist's sensitivity to black magic is so high. What kind of life did Ho live? Carl is even scared to imagine it. Romeo lowered his head and thought that the darkness within and the past are needed, who threw his head back in shame and put his hands on it, and thought that the elder mage was talking about his shameful past. It is very unpleasant for him. What kind of public humiliation magic is this? The protagonist looked at Romeo in surprise and thought that this was probably his dark past. The protagonist put the cup on the table and said that it was quite unpleasant. He sternly crossed his legs and asked if it was really part of Carl's etiquette to intrude into the history of other people when they first met. The elder mage fearfully put his hand on his chest and loudly asked for forgiveness and said that he had behaved very incorrectly towards Hoyle because of his frivolity. Carl had made a mistake by insulting him. The elder mage closed his eyes and said that he would report this to his superiors and elders who would take official disciplinary action. Romeo tensed up and thought that this was too much. He accepted Carl's apology with a serious expression and said that an inquisitive mind was necessary for a scholar. He couldn't help but like a scholar who was devoted to his duty of researching black magic. The elder mage greatly admired his words. Romeo tensely rubbed his chin with his hand and said that, however, black magic uses a type of mana that is different from the existing one. Should this mean that even in a state of depleted mana it is possible to use it? Carl asked loudly with tension. Is the protagonist interested in black magic? If so, how about starting the path of studying black magic with him? Romeo, remember? Heron thought that it seemed like he had seen something like this before. The system window notified that Hu needed to prove himself and convince the senior mages, convinced 9 out of 20 mages. The protagonist was surprised, thought that the number of mages who recognized him rose from 8 to N. This is KL. Then, since he has achieved his goal, he can already go. Romeo raised his hand and went back, and said that this is all his time, he will contact him again later. The senior man loudly thanked the protagonist, who thought that if he stayed here for another second, Carl could cling to him and turn him into a graduate student of the Tower of Mages after a while in the office of the protagonist in the Tower of Mages. Romeo thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, looking at the open book. Hoyle tilted his head to the side with great fatigue and thought that although he already lives like a graduate student, the protagonist began to read as soon as he entered. He is simply a freak. Romeo looked at the parchment shrouded in mana. In surprise, it says that Marcello congratulates him on officially joining the Mage Tower. Belia wrote that she congratulates the protagonist. Would he like to have lunch together? Maya wrote that she was pleased to meet him. The system window notifies that the persuasion of the senior mages has been completed. Ho happily clenched his fists and wondered if all the senior mages had followed Carl's example and acknowledged him. It seems that Carl is really an influential mage. The system window notifies that a reward is being received. His affinity with the Mage Tower is rapidly increasing. The protagonist's influence in the Mage Tower is rapidly increasing. A new function has been activated, Hill thought with a very happy expression. Could it be that the rapid increase in kinship and influence in the Mage Tower, which has national-level influence, so now the user kingdom and the Mage Tower are in his hands? Romeo calmly threw the parchment into the trash and said that nothing much had changed. The protagonist thought with rage, could he really not be happy with it? A looked at the system window in surprise and wondered what kind of new function was this? Romeo seriously extended his finger to the windows. Protagonist was surprised and thought, what is this? After some time, the news reporter said that the Arcana nation appeared in reality for the first time. There is a very large amount of capital in the Usra kingdom. The Gen and Berserk guilds are very actively investing in the kingdom. What does the expert think? About this, the expert seriously said that in simple terms, he thinks that this is a wise decision made with an eye to the future. To be honest, they weren't even talking about the distant future. Jay and Guild had already risen from 5th to 3rd in the guild ranks. Tam Min and his brother were looking sternly at the computer screen. Taemin looked at his brother and asked what he thought about it. Nam Chol kept his hands on the keyboard and said that he was only thinking about how to repay everything who had done for him. His brother looked down tensely and thought that the only reason their guild rank had skyrocketed was because of the protagonist. If it weren't for him, Nam Chio probably wouldn't even be here right now. It was Hoi himself who recommended Jayan to the Ire Kingdom. After all, they really only get everything from the protagonist. Taemin confidently clenched his hand into a fist and said loudly that they would properly finish the Ire restoration quest that Hool had given them. He turned to his brother in surprise, seeing no reaction from him. The computer screen showed that Jay and Guild's rank had gone from 5th to 3rd. This is something that really needs to be congratulated. However, it is unfortunate that they are not cooperating with the Mythology Guild at times like these. They should be working together. Taemin angrily looked at the screen and asked, what is this? What kind of freaks are Mythology? Are they saying weird things again? Nam Chul Klai said that his brother said, Mythology is acting like children. As always this time, even the National Assembly member spoke up. Tamin said that these National Assembly members seem to have a lot of free time, even though Mythology is competing for the top spots in the business world. Would the National Assembly members act just for money? Brother said that they seem to have worked hard this time, he thought tensely. How did this happen? How did Mythology make a National Assembly member act? After a while, the National Assembly member is hanging from the ceiling, shrouded in Dark Mana Mythology's Guildmaster. Becky Soul stands by the window and fills his mouth with dark mana. She held a glass in her hand and brought the phone to her ear. Soul addressed the secretary into the phone receiver. She told the secretary to cancel all plans for tomorrow. The secretary said that she had a meeting with Assembly member Choi tomorrow. He didn't finish and said that he understood her. The secretary asked what he should tell Assembly member Choi tomorrow. Soul changed her appearance to demonic and told him to say that she was heading to the Usra Kingdom. There was a man there now whom she wanted to meet after some time in the Mage Tower. The system window notified that a new function in the Mage Tower had been activated. The protagonist's phone rang quickly. Romeo wondered who was calling him. A multitude of messages from his sisters instantly appeared on the phone screen. Who thought that they were his sisters? Why were they even writing to him at this time? Romeo, drinking tea from a mug, looked at the phone screen. A parchment quickly appeared in front of his face. He looked at the parchment, taking it in his hand, and wondered if it was from the Tower of Magicians. The senior magician Maya loudly greeted H. She said loudly that she had already sent him a message. She sent this parchment because the main character did not answer. Maya, smiling loudly, apologized for insisting. She said loudly that she wrote to him to say that since Ho was now working together with the Supreme Mage, the protagonist was practically at the same level as him. She prepared what she had promised for him. The parchment of Van Grit. Tom quickly appeared next to Maya and interrupted her and loudly greeted Ho. He loudly introduced himself and said that he had prepared a small gift for the protagonist in honor of joining. Many parchments of mages appeared in front of Hoyle. Romeo involuntarily thought what it was the protagonist showing his thumb, thought that it was time to leave. Romeo, with a stern look, quickly ran to the side, clenching his palms into fists. After some time, to the palace of the Ra archipelago, Hakuna, smiling, laughed loudly. He said that it meant that the protagonist had arrived because he needed peace and quiet. Hoyle must have been difficult. Romeo closed his eyes and, holding a cup in his hand, said that it was the king sitting at the table, said that this is what it means to become a partner in the scientific work of the Supreme Mage. This is how senior mages express their sincerity. The protagonist should not let this bother him. Romeo brought the cup to his mouth and said that he does not take bribes, especially when they are given as an expression of sincerity. Hakuna laughed, quickly threw his head back, and loudly said that this is very similar to the protagonist. The king is sure that this is why the deadly sin of greed fell in his presence. Hakuna asked, since they were talking about it, did Hill see the video that the JN Guild posted on the video hosting site? It undoubtedly shows how the protagonist defeated the great evil. Romeo tensely raised his head, shook, and asked what video he was talking about. The protagonist's phone immediately rang on its screen. It was written that Sister Number 3 was calling on a video call. Hoy thought that he forgot to answer her message. Did something really happen? Romeo took the phone in his hand and asked for his forgiveness. The main character answered the phone and asked what happened. Yellen said loudly with great anger that this was enough. Hoyle is not greed or immortal sin. The last king of the Uzra kingdom must wake up. Erin climbed onto her aunt's back with a smile and greeted her uncle loudly. Yellam angrily called her by name and said that she shouldn't climb on her aunt. She showed the phone screen with Romeo, and they said that it was time to correct their mistakes. Yellam smiled sarcastically, stuck out her tongue and laughed loudly and asked, didn't it look similar? Umi smiled loudly and said that this battle was really cool. There are already more than 100 million views on the video hosting site. Romeo ended the call and thanked them for watching. He quickly put the phone on the table. The protagonist, head down, asked tensely, could the king give him a place to rest? Hakuna raised his finger with a smile and loudly agreed, asking if Ho had any preferences regarding the location the king was thinking about. A douche, since the protagonist can be said to be the founder of a kingdom or maybe an independent domain, Romeo said with a bashful smile, that an ordinary room would be enough. Who thought that he wanted to die after some time? There was a large wooden house in the middle of the forest. The protagonist quickly opened the door. He hung his jacket in the closet and pulled his tie down with his hand. The bags quickly fell down. Romeo sat down on the sofa and looked at his phone. Ho thought that he was very embarrassed. How did the video get so many views? Who allowed the JN guys to just take and upload a video of him? He should sue them for filming without consent. Romeo wondered, what is this? Something is wrong here. He already had a similar feeling. The protagonist, with a mask on his face, quickly opened the window and said that it was Dust Hills. Scratched the back of his head with his hand and thought that he had not cleaned up since he came here sometime later on. The Usra Ar Capello in the Gen Guild camp. NPS are guarding the entrance to the tent. Taman angrily pointed at something. He put his finger on the phone screen and asked, what is this? The screen shows their changes by days, weeks, and months. The J and Guild shares have decreased greatly. Taman raised his hands in surprise and loudly asked what kind of strange things happened to their shares. Namchul, sitting at the computer, sighed and said that it was all because the Mythology Guild told some strange rumors. Again, Brother loudly asked what he was talking about. Why do these freaks constantly set them up? They generally ruin things without rest. As soon as they receive the support of the meeting, mythology is just trash. Taman loudly asked his brother to send him links to these articles. Namchu, covering his mouth with his hand, said that he thinks mythology wants to say that they should split the quests to restore Yusra before they are lowered. Even more, Brother wondered how the Mythology Guild suddenly got so much influence. Tam Min asked loudly, was the Gen Guild liquidated in a merger with the Mythology Guild? Announced, what kind of bad headline is this? Why is the headline like that? And the article itself says that the J and Gil Master Taemin fell in love with Gilm's soul and is now running after her, begging her to marry him. At the same time, the NPC protecting the 10 raised his hand, asked her to stop, and asked what she wanted here. Taemin said loudly that he could also write such nonsense. He raised his finger up in anger and said loudly that Guildmaster Tam, men hate soul. They will ask why, because the mythology, Guildmaster has a very beautiful mole with hair sticking out of it on the back of his body. So, instantly appeared next to him with a smile and asked, is this really true? Tam Min and his brother quickly looked at her. In surprise, the Guildmaster calmly asked, where did he hear that? She tucked her hair behind her ear and said that it seemed like Tam Min knew things about her that even she didn't know. Guildmaster, Jen must really be interested in her. Tamen furiously rolled up the sleeve of his shirt and loudly asked, how did this happen? He loudly said that their guild members should stand guard outside. Namchel tensely clenched his teeth and loudly asked, did something really happen? He quickly pulled back the cloth at the entrance of the tent and looked at the NPCs lying on the ground. Namchel turned around with an ominous look and turned to see and said that he was sure that she was aware that an attack on their guild members would entail this. The mythology, Guildmaster put her hand on her face and asked, did an attack really happen? She had nothing to do with it. Soul changed her appearance and said that they just fell asleep on their own. Streams of dark mana quickly flew to Namcheo's head. He was frightened and wondered what this familiar and unpleasant feeling was. Namchol thought that she was the same person who pulled the Mythology Guild to 41st place in the ranks. Although before that this guild was small and insignificant, so looked at what was happening with an unperturbed smile. Taemin, angry, quickly pointed his finger at her and loudly called her by name. He loudly asked what she was trying to do. Now, didn't she think that she had just crossed all boundaries? Namchol shook with fear and thought that Sol had recently gained the support of the National Assembly. He wondered how she managed to do this. Was this really mind domination magic? It shouldn't work on players. So, how did this happen? He had to warn his brother, but his body refused to move. Sol smirked and said that there was no need to fight it. Namcho thought in fear that everything was exactly like when that demon possessed him. Romeo was standing near the tent next to the lying NPCs. He lowered the mask from his face and sighed. T-men, and so looked at something in surprise. The protagonist, standing at the entrance to the tent, said that he had just finished cleaning. He didn't feel any freshness at all and couldn't stand it. Romeo headed towards the Guildmaster's soul said with admiration that it was him. The protagonist confidently enveloped his body in mana and said that he was a demon. The protagonist quickly showed his phone. The screen showed a video in which Romeo said that this was enough. It was time to correct his mistakes, he said with a confident look that Tam Min enjoyed. Ening humiliating others by posting videos of them was a demon guildmaster. Jen raised his hands in confusion. Looking at him, he asked with a frightened look, is this really a video? Sol smiled wickedly, put her hand on her chin and said to, just look at this. She thought that at first she wanted to extract more information from the Jan, but the protagonist came here himself. Sol smiled and thought that people call H the light of Ira, looking at him in real life. The protagonist is not much. Did this man really defeat the mortal sin himself? The Guildmaster of Mythology asked. Isn't his name Hoyle Sol? Thought so. The mortal sin was nothing special. She raised her hand with a smile and introduced herself. The Guildmaster approached him, put her hand to his tie and asked. The protagonist must not have heard of her soul, thought that no matter how disappointing it was all for the best. She said that she was interested in Hi's soul, thought that she would be able to get Yuzuru in its entirety much easier than she thought. Romeo quickly slapped her hand, throwing it aside. Sol was very surprised by his behavior. The protagonist put his hand on his hip with a serious expression and addressed him in saying that he was completely incomprehensible. Guildmaster Jen should explain himself. Nam Chu, adjusting his glasses, loudly agreed with him. He said that false rumors had recently started to spread about Hoyle. Articles came out saying that the protagonist had given special privileges only to the guilds he was affiliated with. They couldn't just sit still and watch all these evil rumors spread, so they uploaded the video. Nam Chol apologized and said that he did it to clear up misunderstandings, but he didn't think it through. Far enough, Romeo sternly crossed his arms and listened to him. Nam Ch said that these were not the true articles released by the Mythology Guild and the National Assembly. Sol smirked, put her hand on her face and turned to Hool. She ominously lifted her hair from her face with her hand and asked how the protagonist could act like this to her. She thought it was pretty rude. How is the guildmaster supposed to understand this? Romeo said with a serious expression that Sol understood everything very well. He was talking to the Jane Guild and who told her that interrupting someone else's conversation was the height of politeness. So, with a terrifying look, enveloped her body in dark mana and said that technically it was H who interrupted her conversation with the guild. She thought the protagonist is not. That simple as he? There is nothing scary about it. People are just prey for her. A succubus, even Hoyle, cannot resist her charms. Sol brought her hand to his face, enveloping him in dark mana, and asked, he does not think so. Right, the system window notifies that the natural enemy skill is being activated. Combat skills will be greatly enhanced in the battle with the demon. Romeo, looking into her eyes, thought that this is a natural enemy, which means she is a demon's soul, enveloped in ominous mana. Holds her hand on his head, the protagonist thought that this is too much. At the same time, the NPC loudly said for them to come here. The NPC, quickly running towards the tent, loudly said that this is the JN tent and everything needs to be filmed. Are the people outside members of the JN Guild? NPC quickly ran into the tent filming what was happening on camera and loudly said that it was amazing because Sol was also here. They were finally right in front of the JN Guild tent. Is the main character really here? The viewer transferred 001 to NPC and wrote that it was really Hoyle. NPC loudly thanked him for 50,000 won. So, surprised, loudly asked, what is this? Nam Chol adjusted his glasses, laughed, and said that they were finally here. She angrily asked loudly, what is he talking about? Nam Chol, smiling ominously, showed the middle finger and asked, did Sol really think that she was the only one who could manipulate the media, really buying up news publishers and newspapers? This is all completely different. Didn't she know that these days the real media that attracts attention is video hosting? NPC, smiling, ominously took their tongues out of their mouths and filming everything on their phones, loudly asked, are Solho and JN really here? They are definitely not sleeping, are they? The number of viewers breaks through absolutely everything. What happened? Inside, the JN tent donations are quickly flying to their map. The NPC loudly addressed Sol and asked why she left the Berserk Guild alone, and mainly writes only about the JN Guild. Is she really also climbing into Hoyle? The protagonist, surprised, wondered what was going on here. Romeo looked at what was happening with disgust, so put her hand on her face and said that they would not be able to communicate normally in such an environment. The protagonist turned towards her with a serious look. He wondered what she had just whispered. Sol, smiling, put her hand on his shoulder and asked if they could talk somewhere else. Romeo confidently refused her. People looked at him in surprise after hearing what he had heard. S.E. wanting to say something, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. The protagonist sighed with a stern look and said that he had no time for someone who couldn't make an appointment in advance. If she wanted to talk to him, she should come back after practicing her manners. The NPC laughed and asked, did S.E. just get rejected now? That's some good content. After a while, the news said that C has 14.5 million subscribers. She is the #1 person in the business world of South Korea. S.E. is the child of Mythology Corporation and the Guild Master of Mythology Guild. She has 60 million subscribers on social media and is the most popular celebrity of this era. Everything Seal wears, drinks, holds, or applies to herself becomes a trend and sells out in minutes. She is the reason why Mythology's slogan became Mythology out of stock, and now practically is. Mythology, everyone loves her, everyone wants her attention, and everyone wants her. So why is everyone like this? The news under their video asked who would win if Seal and Ho fought. She wondered with a puzzled expression, why didn't her seduction work? With the main character. Character Sol had said several times that she wouldn't forgive him. How dare he make fun of her? She would definitely kill him. So, looked down while holding the phone in her hand. She and the demoness told them to stop. So, looked up and looked in the mirror. Her eyes were red, the demoness angrily told her to shut up. Sol herself begged her to help her. Does she really want to play the mistress of this body? Now the demoness, remembering the past, said that she asked for help and begged for salvation. In the past, the demoness, holding her head in her hand, asked if she really wanted to live in the present. The demoness said that Soul said that she wanted revenge on those who looked down on her and hated her. She said that she would do anything for this. The demoness achieved everything Soul wanted, so what's the problem? She looked at the mirror, put her hand on it, and said that she never wanted this. The demoness asked what she was talking about. Soul, with shaking legs, said that it was not H who should die, but she. The demoness asked what she was talking about. Does Soul really think that she could get everything she has? Now, without her, even her father calls Soul a mistake. She should learn gratitude. Soul quickly brought the bloody glass to her neck. The demoness wondered what this was. This body does not obey her. How did she do it? The demoness put her other hand on the glass and asked, has Soul really gone crazy? Is she really resisting her? Now, has she really gone crazy? Did Soul cut her neck open? The demoness said that she should know when to stop because she could have killed herself. Soul felt something and wondered. Could this be? The demoness asked. She was joking, right? Why would Soul do this? Is she missing something? She gave her wealth and fame. The demoness did everything as Soul wanted and got everything she ever wanted. She arranged everything so that no one could interfere with Soul again, just like she wanted. She looked at herself from the mirror and said that Soul had achieved this. The demoness looked at her reflection with fear and asked what she was talking about. So last, isn't that so? She said that everything the demoness had achieved was available because she was the daughter of the SC of mythology. That's why the demoness was shaking with fear now, because no matter who else she possessed, it wouldn't matter. Because the demoness knew that without Soul, she was nothing. The demoness thought that this was dangerous because she had lost a lot of blood and was losing strength. The demoness asked with rage what she was saying. Soul said that it was because she was afraid of being Al. The demoness loudly ordered her to stop. She said that they would really die if she continued. Soul stabbed the splinter into her body and said that she was not afraid of it. She remembered the past. The demoness put her hand on the protagonist's face, so looked into Ho's eyes and saw her real reflection. She looks at him in surprise while standing behind the demoness. Soul said that Ho saw her, not the demoness she came out of. Her memories. The demoness clenched her teeth in rage, putting her hand on her neck. She thought that she would die like that. The demoness will not let this happen and will get her revenge. Why are people so weak? She can't heal because she doesn't have enough strength. The demoness put her hand on the box and thought that she needed to absorb something, anything at all. She quickly headed towards the door with the NPC standing behind her. He looked at her in surprise and loudly told her to hold on. She needs to get to the hospital quickly. The demoness sent dark mana in his direction after some time in a wooden house on the island. Romeo was surprised holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. He remembered the system window that notifies that the natural enemy skill is being activated and wondered what it is. The protagonist looked away irritably and said that it was a curse. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said that she was sneaking in at such a late hour without any permission. She still has no manners. As before, Romeo put the cup on the table and told the demon to come in. The protagonist smirked and said that was not the guest he expected, but he would be hospitable. Romeo smirked and crossed his arms while Hoy stood up, straight waiting for the demon. The door did not open after his words. The protagonist sighed with relief and thought that apparently even demons do not want to come at such a late hour. The demoness smiled, leaning her back against the window and crossing her arms, saying that Hoyle was more sensitive than she expected. The protagonist, frightened, clenched his teeth and shook. Romeo looked at her ominously and asked, was it really possible to sneak in like a thief through a window at night? Did she learn these manners? The demoness, entering the room, remembered her manners and said that he had asked her to work on them. She smiled ominously, standing surrounded by dark mana and asking for forgiveness. Said that she had forgotten about it. The protagonist thought that he did not see Soul's silhouette as before. What happened was she really sealed Romeo, looking up, said that he did not see Soul. The demoness, smiling terribly, covered her mouth with her hand and asked what was he talking about? She was here right now. Was the protagonist really talking about a dead girl? Romeo was surprised after hearing this. The demoness said that Soul was dead. She suddenly wanted to stab herself like some idiot. Apparently Soul died from shock in the Demoness can't sense her anymore either. What else can you expect from this idiot? Did she really think that such a threat would work with the demonist? H, with fear on his face, wondered if Sol was really dead. That couldn't be right. The demonist asked if he wanted to know something interesting. She stood next to Romeo with a smile and raised her hand and said that Sol died because of him. She continued to say strange things. Something about the main character being the only one who saw her soul is illegitimate. And according to the demonist, the first article came out when she was 8 years old. Sol didn't have to do anything to get the media to pay attention to her. She was bullied at school and in the neighborhood. In the end, her mother killed herself in a fit of depression. Does who know what? So, Beck Junk father said. The demonist recalled the past and voiced her father's words. He gritted his teeth and looked at the piece of paper and said that although Sol was a mistake, he could not allow himself to leave a child without parents. And so Chuang would accept her. The demonist crossed her arms and laughed loudly. She raised her hands with a smile and said loudly that after a couple of years had passed, Sol awakened her hunter abilities. Her father made her work very hard in the rifts. She did whatever he wanted. Why did Sol do this? It was all because she wanted to be loved by her father. She wanted to convince all those people who underestimated and hated her, shouting that Sol was Chen's daughter. She wanted to take revenge on everyone who pointed fingers at her mother. In the end, no one needed her. Sol said that she would repay Hoi's debt because he believed in her. The demoness asked laughingly, "This is funny, isn't it? Sol died completely in vain." Romeo, with a terrifying look, interrupted her and ordered her to shut up. The demonist, smiling uncomprehendingly, fell silent. The protagonist asked, "Did she really dare to want to talk to him? She is just a weak demonist. Her impotence knows no bounds." The system window notifies that the player Hoyle has turned his attention to her. Her mental strength is too weak. The demonist, looking at Romeo's terrifying gaze, wondered, "What is this? Why does he look so dangerous?" The system window notifies that she is experiencing horror that she is unable to cope with. The abnormal status horror is activated. The protagonist ordered her to run. The demonist shook with great fear, looking at him. Romeo ominously said that he does not conduct conversations with prey. Ho instantly moved to an unknown place. The protagonist, surprised, wondered where is. He was the exorcism skill really activated. He did not sacrifice anything. So how did this happen? Ho turned towards the running man. He looked at Little Romeo and wondered, "Is it him? So this is the protagonist's mind palace?" Ho gritted his teeth and, feeling pain, quickly put his hand on his heart. He wondered, what is this? What is this sudden pain in his heart, as if someone squeezed it? The protagonist turned towards the grown-up Romeo standing on the balcony. He looked at the dead people lying below, who wondered, is this really part of Grell's history? The protagonist was surprised and thought that it was not. This was his memory. This is how Romeo felt in the past. Hoyle seemed to be experiencing the same thing because of their synchronization, the same rage that made him swear to end all the demons that would cross his path. The protagonist returned to the present, the demonist fearfully gritting her teeth. Looks up, Romeo looks down at her with a terrifying look. He asked, how dare she insult a person's pride? The demonist dares to laugh at the one who risked her own life to pay her debt. The protagonist raised his hand with great rage, concentrating the most powerful red energy in it. He asked, is it really laughable to laugh at the one who did not lose her pride, despite the fact that the dishonest demonist used the most dishonest methods? The demonist raised herself and laughed shakingly. She said that as someone like her, before she could finish speaking, many energy swords rose up. Romeo, standing in the middle of the ominous Mana, lowered 2 fingers down. The demoness, smiling, knelt down and bowed, said that she would repay her sins with death. She wondered if she should resist him. Many powerful beams of mana quickly headed to the side. The protagonist watched this with a serious look. He knelt down, looked at the demoness, and turning to see, asked if she could hear him. Romeo calmly said that he saw her. Pride Soul raised her head with tears in her eyes and said that it was very good. Romeo thought that it must have been really hard for her. Soul needed to get home and go to bed. He pointed to the side and said that it was late. She should go home and cry there. H thought that Romeo had gotten the point across. Soul closed her eyes and leaned to the side. The protagonist calmly looked at Soul lying on him. He looked at her eyes with a serious expression and thought, didn't she say that she stabbed herself? Romeo doesn't see the wound, and it's logical that she passed out after that. She needs to be put somewhere so that she Jessica quickly opened the door and didn't give him a chance to think, and called out loudly to, "Hoy," she said loudly and angrily that they had gone on patrol because they had felt the presence of a demon. She quickly asked if she was okay. Jessica, not having time to finish speaking, looked at the protagonist standing over Sol. She loudly apologized and said that she didn't know that he was with a lady. Jessica didn't know at all that the main character was going to RI the blanket off Sol. Romeo calmly looked at her and said that he was covering Sol with a blanket. Jessica loudly said that it was obvious it would be strange if someone like Ho wasn't in a relationship with Sol. Main character wondered why. She snapped at him. She said loudly and embarrassedly that no matter what they were asking for, forgiveness, they would modestly leave now, and KN, with a red face, turned his head to the side and covered his mouth with his hand. He burst into tears and quickly ran out of the hall room and loudly said that Ho was a fool. Jessica, stretching out her hand back loudly, asked Anosh to wait. Ho wondered with shame. What was this? After a while, the door closed. Romeo was sitting on the couch. Doomed Ho tiredly threw his head back and wondered, will this day ever end? It seems that fighting the mortal sin was really easier. The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared. The protagonist sternly looked at the system window and wondered, what is this? He has a bad feeling at the same time in a department in Korea. Sujam looks at the computer screen. The screen says that a notification about an update has appeared. Arca wrote that they will soon come to them with a new region, the northern city of Permafrost. The producer happily raised his hand and stretched out his finger towards the screen and asked loudly, isn't this an incredibly important event? Permafrost is the largest metropolis of Arcana there. Will still be shops and forges opening there. He loudly asked Swam to look at the comments and loudly said that this is very good. Swam, smiling loudly, agreed with him and said that this is for sure. This update will allow you to breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Wai Kong, happily looking at the screen loudly, asked if the viewers had seen the article about the update with Permafrost. Finally, the update with Permafrost appeared. The screen says that the number of viewers on the broadcast is 2835 people. Why? Kong loudly said that there will be a lot of content. The viewer wrote that they have a lot of work. The second viewer wrote that this is really the beginning of the return of humanity. The correspondent, smiling, raised his hand and loudly said into the microphone that this is in Arcana today, and this is a sudden broadcast. They came to them with news about the update introducing the northern city Permafrost. Everyone is delighted with the new update. Perhaps this is the beginning of humanity's revenge. Hyle looks at the system window in surprise. He said that the Demon King has appeared. The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared attacking the Demon King. It was the king and his grip tightened the last. Hunter must overthrow him from the throne. The protagonist needs to explore the northern Permafrost region. A thought, so this is Permafrost is the Demon King really, in the middle of the city. It can't be that. The ruler turns out to be the Demon King. It's such a rarity. The protagonist, looking at his phone, said loudly that he needs to let everyone else know. He suggested that Romeo leave a comment on the Arcana page or somewhere else. Ho said loudly for the protagonist to get to work. Romeo, smiling, raised his cup to his mouth and holding the phone in his hand, said that the Demon King reminds him of Idion. The Demon King is the true sworn enemy of the demon hunters in the days when the Arcana was a game training demon hunters. The man crossed his arms and said that the Demon Kings are powerful. They are not just powerful, they are very strong, and there are a lot of them. They even have a ranking system. Few demon hunters have survived a clash with even the lowest ranking Demon King. He handed Romeo the book and said that he better get ready. In this book are the names and descriptions of the Demon Kings that they know about. The man said, smiling, that Romeo should memorize them. The system window notifies that a new quest has appeared. May they be filled with knowledge of the Demon Kings so that they can kill them. The remaining time is 1 hour and 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The man said that he will check it in 2 hours at the present time. Romeo thought that, as he later read on the internet, this quest was not necessary to complete. He laughed, smiling, and said that it was a significant time that allowed them to gain valuable knowledge. Hoy thought that at least now it was useful. Life is very unpredictable. He looked at his phone and wondered if a comment had appeared. The phone says that Romeo proclaims to everyone that they need to make every effort to prepare before ascending into the Permafrost. There they are faced with the threat of the Demon King, and they also need to be wary of the NPC. The comment said, he is a fool. You can get a lot of money at once. That way. Hoy thought that he wouldn't take it seriously either. He quickly threw his phone back with a smile and thought that he didn't care. Permafrost is a very large metropolis. Nothing too bad will happen. Even the Demon King won't be able to do whatever he wants. The protagonist lay down next to the sleeping soul and crossed his legs and thought that the update was going to be cool, the restaurants in Permafrost were good, maybe he should visit them first. He needs to look at the items he ordered from the Mage Tower. She asks a lot for custom-made items, although that doesn't matter. Hao is sure that everything will be fine. It's late, so he will fall asleep. For a while, he quickly started rolling on the floor and thought that because of this strange post, he can't sleep. The protagonist loudly asked why Romeo talks like that. The bird flew quickly towards them, holding a bag in its paw. It said that this was a delivery from the Tower of Magicians. It was Hoyle. Right, Romeo looked up and confirmed it. Ho was surprised and thought that he had a very deep voice flying back. The bird said that now people mostly order contactless delivery. The protagonist only makes her job more difficult. Romeo, holding a bag in his hands, looks at it. Who thought that she also doesn't have a very good character, whatever it was. This is his order, right? He arrived just in time, and now he doesn't have to go all the way to the Tower of Magicians. The protagonists offered to see how they did, and Romeo picked up the pieces of the bag's fabric. He holds a box with a ring in his hand. The system window notifies that this is a ring made of pure emerald. Its rank is unique, and its effect is to restore stamina upon impact. This is a ring made using a unique technique. It uses the effect of the emerald to the maximum. Who was very surprised and thought that this was amazing. Does the ring really not have any other conditions? Does it just need to be attacked, and the protagonist will start to recover health as expected from the Mage Tower? They made a very good item. It must be expensive. Some other healing item with similar conditions was valued at 1,000,000,000 or so. How much would a custom order cost? He needs to check how much money the prot has in his account. Let's look at another item first. Romeo is holding a white handkerchief in his hand. The system window notifies that this masterpiece is a koi scale handkerchief. Its effect is to increase affinity with the fire attribute, increase the chance of evasion, and unlock the aesthetics characteristic. The handkerchief is endowed with transcendental effects that surpass the original abilities due to the use of a very rare ingredient. It is priceless. Who will quickly lean back from the very strong light emanating from the handkerchief. Covering his eyes with his hands, he dropped his hands in fear and thought that he had just experienced an exorcism. The protagonist seemed to see a masterpiece. It just seemed that way to him, right? How much does who know about a masterpiece? He remembered the past without thinking. It says on the screen that because of what the prices for such an item reach, astronomical amounts, there are items that cost more than 100 million. Others are valued at billions and even trillions. The protagonist looked at the letter with a request for payment for the work in fear and thought that he was finished. What will happen if he can't pay? They won't take everything he has. Will they? The system window notifies that the aesthetics characteristic is unlocked. The current level is low. Ho wondered if the characteristic is really unlocked. Romeo smiled. Aesthetics he really likes. That the system window notifies that the masterpiece, the koi scale handkerchief, is in his hands. The protagonist sighed tensely and thought, since Romeo liked him so much, what should he do? Ho needed to distribute the points he got from the exorcism of the succubus who had possessed soul. Romeo extended his finger to the system window. It increased the points of the luck characteristic. The system window notified that luck was now 5, and there were 0 remaining points. The protagonist thought that now there was only one thing left to do, to hope that everything would work out. Hi. Knelt down, folded his hands, and looked up. Begging for luck, Romeo happily looked at the thing in his hands and said that apparently Marcello had sent the vest as a gift. It would go very well with his scarf. The protagonist was very lucky. The protagonist thought that this was not true at all. He did not want such luck. The system window quickly notified that a class quest had appeared. Ho wondered what else was there. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. The system window notifies that the attack on the Demon King is suspended. He first needs to complete the previous quest. The protagonist wondered if it was suspended. Was there really a previous quest sometime later in Japan at the headquarters of the Inazuma Guild? The NPC throwing sheets of paper loudly asked if they were really losing to the JN Guild in ranks. What could be more shameful than that? In this way, they were practically betraying themselves. His Sage, with a scratch on his cheek, closed his eyes and said his name, saying that he would make sure that they recovered from this shame in the permafrost. The NPC pointing at him said that if Heisey made a mistake again, he should better be prepared to commit suicide. Did he understand his words? Hisi agreed with his words. After some time, he clenched his palms into fists and walked down the corridor. The analyst sadly extended his hand in his direction and turned to the master. Hei interrupted him, adjusted his hair with his hand, and said that permafrost had appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. This information was top secret. So the analyst should not tell anyone outside the guild. The Japanese government would buy them some time. So in the meantime, they should try to raise their influence and affinity in the permafrost. The analyst asked loudly with a frightened look. Would they really not let other players approach? They don't know yet if the permafrost is safe or not. This goes against Ao. His Sagai didn't let him finish and punched the wall next to the analyst with great force. He said with veins sticking out on his neck that the permafrost is a city for barbarians and Tom Min from the J&N Guild is a first-ranked barb, Aryan Hissy. Adjusting his glasses, said that they lost to Jen in the lands of Askura and Iser. There won't be a next time and they will surpass Jan again. The analyst agreed with him. In fear, his eye quickly turned around and told the analyst to give the order to all guild members to go to Hokkaido. He raised a finger with a smile and addressed the analyst and said that if he wasn't going to commit suicide for him, he should watch his behavior. Everyone was behaving so frivolously because they weren't the ones who would have to take responsibility. The analyst, with beads of sweat appearing on his face from fear, took the phone in his hand and laughing said that he would take this into account. The analyst wrote a message that permafrost will appear near Hokkaido. The man thanked him and wrote that he would transfer the money as soon as they checked. The analyst wrote a message, when will he be able to contact him at the same time. The NPC quickly picked up the phone, ran to his comrade, and loudly said that they received a message from Inuma. They will post the news and leave immediately. Ichimon-san, sitting in the boat, loudly asked where she was. The NPC loudly said that she was in Hokkaido. His comrade needs to hurry. The NPC assumes that the analyst will tell everyone else too. Moon-san, pressing the keyboard loudly, said that it was Hokkaido. After some time, the news said that permafrost had appeared near Hokkaido. Dimitri, holding the phone in his hand, loudly addressed Roxas and said that the analyst had just called him the guildmaster. Looked at him, raised his hand, and loudly said that he had already seen it. He ordered to get ready because they were moving out right now. NPC put his hands near his mouth, loudly ordered the Shining Ones to get ready. At the same time, the huntress quickly ran into the room, loudly calling out to everyone. Showing the phone screen, she loudly asked, "Is the guildmaster really an idiot? They need to take ski equipment." Leon said that the huntress would freeze there if she took only swimming trunks. The huntress has definitely gone crazy at the same time. W. Kong happily covered his mouth with his hand and, turning to the audience loudly, said that the permafrost is in Hokkaido. The viewers wrote that he is very cute today. And what about Boss Hoyle? Why Kong today has no hair in his nose? The northern city of permafrost. This is the city where you can get the barbarian class. It was one of the main bases during the time when Arcana was a game. There were blacksmiths, NPC, and various shops usual for a metropolis. People were delighted for a reason and called this event the beginning of the return for humanity. If deity content is the same as in the game, then this city will greatly help players after some time in Hokkaido and Kao. Front of the portal to the permafrost, Taemin angrily put his sword on his shoulder and asked, "What is this? What are they even talking about? Have they gone crazy?" Nam Ch, holding a tablet in his hand, asked, "What's wrong?" Taemin, angrily pointing his finger back, turned to his brother and loudly said that they require passports. He has never been asked for a passport. How did he become a player? Nam Cho raised his hand, smiling, and said that there must be some kind of mistake. He said hello and said his name. NPC, holding a gun in his hand, asked for forgiveness and said that they cannot enter without a passport. Nam Chul, surprised, exhaled hot air from his mouth. Taemin loudly said that they do not let anyone in and have sealed almost everything. This is not only with him, but with everyone. At the same time, among the dense forest covered in snow near the permafrost, the Enuma Guild is quickly running through the snow. His loudly ordered them to run faster and said that they don't have much time, they must get there first, even if it's just for 10 minutes. The hunter was amazed and said loudly that he saw the gates of the permafrost right in front of them. The guildmaster smiled and said loudly that they were finally here. He instantly changed his expression. Hassaj, I stepped on a branch with his foot breaking it in half. The guild members looked at something in surprise and stopped. The bodies of dead people were lying on the stakes. The guildmaster asked with a frightened look, "Is this the permafrost?" The guild members quickly began to spit liquid out of their mouths. making loud sounds. The hunter panicked and turned to his sage eye and asked, "What is this?" The guildmaster loudly told the hunter to be careful. The guild member asked in fear, "What is this?" A huge finger pierced his chest. The guild members quickly ran away and said loudly that there was a demon here. They loudly asked for help. I looked up with fear on his face. A huge demon with a terrifying look pointed its hand at him. The guildmaster thought that it was not suicide that he needed to be afraid of. A few hours earlier at the Ho residence in the Wairei archipelago. Sol was sleeping on the bed. Making sounds, she remembered what happened and quickly opened her eyes. Sol immediately got up and thought, why is she still alive? When did she lose consciousness? She didn't embarrass herself too much, did she? This is a very big shame for her. Did Sol burst into uncontrollable tears when the protagonist said that she was amazing? She owes her life to him. How will Sol now answer for all the inconvenience caused? Romeo thoughtfully holds his hand on his chin and looks at the system window. He thought it seems like the Demon King has started to act. The system window notifies that it is time to return to the burning permafrost captured by demons. If the scale is empty, the quest will be failed. Romeo wondered. Will there really be a failure with an empty scale so far? He does not see any scale. Will it really appear when they arrive? The protagonist closed his eyes, raised his hand, and said that it was time for him to go. He thought that first he needed to wake up. Sol, Romeo looked to the side and saw her. He calmly asked, has she really woken up already? Frightened, raised his hand and thought that the protagonist needed to say something. Essie embarrassedly lowered her head and thanked him, saying that she sincerely regretted all the inconvenience caused to him, who also saved her life. She covered her face with her hand, saying that this debt means that she will pay it off by any means necessary. Sol reached out to his jacket and said that he was really kind and could ask for anything he wanted if necessary. She would pay with her body, heart, and even her dignity. Romeo, holding an envelope in his hand, said that she would pay in any way. Hai looked at him in surprise and thought, is this really an envelope with a payment request? That's right, he raised his luck. Prayers generally work strangely. This is simply incalculable wealth. The letter says that the payment for production is free. The Tower of Magicians does not charge a commission fee from magicians with the authority level of the supreme magician or higher in return for striving for heights through labor. The protagonist thought, is this really free? Perhaps it is because of that new function. Hoy looked at the letter in surprise and thought that he loved Marcelo very much. Then he did not have anything specific to ask for. Maybe he should ask for premium mythical rank. Taharan turned to Hoy and said that it was him. Romeo turned around with a disinterested look and allowed him to enter. The commander said in surprise that the protagonist already had guests. He approached Romeo with a smile and covered his face with his hand and said that it seemed that the rumors about a knock bursting into tears after Ho rejected him were true. The protagonist tiredly put his hand on his face and told Haran to get to the point. Hoy, standing between them, raised his hand and thought that these rumors were groundless. The commander said with a smile that His Majesty the King would discuss the reason for the visit with the protagonist in person. Haran happily said that he had something to talk about with their savior. The knights escorted him here. Thought for some reason it seemed like more and more people were coming to him each time. Sol smiled ominously, put her hand on her chin and said that this was a big omission. She apologizes for the late introduction. Sol put her hand on her chest and introduced herself and greeted Hakuna and Haran. She thought sheepishly. Perhaps Ho was wondering if she had a split personality. The commander turned around smiling and said that it was Sol, and he had heard of her. She was very beautiful, as people said. The king folded his arms and said that this was more important. He extended his hand forward and addressed the savior, and said that he understood that it was too late and apologized for the intrusion Hakuna had come for. His wise advice. Romeo sternly asked what was wrong. Sol tensely clenched her hand and wondered what was going on. The king of Usra had not only come for a personal visit, but also asked for advice. Hoyle was much more influential than she thought. Hakuna raised his hands, smiling, and said that a resident of the Arcana had recently settled in Usra, wanting to start life anew. However, in the past, his behavior in the Arcana left much to be desired. Therefore, the king wishes to entrust his fate to the protagonist. Hakuna looked at Sol and said that if they did not mind, he would bring this person here right now. The king turned to the guests sneaking around his kingdom and the dead of night and asked if she could step aside, who thought that Sol was in fact an uninvited guest in Yu's, which meant that Hakuna had come. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Sol called out to him loudly. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, raised her hands and thought that her voice had broken and that it was very embarrassing for her. Sol said that she was listening to him. The protagonist, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at her and said that she should return home now. Sol needed to est-lish in writing how far mythology was willing to go for the good of the Uasura kingdom. She also needed to bring him a recording for the next meeting. So, looking at him in surprise, loudly agreed. Ho thought that in this way, he believed that in some way he would make amends to the king. The system window notifies that a class quest has appeared. Essie, looking down with embarrassment, said loudly that she realized that she needed to document everything. She wondered, does the next meeting mean that they will see each other again? Essie raised her gaze and looked at the doomed look of the protagonist. She raised her hands in shame and loudly asked for forgiveness, saying that she was harboring sinful thoughts. Romeo, quickly straightening his jacket, asked Hakan for forgiveness and said that he must leave immediately. The king, looking at him in surprise, asked what Hoi was talking about. Where is he going in such a hurry? The protagonist, taking off his jacket, said that it was permafrost. Heron, surprised, asked what kind of sudden business Hu had there. Maybe he could explain everything. Briefly, Romeo, with a stern look, said that the Demon King had arrived. The system window notifies that someone has taken the first step into the permafir and the quest has begun. The remaining half of the people are alive. If the bar is empty, the quest will fail. Back to press Diok Kaido in front of the portal. To the permafrost, Tamin got really angry and hit the table hard, leaving a crack on it, and said loudly that he told the NPC to get out of the way. Something is definitely wrong here. The NPC raised his hand and loudly asked for forgiveness and said that this was unacceptable. The guildmaster said, loudly and furiously, that something was wrong. Doesn't the NPC know who his Hai is? These guys have been in the permafrost for some time already. He quickly showed the NPC his phone and loudly told him to look at the guild ratings. They haven't changed at all. If they'd achieved anything, their rank should have gone up, but it hasn't changed no matter what the NPC said. Rock, scratching the back of his head, interrupted him and said that he wasn't going to interfere so as not to embarrass himself. But now he felt uneasy too. He asked confidently, they understand that this violates the established agreement, right? If they are unlucky, this incident can turn into an international problem. Are they really planning to start a war? Are they really okay with this? Taemin looked at him in surprise and thought that it was an American NPC, put his hand on his helmet and asked, is that really so? He said loudly that it was. Accepted. An NPC raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to retreat and leave their positions. They need to get into formation faster. They loudly agreed with him, Tamin squeezing the hilt of his sword in. Surprise asked what was going on and why was everyone leaving. Is this really because of the Americans? Authority, the hunter, quickly raised his hand and loudly addressed Rox and said that a recording of the drone that was sent into the permafrost had arrived. The guildmaster looked at the recording in fear. He asked loudly, is this really the Inazuma Guild? And the demons? After a while, Kojiro put his hand on his head and loudly addressed Heizi and said that the government was going to send out bombers. The guildmaster looked at him with fury and loudly told Kojiro to tell them not to do unnecessary things and not to interfere with the players. His sage, I thought that the rift was an inaccessible area. They would be able to use modern weapons, but they would kill them too. He tensely clenched his teeth and thought, is this how they want to deal with this? The assistant screamed loudly in pain and his body instant split in two. The guildmaster loudly called out Koho's name in fear, his Seijai holding a bloody weapon in his hand. Hears the screams of his comrades. He looked at the huge demon and thought that this was total extermination. Romeo quickly directed powerful mana from his hand and loudly called out to Tam. Min Hisi was very surprised by what was happening. The demon's body quickly split in two. Tam Min, with a terrifying look, struck the ground with great force, destroying it and cutting the demon. Hai, looking at him, asked why him. Guildmaster Gana, clutching his clothes with his hands, said that Hisai is weak. Taemin, hitting his face with his hand, said that Guildmaster and Amma is punished for behaving so dishonorably he was going to abandon him, so Hai's should thank Co-Guildmaster, and Isuma asked what Tammin was talking about. Hissy, looking towards the people, asked who Hoyle was. Is there really someone on the cliff? Maybe reinforcements have arrived, Romeo standing on the cliff. Ordered to go forward, the hunter looking up at in. Surprise said loudly that the main character was there and the Knights of the Lionheart. Order with him, the knights quickly jumped down and ran forward. They strike the demons with their swords. Romeo, sternly looking at the bodies lying on the spears, thought that this, according to them, was historical permafrost allowed themselves to mock the inhabitants, putting their bodies on display, the protagonist said with rage, that this is the Demon King. He covered his eye with his hand, enveloped the space around him in fiery mana, and said that this is ridiculous impotence. The Demon King awaits a proper end. Romeo guarantees this. The system window notifies that there are less than half of the survivors some time ago, the hunter asked. Did they really come to help them? Heron, looking at what was happening, thought that Hoyle said about this. He believed that the Demon King appeared in the permafrost, the commander. Did not expect that the city itself would be in such a bad situation. Heron, looking at the protagonist with fear, thought that Hai knew about this and was still going to save the permafrost alone. Romeo thought that he feared the worst when he saw how the survivor scale was rapidly falling. Hoy, smiling, thought that he would be doomed if he came here alone. Does Romeo really think that they could handle it themselves at the present time? The protagonist, looking at the commander, thought that they were really lucky that Harang went with them a few hours earlier at the Hool residence in the Waira archipelago. Hakuna angrily raised his hand and addressed the savior, saying that this would not do. The king did not doubt his abilities, but the Demon King was a great danger. Hakuna definitely could not let the protagonist leave alone. They would soon organize the fighters, so he asked to postpone his exit. The commander tensely said that His Majesty was right, the protagonist's life was in danger. Romeo confidently asked what life was. Haran talking about demons must be exterminated. Someone's life is not a reason to wait. The commander was very surprised by his words. The protagonist sternly said that exterminating demons was the only way out and there was no other choice. Haran, putting his hand on his face, laughed and said that Hool had always been like this. That is why he would not let this knight go alone. The system window notifies that the number of survivors is decreasing. Romeo, with fury, clenched his lips as to let him pass, the commander taking out his sword, said that he promised to return to His Majesty after exterminating all the demons of the world. Haran, holding the sword in front of him, said that he also promised the protagonist to become his sword in this world. The commander smiled confidently. He said that, thanks to Hool, his tired spirit was calmed since the protagonist is strong. Haran will continue to be his sword. Hakuna, smiling, closed his eyes and told the savior that this is good. As long as the commander is with Ho, the king can rest easy. Romeo, looking at Hakuna, asked who will accompany him. Then Sol, raising her hand, said that she will take on this role. The protagonist turned to her side after hearing her. She, putting her hand on her chest, bowed and said that she created so many problems for His Majesty. And Hoyle and Irasol asked to give her a chance to improve. Romeo addressed her by name with a serious expression. Hakuna said, with a smile, that they were ready. Now he hoped for the safe return of the savior and asked to bring peace to the permafrost. The protagonist quickly raised his hand and said that he had no choice but to submit to the will of the king. The system window notified that the number of people left alive was rapidly decreasing. Romeo tensely put his hand on Harkin's shoulder and said that then they would hurry up right now, back to the present, in the permafrost in front of the southern gate to the city. Current location at the southern gate are the guilds of Jen and Inumaho, and the commander Hasi looked at Tom Men in surprise and asked what he meant by gratitude to the protagonist, Guildmaster. Jay looked at him in surprise. He raised his sword and looked to the side and said that just as Hoyle passed through the portal, he immediately said that the main task is to save the survivors. His Sage, I was very surprised by his words. Taminkli said that they were just guys trying hard to curry favor with the protagonist. Saving the survivors is not that bad. So there is no reason to disobey. Guildmaster Inesuma quickly put his hand on his face. He thought that even their homeland Japan wanted to finish them off along with the permafrost. His ass, I said in despair that they are fools. They are their competitors. Romeo stands on the cliff with his arms crossed along with the knight. He thought with a serious expression that it was as expected of the Lionheart Knights. They quickly cleared the area in front of the city gate. The title of the strongest knights in the empire is theirs by right. Thanks to them, they will be able to enter the city faster than expected. Heron looked at the protagonist's hand in surprise. Romeo quickly enveloped his hand in light. Monorox was very surprised and shook it. Quickly looked at the gates to the permafrost. Camilla sighed and addressed him by name. "This shining guild is at the western gate," she asked in surprise. "What's wrong?" Dmitri leaned over tiredly and turning to Rox, asked where they were going. They had long since passed the city gates. The guildmaster said. With fear that he had seen one funny post on the Arcana forum, it was some strange post on the topic of permafrost. There were less than 10 views, but the same person continued to post the same thing. Usually, Rox would have simply ignored it and forgotten. Today, right after leaving the portal, someone said, "Exactly the same thing as in that post." The guildmaster remembered the past. Romeo confidently exited the portal and said that right now the Demon King is in the permafrost. Those who want to run should run now. However, those who are going to fight, their main task is to save the survivors. Rox came out of his memories at the same time among the dense, snowy forests. Wai Kong, running quickly, loudly apologized and said that he was really looking forward to the permafrost renewal, that he spent the whole night looking for information. The viewers wrote that he was late. This guy definitely slept through everything. Did Wai Kong really lose his determination? He looked to the side. In surprise, the viewer asked, "What is this?" Rox, looking at the bright light above. In amazement, asked, did he really think that Hoi was weaker than him? The guildmaster was very wrong about that. The guildmasters of the Gen and Enuma guilds looked at the light. In surprise, the NPC, looking up, asked, "Is this really light magic?" Romeo raised his hand and used interference, creating spheres of magic. The NPC, looking at this in amazement, loudly asked, "Are these really bubbles the protagonist used?" Manifestation. Wai Kong looks up in confusion. The audience asked, "What is this? Is this light magic? No one can do this with light magic. It is definitely not light." During the manifestation, it was light. What kind of magic is this? Then Jessie watches what is happening with admiration, putting her hand on her hat. The viewer wrote, maybe it is something like freezing the city. Gates are frozen. Jessie, looking at the huge icicles of ice, said that such amazing magical traces. Unfortunately, unforgettable. She smiled, covered her eyes with her hat, and said that all the magicians around must be thinking the same thing. Rox, very surprised, said that he was completely wrong because Hoyle is just a monster. The gates quickly cracked from severe frost. The hunter, frightened, raised his hands and loudly said that these are the city gates. They began to crack at great speed. The hunter loudly said that the city gates are open. Instead of a gate, a large hole formed through which the city is visible. Everyone looked at the system windows that appeared in surprise. The system window notifies that this is a common quest. It is called Liberation of the Permafrost. It has fallen into the hands of the Demon King. People need to liberate the permafrost, and valor will be rewarded. The current contribution is. Zero Rock, smiling, said loudly that this is a common quest as it was said in that post. Dmitri, surprised, turned to the guildmaster and asked if he really decided to just pass by the permafrost rocks, loudly confirming this. Said that during a siege, the city gates are taken into account as a significant contribution. There is nothing to wait near the southern gate because Hoyle is already there. They need to hurry to the other gates as soon as possible. The guild members loudly accepted his order. After some time, the stones lie near the broken gate. Heron, looking at them said loudly that this cannot be. He looked down in amazement, addressed the main character by name, and said that this is truly amazing. The commander had never seen such a siege in his life. Haran said loudly that Hill should just give the order to attack, and he would go to the front. Romeo, Wiley, feeling something, thought that he shouldn't do that. The unpleasant aura was becoming stronger after the destruction of the gate. The protagonist was sure that someone was inside. Taemin looked at Romeo happily and loudly addressed him by name, and said that he should just give the order and they would go on the attack. The guildmaster confidently said loudly that Hills shouldn't worry. Taemin said loudly that they would give all the contribution points to the protagonist. Romeo quickly extended his hand forward and loudly addressed the guildmaster and ordered them to stop. They were retreating because there were demons. Inside, Taemin, with the demons behind him, looking too. The side asked what the protagonist was talking about. The demons quickly grabbed him with their hands. Nam, frightened, loudly called out to his brother Romeo, thought that the guildmaster would now be dragged behind the walls. He quickly turned around and loudly called out to the knights, "Jessica!" Clutching a sword in her hand, instantly headed in their direction. A stream of mana rushed between the demons and Taemin Yes, landing near him, said that they would continue the offensive. Taemin was surprised and thought that this was a barbarian technique. The protagonist with a tense look thought that this was not. He furiously raised his hand enveloped in mana, loudly called out to Jessica, and said loudly that the demons were above them. They looked in surprise at the rapidly flying demons. Romeo instantly jumped back from the place where he stood. At the same time, Kichi, smiling, jumped, holding threads in her hands. She confidently looked back and loudly ordered Alye to set up a portal next to her. He set up a portal, asking her for forgiveness. The protagonist, looking at him, wondered who these people were. Alye, holding a weapon in his hands, looked away and said that it was done. He ordered Loy to come in. Romeo looked at them in surprise and wondered where they came from. They were not from the Tower of Magicians, but he used portal magic. A purple portal quickly appeared in the sky, and Lloyd flew down, flying out of it. The ground instantly broke into pieces under him, raising streams of smoke around Lloyd. Laughing, said that as they can see, the portal is directed downwards, so they cannot be afraid and use it. Heron, quickly running next to the main character, loudly agreed and ordered to attack Romeo, standing under strong streams of air, raised his hand and loudly ordered the knights to follow the commander, Hoyle. Thought that he would most likely fly down and die if he went through the portal. It would be better for him to run. The hunters and knights entered the battle with the demons. The system window notifies that Kichi, Lokid, and Alye from the squad of shadow mercenaries gave their contribution points to the battle. Hoi wondered, are they really giving their contribution points to him? Why would they do this? Romeo looks at Kichi in surprise. She extended her hand towards Juan and said loudly that she was pleased to meet him. Kichi confidently asked, "Is he the commander? They are reinforcements sent by the king of Hakuna. She can't wait to join the battle with Haran. Kichi is the captain, and he can call her by name." The commander said with a smile that His Majesty had sent reinforcements and he was happy to hear it. Harkon looked to the side and said that, however, he was not the one commanding the battle. Ho was. Over there he was the commander. Kai looked to the side in surprise and thought that she was lucky. Is the famous protagonist really the commander? It's good if she meets him here. She will be able to earn bonuses in Ira. Romeo remembered the past with an ominous look. She quickly landed on her knees. Hoi put his hand on his chin and looked at the system window and wondered if 35 contribution points were really that many. He doesn't know if that's a lot or a little. The eastern gate of the permafrost outside the castle gates. The NPC smiled and put his hand on the earpiece and said loudly that this is the Arcana today, and this is a special edition at the moment. The Guild United by Heaven, which is in second place in the ranking, is at the Eastern Gate. The general quest to free the permafrost began as soon as they entered the territory at each of the 4 gates of the castle. Every guild is in battle. The Guild United by Heaven has many more members than the rest. They are calmly conducting the siege, replacing the fighters on the front lines from the rear guard as needed. Jun Chan, the 4th place in the player rankings. The Guildmaster of the United Heavens raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to reload. He loudly ordered them to shoot. Clouds of smoke quickly appeared near the monsters after the impact. Knocking them down, the reporter loudly said that in addition to this, Gilm Chun's contribution points have reached only. People should not be surprised. 1-8-12. He has accumulated the highest number of points among the players who have made their contribution. Points public. Will the positions in the guild rankings change after this siege? Chun smiled ominously and shook as he listened to the orders for the knights to reload and attack. He thought that he was expecting a castle siege. The Shining Ones may be capable of individual battles when it comes to an organized siege. They are no match for him. The system window notified that his points were 1-8-3-2. Chun thought that everyone should see how many points he had accumulated. The Guildmaster looked up with a terrifying smile and quickly raised his arms to the sides, thinking that with such a number of points, he would become the ruler of the permafrost. Chun, laughing loudly, ordered to attack and continue the offensive. He said loudly that the whole world was at their feet. At the same time, Hill's contribution points were 3-5-7-12, and they continued to grow after some time at the southern gate of the permafrost. Romeo sternly crossed his arms and thought that he was afraid to go here because of the possible traps along the way. It's good that the squad of shadow mercenaries volunteered to be the first to explore the area through the portal. Kichi, looking down with a frightened look, shook in thought. The main character didn't recognize her. Did he? He already hated her. Right? Romeo looked back and thought that, in any case, the squad of shadow mercenaries. This squad formed from several elite specialists under the command of Captain Kichi. They will complete the received task by any available methods. They are also known for not paying attention to the ethics of their missions. The protagonist thought back to the past and thought that he believed that Hakuna was talking about them back then. It was only better for him that help had arrived. Kichi covered her head with her hood in fear and thought that Ho wouldn't want to take revenge on her for not helping him in the fight with the leopard. Right? Romeo was surprised to hear how he was addressed. Ali said that. He looked around, using the portal. Apparently, there was no one hiding near them. The protagonist said that he understood him. Alye sternly raised his hand and said that he didn't think they should go through the gate anyway. There were enough traps along the way to instantly kill an intruder, oddly enough. When he tried to create a portal inside the gate, some powerful force prevented him from doing so. Romeo was surprised and thought that it was the power of the Demon King. He said that everything was clear, which meant they needed to find another way in. Jessica quickly put her hand on her chest and loudly addressed, "Hi," and said that she knew about a secret passage into the permafrost. She said with confidence that there was a very large evacuation shelter under the permafrost underground. Passages permeate the entire territory. One of the entrances is located near the castle walls. Jessica is sure that most of the survivors are there too? The protagonist thoughtfully looked down, rubbing his chin with his hand. Taemin quickly rushed to the side and pointed his finger forward and loudly said that he knew it isn't it. He smiled, put the sword on his shoulder and raised his hand and loudly said that. It just seemed to him that Jessica's sword technique resembled a barbarian. She is from the permafrost, right? Jessica confirmed this and said that she knew that the guildmaster was a barbarian. Taemin confidently smiled and looked at her and said that he was glad to meet her. The guildmaster only knows about the entrance for barbarians. Is this secret entrance really nearby? Essa, holding a map in her hand, pointed her finger forward and said in agreement that they just needed to go that way. Taemin, looking happy, turned his head back and said loudly that H shouldn't worry, everyone in the pair is familiar with the basics of evacuation. The shelter under the city is as big as the catacombs. Under Paris, the guildmaster is sure that all the people are there. He loudly confirmed his words and said that the protagonist should follow them. Romeo, looking down in surprise, looked at the system window, which notified that the survivor scale was very low after some time in the city. Tam Min, standing by the fence, loudly addressed Hoi and said that they needed to go here. The protagonist asked in amazement, "Was the entrance really in such a place?" The guildmaster, smiling, pointed his hand down and said that a spell was cast on the entrance so that only the inhabitants of the permafrost and barbarians could see it. The spell works fine. The door also looks intact, so Tam Min is sure that everything is fine. Romeo was very surprised looking at the opened entrance. The guildmaster was very scared seeing something. They are looking at many corpses of people lying on the floor. The guildmaster fell into a strong rage from what he saw. The protagonist said that these are traces of a demonic Aryal. Someone summoned a demon here. Romeo put his hand on Taemin's shaking shoulder. The system window notifies that the protagonist has entered the permafrost, a city that has turned into hell. After a while, the knights put the wrapped corpses on the floor. Kichi angrily raised her hands and asked loudly, "What is this?" Hoi decided to pull out the bodies. Did he really go crazy? Did he really do this right now? They don't even know when the demon King's army can attack them. Alye, standing at the entrance, said that that's why they are standing guard. The commander quickly raised her hands and said loudly that there was no need for this guard. They needed to quickly go into battle and kill everyone. Then they could go home. This was just a waste of time. She put her hand on her face in fear and turned to Alye and asked what they had done to make Hakuna hate them so much. Kichi thought the king had done it on purpose. He laughed loudly and said that the captain would not have said that if she had known how to look at magic traces. Alye smiled confidently and said that it was better to be patient for now. In due time, they would find out what that gentleman in a suit had planned. At the same time, who became very scared and jumped. The NPC ominously held his bloody sword. He held Romeo's shoulder with his hands and wondered if the NPC had really died defending the soul passage. The protagonist was very scared because of him. The knight quickly turned towards his running comrades and said loudly that there was a passage here too. Jessica put her hand on her chest and turned to H, and he looked at her. She looked down sadly and thanked him for giving her permission to take out the soul. Bodies. Jessica said that these were soldiers whose homeland was permafrost, including her. She doesn't even know how to repay the protagonist for this debt. Romeo thought Jessica's homeland is permafrost. How can the protagonist console her? He looks down tensely. Romeo said that even if it wasn't her hometown, it would be wrong to neglect the soldiers who died in battle. Yes was very surprised to hear this, the protagonist said with a stern look, that he must deserve the honor of the knights, even if it leads to his death. She put her hand on her chest with admiration and thought that this was an eye. Honor Ho looked at Romeo with confusion and wondered what kind of consolation is this? The protagonist calmly said that Jessica may not think that he did this specifically because of her. She should not worry, who thought that Romeo did not know how to console at all. The system window notifies that his contribution. Points have increased. The current number of points is 41, 5, and 21. The protagonist, surprised, wondered, did the contribution points really go up? Why did this happen? Is it really a squad of shadow mercenaries fighting outside? This cannot be. They would have told them the system windows. Notified that the contribution points have increased, the knight, quickly stopping loudly, called out to Hoi and said that they had found an underground square. This happened while they were carrying the bodies out of the opposite entrance. He loudly asked the protagonist to follow him. Romeo wondered, did they really find an underground square? The knight, quickly heading towards the square, turned back and loudly said that they needed to go here. The protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. They look at the many standing crosses with people hanging on them. The knight said loudly that they checked the other passages and everything is the same. Romeo sternly clenched his teeth. Said that this is a summoning circle made using blood and bodies. Jessica looks at him in surprise, not understanding what the main character is talking about. Romeo, squeezing his palm, shaking his hands into a fist, thought that, in order to summon the Demon King, it is necessary to make a sacrifice, just like it is necessary to sacrifice something in the ritual of exorcism. All these summoning circles starting from the entrance, and all these bodies are connected together into a single, very large circle to summon the Demon King. Therefore, the bodies that were brought out affected the contribution points. After all, they actually returned the offerings given to the Demon King. Romeo looked down tensely and asked, "Where is Haran?" The knight raised his hand with a serious expression and said that they had also reported this to the commander. Haran should meet with Ho. Soon the underground path shook rapidly. Jessica was surprised and asked, "Was this really an earthquake?" The protagonist thought that it was not an earthquake. He quickly turned around and loudly ordered to prepare for battle. Romeo loudly said that it was the clatter of hooves. The cavalry of the level 400th Demon King army quickly headed in their direction. The demon, holding a weapon in his hand, loudly asked, "How dare they touch their offerings?" He loudly ordered the people to die. Jessica, getting into a fighting stance, loudly said that there were a lot of demons here and they needed to be careful. Romeo thought with great tension that this was not an ambush, but a retreat. Tamine and Haran, with furious faces, quickly jumped towards the fleeing cavalry with the intention of attacking. The demons said loudly that they would take revenge on the people. They loudly ordered the people to die all at once. The cav rushed past, ignoring them. Jessica asked loudly, "Was it really the commander?" The knight said loudly with a serious expression that it was Howan H, putting his hand on his chest in fear. Thought that it already seemed to him that he would be trampled. The commander, running quickly in their direction, loudly addressed the main character and asked if he was okay. Taman, clenching his hand into a fist, said loudly that these bodies— Romeo interrupted him and said that these were offerings for the summoning of the Demon King, and he knew about it. Juan was surprised and said loudly that the protagonist knew about it. The guildmaster, pointing his finger back with fury, said loudly that these guys lined up over there. Romeo thought that the monsters that had just rushed past were just freaks. He assumes that they are only here to check what happened to the summoning circle. Since the removal of the bodies broke it, the protagonist confidently said that the elite will arrive here soon. Probably it would be at least the demon commander. The commander-in-chief quickly appeared behind him and said that this is so. Romeo turned around in fear and wondered where the demon commander came from. Haran and the guildmaster, with frightened faces, loudly called out to Hoyle. A powerful explosion formed at the place where the protagonist stood. The demon's axe pierced the stone. The commander-in-chief looks away in surprise. He pulled the weapon out of the stone and asked, "Are these really stones?" The Demon King said that Ho uses quite interesting magic. Haran said loudly with fury that the demon is the commander from the Northwestern. The commander-in-chief looked arrogantly in his direction. Hakan quickly jumped towards the demon, raising his weapon, and asked, "How dare he?" The Demon King instantly appeared behind him and said loudly that it was Haran, the commander who had opposed him. 10 years ago, the commander turned around and thought. Had he not followed his movements, the commander-in-chief asked. He heard that people aged quickly, so why did Haran still look the same? The commander had even become weaker. Haran became angry and asked loudly, Was it really 10 years? Only a few years had passed. The Demon King said that he had heard about that too. The commander-in-chief rose up, enveloped his body in mana, and said that 4 days in the Arcana were like 1 day here. He asked with an ominous look. And what would come of it then? Heron, who had trained for only a few years at that time against them, those who had improved 4 times more during that time, and gained experience fighting in the war, who would be stronger. A very large magic circle formed in the city, raising up few of smoke. At the same time, Kiji, looking up in fear, loudly asked, "What is this? Where did this shaking come from?" The huntress directing healing magic from her hands turned to his. AI, he looking up in fear, said that he sees it the entire castle rose into the air. The commander-in-chief standing near the portal said that he did not have time to deal with weak people like Heron Ray. Quickly flew out of the portal in different directions. Yoshika squinted and covered her face with her hand from the bright light. The Demon King said that the commander should find him if he wanted revenge. He raised his hands with a sly smile and said that if Hakan could get to him, of course then the commander-in-chief would personally meet him. The system window notifies that a class quest has been created. It is necessary to deal with the Demon Command and the generals who have dispersed across the permafrost. Romeo, standing behind the stone, crossed his arms. His gaze is full of determination. They said loudly that the Demon King was leaving and the ceiling was collapsing. Heron, furiously standing among the falling rocks, loudly addressed the commander-in-chief and asked if he was really running away. Jessica, loudly addressing him by rank, said loudly that their exit was blocked by rubble and the entire city was shaking. The commander tensely clenched his teeth and thought was the only way out. Really, through the crack in the ceiling, Jessica and Heron were able to jump out of here, but the underground passages connected the entire city. If the catacombs collapsed, the surface would also be significantly damaged. Any survivors would very likely be hit in the worst-case scenario. Even if they returned the permafrost, it would be completely destroyed. The commander, in confusion, put his hand on his head and loudly asked how they could stop these passages from collapsing completely. Tamin, looking at the protagonist loudly, called out his name. He said loudly that it was dangerous and they needed to leave. Romeo raised his hand with a stern look directing the mana streams. Ho thought that he knew that it was danger ooze, as well as that he would not be able to hold the entire network of tunnels with his mana. Perhaps he would be crushed by a boulder and he would do it anyway. The debris quickly began to fall towards the protagonist and people loudly ordered him to be careful. Romeo directed the mana without moving. They loudly called out his name. A powerful beam of mana flew upward, illuminating the space around. At the same time, Kichi, surprised, covered her face with her hand from the bright light. Rox, looking up, asked if this light was really from Ho again. Dimitri, stretching out his hand to the side, loudly asked Jessie to stop. The girl looked at the bright glow in surprise. She pointed her finger out the window, loudly addressed her mother, and told her to look at how light it was there. Her mother, angry, loudly ordered her to close the curtains quickly and said that demons might notice them. The NPC raised her hand in amazement and asked, "What is this light? All the surviving permafrost should be in this room." Karuan was surprised to hear his name called loudly. The NPC pointed to the exit and said loudly that they had conducted reconnaissance outside as he had ordered. All the demons defending the southern gate were dead. They were killed by the researchers. The NPC said loudly that the researchers had returned. Hakan looked up in admiration and said that this was amazing. Jessica said with confusion on her face that she couldn't believe it. Huil thought that he knew that he couldn't hold this entire place with his... Monataman asked with great surprise. How is this possible? The protagonist confidently thought that he wouldn't run away anyway. Because Romeo sees the honor of those who wish to preserve their homeland. The system window notifies that the aesthetics characteristic has been activated. The aesthetics effect will be automatically applied to the target. A huge statue holding a shield over its head appeared in front of them. The people said loudly that these were the warriors of the permafrost. Romeo said with determination that he would shoulder their aspiration to protect the permafrost until the very end, even though he might end up dying under the weight of this aspiration. After a while, the people looked at the very large statues. Hoy looked tired and thought that it needed to be cancelled. He can't handle this aspiration. The protagonist spent all his mana while Romeo was making these pillars. It's good that everything worked out. Of course, if it weren't for the hexagonal brooch that restored 10% of his mana, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish creating these pillars. They would have all been crushed to death. Hoyle can't even believe that he made all these cool pillars. It seems that the reason they became statues is because of the aesthetics characteristic. It just adds aesthetics, but he doesn't have to try hard for the characteristic to work. It's almost easy compared to the times when he had to spend all his mana to create one cup. Romeo rubbed his chin with interest, looked at his other hand and wondered, is this something like unique skins in the game? What does he need this for? Heron sadly looked up and thought that a day in this world is equal to 4 in the Arcana. The permafrost would not have suffered such a fate if he had defeated the demon in those ancient times. The commander met him again and again. He managed to escape from him. Hakan has no right to see his majesty's face. Taemin looked up and asked, "What is this?" The knight asked, in surprises. "This really a shadow?" The guildmaster opened his mouth wide, very frightened. He said loudly that these were bats. Many bats were rapidly flying through the cracks into the building. The knights quickly looked to the side and asked loudly, "Did they really fly here because of the light that was here?" Haran said loudly that these were not ordinary bats. He loudly ordered to prepare for battle. "Everything is fine, although there are many of them. They are weak. The knights should not worry and beat them one by one." Romeo looked up in fear and thought that this could not be. Something is approaching something larger and stronger. The system window notifies that there is a demon nearby. The natural enemy skill is activated. The protagonist's combat abilities will increase significantly in the battle with the demon. Romeo was very surprised by what he saw. A hellbird, the commander of the demon army Jupin, level 500 was hovering in the air in front of him. Cupin asked, "Is this really a person?" The protagonist thought with disappointment that this couldn't be. Cupin quickly opened his mouth over Romeo and said that humans can be eaten. The protagonist thought that he really had no more mana left. Pin's body was instantly enveloped in light mana. Romeo watched this in surprise. Jessica, with her legs enveloped and sank to the ground. She smiled, put her hand on her hat, and said that she tried hard this time. However, such beautiful magical traces as his did not work. Jessica happily asked how the protagonist was doing. Romeo, with an unperturbed look, crossed his arms, looked at her without answering. Ho thought that he was thanking her for saving his life. The protagonist sternly said that he was giving her a bad grade. There were too many unforeseen consequences, more than usual. Too much power was invested in the manifestation stage. And Jessica also did not take into account the influence of the environment. She quickly jumped up, loudly asked him to wait, and said that she wanted to write it down. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Mercenary Squad, Kichi, sitting on the ground with her hands behind her head, turned to the old man and said that, "These guys don't tell them anything. Does Alye really think that they forgot about them? What's the point of them being here?" Alye, quickly writing something down on a piece of paper, loudly told her to be quiet. He needs to sketch the magical traces that they recently saw before he forgets them. Kichi said that after that, "Earthquake, the castle rose into the sky. There were a lot of flashing lights and everything, and no one tells them anything. Maybe then they will just go to them." Allie said loudly that he told them not to talk. Lokid, looking at something, scared, turned to the captain. He said that he thought they were surrounded. Many unknown people were looking at them. Loit said loudly that they disappeared. Kichi quickly stood up, raised her hands, and loudly ordered to prepare for a fight because they were coming. The unknown people headed towards them at great speed. The man looked at the captain in surprise after landing the eye. Girl said loudly that they were people. The man said in amazement that she was right. Kichi stepped back and asked, "Who are these guys? Are they really barbarians?" The man raised his hand, extended his finger forward, and asked loudly, "Were they the ones shining there?" The protagonist looks at Jessica. The system window notifies that he has dealt with one of the 10 demons. Romeo, looking at the system window, thought that the commanding general that An had just killed had been counted, apparently. He doesn't necessarily have to be the one killing these generals. Taemin, clenching his fists, loudly addressed H and said that they had finished transporting the bodies to the shelter. The guildmaster, looking tensely to the side, put his hand on his neck and said that although it seemed to him that the survivors that the protagonist had spoken of were not here, the Khan Guild's team of analysts released stones to look around further. The underground tunnels are difficult to explore. Romeo said that he understood everything. He thought that the survivor scale was still visible in the quest window. Alye quickly appeared in the portal near them and said loudly that he could normally create portals inside the castle. He had something to report to Ho. The NPC stuck his head out of the portal and bent Alye down with his hand and asked, "Is the main character, the main one here, and was he also shining here recently?" Taemin loudly asked, "Is that really a barbarian?" The NPC looked away in surprise. After a while, Ares came out of the portal and loudly called out the guildmaster's name. Taemin happily looked at him and said loudly that Ares was alive. The barbarian loudly asked, "Is that really the guildmaster? Is that really that little barbarian?" Taman asked, "Is he really little?" He was over 180 centimeters tall. Even then, Ares loudly said that the guildmaster was acting like a child. Romeo stands with his arms crossed and is being sniffed by the NPCs. Ares joyfully runs his hand over Tammen's head and says loudly that no matter what the guildmaster is, alive Karun will definitely be happy to see him. Taemin knows how much he loved him. The guildmaster asks loudly if Karun is alive. Ares says loudly that he is, and that the guildmaster is alive too. The protagonist asks indignantly who Khan is. Ares looks at him with a smile and asks, "Hoi is the leader here, right? That pillar of light was really cool." Taemin shock in fear and thinks that the barbarian is speaking without ceremony. This is not. Good NPC barbarians do not know proper etiquette. The guildmaster raises his hand in fear and loudly addresses the protagonists by name and says that they are not being rude. Romeo smiles and says that everything is fine. He understands barbarian culture. Ares calls him the leader, and so the protagonist understands that they treat him with respect, Ares said loudly, laughing that this leader is really different from the other explorers. NPC sniffs the commander, while Jesse sniffs the barbarian. Ares calmly said that fortunately they also have a good leader. He has been making secret sorties into the city for many years to lead out survivors. His name is Kruin, and he is the father of all barbarians. They lived in the forest nearby, trading and working with the permafrost. One day they saw how the permafrost caught fire. The wind brought them an unpleasant smell and an ominous aura. The barbarians immediately ran into the permafrost under the command of Kruin. What they then saw was terrible generals in the form of birds flew everywhere, squeezing the permafrost, warriors in their claws as if mocking them. Demons in the form of animals hung the bodies of the permafrost inhabitants everywhere. Harkon lowered his head. Tensely, Ar sternly clenched his teeth and said that their brotherhood fought the demons to save the survivors. However, the demons were too many and too strong. Most of their brothers were killed, and Khan was badly wounded after that. They searched for survivors in the permafrost and protected them for many years, but things only got worse. The barbarians could not even light a fire because these demons are sensitive to light, because of which the survivors slowly died of hunger and cold. That's how they all slowly began to lose hope from fatigue. Then a ray of light appeared in this dark city. Ares smiled after. Finishing his story, he thanked the explorer for this and all the other explorers who fought with him. Ares raised his hand and said that he came to tell Hool this on behalf of all the barbarians and an abbot ants of the permafrost. He smiled quickly, put his hand on his chest, and turning to the leader of the explorers said that if he was going to defeat the Demon King, his brothers and sisters like him would fight with him. The Demon King who captured this place is called Divya. He is one of the 72 and controls the birds as comrades. It is difficult for them to fight flying enemies because the barbarians are accustomed to fighting on the ground, although they will do everything so that the protagonist gets to the enemy, even if it means making a mountain out of their corpses. Taemin looks at him in surprise. Romeo said that he understood this, but he will refuse them. Harkon looked at the protagonist in confusion. Ares raised his hand and asked Ho that he will not fight, or does he not need the barbarians? Romeo sternly disagreed and said that he will defeat the demons as he is glad that they are ready to help. However, collecting corpses is not a hobby for him. Ares was very surprised by his words, the protagonist crossed his arms and loud addressed Alye and said that there were other priorities. The magician agreed with him with a serious expression. Romeo ordered him to move all the survivors to the kingdom of Yusra. Alye should also convey to the king a request to provide them with warm housing and food, though. Protagonist is sure that the portals can handle this. Ali lowered his head and said that he would do his best. Romeo looked to the side and addressed the guildmaster. Taemin looked at him in surprise. Romeo said that the guildmaster would go with the barbarians. It would be good if Taemin and the Gen Guild could provide protection to the survivors during the evacuation. In addition, the protagonist is sure that the guildmaster is worried about the fate of the barbarians. He knows Taemin was delighted and loudly thanked Hokichi. Standing by the portal, asked if the protagonist really wouldn't go with them. Romeo, looking away, said that he had unfinished business. Several demons instantly appeared above his head. The commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird, said that traces of Cupid or a lead here. Could it really be the main character? Romeo stood in front of his comrades, raised his hand, directing mana from it, and told them to leave here at the same time inside the portal. The survivors looked at the bright light in surprise. Ares, smiling, raised his hand and loudly said that they should prepare to leave. The NPC asked if he was with the researchers. What was going on here? Ali, raising his hand, said that he was opening a portal to Ira. Ares said loudly that he would explain everything later. He loudly ordered everyone to leave. The NPC asked if Yuz was the legendary island. Could they really be saved? Taemin happily looked at the portal. He was surprised to see a system window that notified that a class quest, the Wool secret technique of the barbarians, had appeared. The guildmaster raised his hands in amazement and wondered, is this really a class quest? Only one person in each class can receive a class quest. Why did it appear now? Taemin was very scared by what he saw. He sternly turned to Ares and asked where Karun was. The barbarian said that Karun should be on Aorti. Ares looked at the guildmaster, running quickly to the door with an uncomprehending look. He ran after him loudly, called out to Taemin and asked where he was going. It was very dangerous to go alone. The guildmaster, running down the street, thought that this couldn't be. He didn't believe it. Taemin remembered his past. Khan smiled and put his sword on his shoulder. He asked, did the guildmaster really want to a secret move from the barbarians? Taemin asked loudly in confusion. So he exists. Karun smiled maliciously, rubbed his chin with his hand, and asked what he should do. Teach the guildmaster or not? Taemin asked loudly and angrily. Can he teach him? Kuan laughed loudly and told the guildmaster to grow another 40 years. Taemin asked loudly with an angry look. Is it really? 40 years? Is it too long? It is better right now. Karuan loudly refused him while leaving the guildmaster. Came. Out of his memory's kin's body hangs on a stake among the flying birds. He looks down. With a bloody body, Taemin, breathing heavily, thought that Kurin died, so he was given a class quest. Horkin noticed a standing guildmaster while flying. He stopped with a terrifying look and asked, what is this? There is one more unpleasant ground creature left. Taemin looks away with rage and tears streaming down his face. The system window notifies that a class quest barbarian secret technique has appeared. The guild master's leader has left this world. Their new young leader must show his wild nature at the same time. Romeo felt an unpleasant feeling. Haran turned to Ho and asked if he was okay. The protagonist does not look very well. Romeo raised his hand and, looking up, said that everything is fine. He wondered what this ominous feeling was from it. Seems that something went wrong. The commander hung in the air and looked at them. The commander said with a serious look that there were too many enemies around. All of them must be the demon commanders. If the protagonist can make a ladder for them, like last time, they will deal with him. Romeo concentrated the flow of mana in his hand and refused him. The protagonist said that the heavens were their domain and he would overthrow them. The commander quickly raised his hand and asked loudly, did Hoi really think that a ground freak like him could lower them to the surface? Heron angrily leaned over and said loudly that they were going to attack the protagonist. Thought that the fact that they were going to the light must mean that the demons were sensitive to it. He quickly directed mana towards the demons. Illuminating the area around them, the generals instantly covered their faces with their hands. Due to the bright glow, the system window notifies that the commander of the demon army, Hellbird, has been stunned. Jesse looks at the protagonist in surprise. Hoyle thought that it worked and they could continue. He needed to get them down to the ground so that the knights could fight the magic lightning that Jesse ed. Somehow work like that. Right, the lightning made of mana quickly struck the generals, enveloping their bodies in mana. The system window notifies that the protagonist has defeated the commander of the demon army Hellbird and contribution points have been awarded. Jesse said with admiration that one spell was enough. Ho confidently looked at his hand and thought that he did not expect that he would kill them so easily. When did he become so strong? Jessie enthusiastically raised her hands and said loudly that this was expected of the protagonist. This is very elegant. She has learned so much here. The system window notified that 6 out of 10 generals are dead. Romeo looked up sternly and thought that there were 4 more left. He felt uneasy at the thought. Is Taemin all right? The protagonist turned his head in surprise and looked at the portal. He asked loudly, Is Alye really here? The mage scratched his beard angrily and said that they had finished evacuating the civilians. But Barbarians, Ares angrily climbed out of the portal and interrupted him loudly and said that the guildmaster had not returned. Tamin had rushed off alone to look for Karun and still had not returned. Karun had never been so late on a raid. Something must have happened to them, Romeo asked. Did the guildmaster really go alone? Ali closed his eyes and said that as the protagonist could see they were quite reckless. Romeo angrily asked, which way did Taemin go after a while? Aitken was holding the guildmaster's hand. In the sky, blood was running down Taemin's leg and the demon was squeezing his neck with his hand. With force, he said, laughing that the guildmaster tried to kill him alone. It was very presumptuous. Taemin gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't raise his hand, so the commanders were so strong he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Horkin asked with an ominous smile. If Taemin would really beg for mercy, like all the ground freaks, maybe he would spare him if the guildmaster tried. Taman said with an angry smile that Hkin wouldn't wait for that. Barbarians never give up because they die fighting. Horkin laughed loudly and said that the guildmaster had a lot of impudence for a weak person. What a fool he was! Although what else could you expect from an earthly beast? Hkin, paying attention to Kurin, said that although that freak was like that too, he was not smart enough to join a battle that was doomed to defeat Kuruan. Also shouted very loudly. Taemin, gritting his teeth in rage, said loudly that the demons should not laugh at the leader. Hin said loudly that weak people like them should run and beg for mercy, shouting something like, Please have mercy. So, Kuruan finished like that. The guildmaster, clenching his hand into a fist, said that he also said that the demons should not laugh at the leader, a warrior who died in battle. Tamin thought that he should raise his fist. This demonic creature considers Karun a fool, so the guildmaster is obliged to kill him. Horan asked if Taemin could guess what the last words of this fool were. He told about what the leader said, remembering the past. Kuan confidently smiled and squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand and said that the demon had found a problem. Someone very foolish would come for him. Soon the leader could smell him in the wind. It had been a long time ago and that guy was really crazy. The new leader, who even Kin was no match for, would be here soon. Hen, smiling ominously, quickly raised his weapon and said that the leader was talking too much for a dead man. Kin, smiling, said that Tam men had been asking about some barbaric method all the time. The leader was sure that the guildmaster would like the method. Hin came out of his memories after telling him everything. Tamin was very surprised and opened his eyes wide with bloody tears flowing from them. Horkin, smiling maliciously, said that he was curious about the very strong guy who would come. Was that the guildmaster? The demon laughed loudly and asked, Was that Tam Min that the man was talking about? He was no better at understanding people. Then a beast, the guildmaster, with a terrifying look, quickly bit into Hen's arm. He clenched his teeth even harder, causing the blood from his arm to spurt out. Ishkin screamed loudly in pain. He threw Tam Men down with great force and asked loudly, what the guildmaster was doing. Tam Men should leave him alone. Heikian looked at his torn arm in fear and screamed loudly. He asked loudly, with blood pouring out of the wound where his arm was. Taemin, with an aura radiating from his body, said that he himself said so, that the demon would not laugh at Kruin. The guildmaster furiously clenched the demon's arm with his teeth, supporting it with his own hand. Horan looked down and laughed loudly and asked what kind of species this was. Tamin was no different from an animal. The guildmaster, with a terrifying look, raised his hands, enveloping his body in fiery mana, and said that the leader knew he was here. The system window notifies that he has fulfilled the conditions of the barbarian secret reception. Taemin will be rewarded for this, and he has earned the exclusive class skill. Call of the Wild. Horkin raised his weapon, and enveloping it in mana said loudly that no matter how hard the Guildmaster tried, he would still remain a ground freak Tame in need. Not worry, the Guildmaster would meet Korean after he hit his stomach. Taemin changed his appearance with a terrifying look, and raising his clawed hand, opened his mouth wide, letting out a loud roar. The system window notified that a class skill was being used. The Call of the Wild awakens the true frenzy. Imprison. Within significantly increasing the savagery. Characteristic, the Guildmaster, enveloped in fire, quickly headed towards Hen with the intention of attacking Tamin, dealt a powerful blow to the demon and threw it aside. Blood quickly flowed from Hen's wound. He wondered what this was. The Guildmaster was moving completely differently than before. What was this oppressive feeling? Taemin grabbed him. If he got closer, it would be the end for him. You need to fight at the maximum possible distance. The Guildmaster instantly disappeared from where he stood. He appeared behind Hakin with a furious expression and said that Tam Min was irritated by his wings. The Guildmaster quickly grabbed his wings with his hands and tore them out with force. Hkin, raising his hands to the sides in fear, loudly called him a freak and told Taemin to leave him alone. The Guildmaster listened with fury as Horkin coughed loudly. Horkin thought that this was a curse he could not hold on any longer. A stake was instantly pierced into Taemin's body. The commander of the demon army, the Hellbird Amian, level 500, holding a stake with the Guildmaster impaled on it, asked, "What is this? Has Hkin really become addicted to the walkers?" The demon loudly disagreed and said that he simply stopped being vigilant for a second. Tam In quickly flew to the side, hitting the ground and breaking it. Amikan said that there was a problem, they would quickly sort things out here and then go. The Guildmaster thought hopelessly, "Is this really the end?" He asked Kruen for forgiveness. Apparently, he was still far from becoming a worthy leader. His recklessness was probably a problem for Ho. Taemin would like to apologize to him too. His brother would definitely be very upset. That was what really bothered him. The Guildmaster was very surprised. He leaned, his hands on the ground, raised his head and asked, "Is this really the main character?" "How did he get here?" Amin asked. In surprise, "Who is it?" Romeo, adjusting his tie with his hand, said that he already knew about what happened. Taemin, looking down, thought that this was very bad. Ho values formality and manners, most of all, and he was fighting here like a wild animal. The Guildmaster said that he was ashamed. Haran, quickly running towards him, loudly asked if Tom Min was okay. The protagonist said that he already knew about what happened. The analyst, Nam Chu, was very worried. Amin laughed loudly with a smile and asked his comrade to look at them. He said loudly that they were just a bunch of earthly freaks. They saved him time looking for them. Romeo ordered him to shut up with an ominous look. Amin was very surprised and asked, "What was that?" His head instantly exploded. Horkin looked at him in fear and said loudly that this could not be a stream of mana. Quickly cut off his wing hen with blood pouring out of his wounds, instantly falls down. Powerful clouds of dark smoke form from the impact. Hin rose up and asked loudly how Romeo, a walking freak, dared. The protagonist asked if he was really a freak. The demon was talking without knowing his place. Romeo sent mana from his hand and said that they would see who was the real trembling freak here. The protagonist will show the demon where his place is. Horkin, gritting his teeth, trembled after his words. After some time, the commander of the demon army, a level 500 Hellbird, smiling quickly flew by, inflicting wounds on the NPC with a beam. Dmitri, looking up, said loudly that this freak had taken off again. He, gritting his teeth, clenched the mace in his hand and said loudly that the commander could not be hit while he was in the air. Camilla quickly pulled the arrows in the bow and said loudly that they would have to rely on rocks. She confidently said loudly that she would cover them. Camilla aimed the arrows towards the commander, loudly called out to the Guildmaster and said that it was time to begin. The commander, smiling ominously, did not fall under the attacks and said that these arrows were very weak. Dodged them. Rocks quickly struck him. Without letting him finish, the commander, with his body cut into two parts, screamed loudly. Rocks landing on the ground, loudly addressed Camilla and said that it was a good job. Dmitri looked towards the fallen commander and asked, "Did they kill him?" The Guildmaster loudly ordered to report the situation. Camilla, looking at the fallen commander, said, "This is what the demon command is like." Dmitri asked, "Will there really be more of these monsters in the future?" Rox raised his hand and asked, "What are the losses?" The NPC said that 8 were seriously injured and 2 had minor injuries. the Gilm loudly called out to the healer and told him to come here at the same time. The correspondent quickly brought the microphone to his mouth and loudly said that this is a special edition of the Arcana today about permafrost right now rocks. From the Shining Guild killed one of the commanders of the army. 10 people were injured in the battle. The Shining Guild retreat. The producer looked at his phone in surprise and wondered what is going on at the moment among the guilds participating in the siege. The Shining Ones are clearly ahead. They even held an exclusive broadcast of the battle with the commander of the demon army, so why? Is the number of viewers dropping a message came to the phone from producer Yanuk, which said that now there will be a reaction in real time. The producer wondered what they were talking about in the chat. In the chat, the commentator wrote, "Did they see what happened? There was, he really rocks with the demon. Commander, or maybe about that be not about that, but about Ho." The producer wondered, was it really Ho? He asked, what the hell is going on? The commentator wrote for them to watch. I Kang's broadcast. The main character is now playing with the demon commander. The producer, confused, looking at the phone, loudly asked, "What is this?" Is the commander of the demon army shaking in horror? There are 127 people on Y King's broadcast. Hoi put his foot on the head of Amin, who was lying on the ground during the broadcast. At the same time, the commander raised his hand and quickly lowered it. Romeo looks ominously at Hkin. The commander loudly told the main character not to come near. Hen was wronged and loudly asks him for mercy. He looked at the mana in Romeo's hand in fear, falling to the ground. Hen loudly begs for mercy. The protagonist ordered him to shut up in disgust, the commander shaking with fear said that since he was graveling, Hoyle would spare him. Horan promises never again. Romeo, without listening to him, quickly hit him with a powerful stream of mana and said that he does not talk to prey. YK, smiling, watches what is happening, hiding behind rocks. He loudly asked the audience if they saw. This Hoyle has already defeated 8 commanders of the demon army. The protagonist sighed with relief and wondered if the demon commander is really different in stamina. He almost spent all his mana while trying different techniques, but Hkin still did not want to die. The spectator watching what was happening asked if they saw how the protagonist played with them until he killed them. Jessie raised her hands in admiration and said loudly that it was amazing and unbelievable who made various changes during the intervention stage to use the same spell in different ways. Going along with him was the right decision after all. She had learned so much. Taemin kept his hand on the wound and addressed the protagonist by name. Romeo turned to him and asked if the guildmaster could move. Taemin looked down tensely and confirmed it and said that it was all thanks to Ho. He said that he was very ashamed because he disobeyed the protagonist's order to evacuate the survivors as a result. The guildmaster was greatly disgraced. Romeo turned to Taemin with a smile. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could not be disappointed by someone who fought to preserve his honor. The protagonist saw his pride. Now they can return to the shelter and reunite with the squad. They looked at the system pop-up windows in surprise. The system window notifies that a common quest has appeared. The permafrost is being transformed. The last commander general of the demon army has died at the same time. Chun, smiling, ominously threw his head back and laughed loudly. He said loudly that they also killed the commander of the demon army. The guildmaster is very proud of all the guild members. Chun, standing on the commander, surrounded by his injured comrades, said loudly that the position of the ruler of the permafrost can already be considered his. They should begin preparing for the coronation ceremony. The NPC thought that the guildmaster was a very careless person. The system window notifies that the contribution to the siege of the permafrost of Ho is 4719927. Really, Count Syrian, the count held his wound with a sad look. Hakan extended his hand towards him and asked loudly, "How is it possible the count was able to survive?" Sir Ion, looking exhausted, loudly addressed the commander and asked, "Is it really him?" The count, smiling with tears in his eyes, said that he could not even think that Haran himself would come. His Majesty and the Empire did not leave them. Syrian, smiling, looked towards the protagonist and said that he also observed the good deeds of this explorer. This is really very surprising. He extended his hand towards Romeo and greeted the hero who had arrived to save the permafrost. Sir Ion, having given his name, said that he was the Lord of the Permafrost. Taemin, very surprised, asked loudly, "Is it really the Lord?" He had walked back and forth across the permafrost so often and had never met him. "Why did the Lord come here in such a terrible form?" Romeo asked with a malicious smile. "Is this really the Lord?" He got angry and asked him to stop this deception. Right now, the system window notifies that the natural enemy skill has been activated. Combat abilities are greatly increased in the battle with demons. Romeo said that this is the Demon King. At the same time, Wai Kong is broadcasting. He loudly asked, "What is?" This, the viewers wrote in the chat that this is amazing. Is this really? Lord Sir Wai Kong watches what is happening with great surprise on his face, the viewers wrote. Is this really the count? It can't be that. This is a real. Lord, did Syrian really survive? The producer looks at his phone in confusion. The correspondent took off his headphones and looked at him and asked, "What is the producer watching instead of their broadcast?" The viewers wrote that Ho was really angry. Why is he so angry? Nothing can be heard. Wai Kong should come closer. Taman asked loudly in surprise, is this really the Demon King? Haran spread his legs wide and asked, "What is the protagonist talking about? This man is definitely the ruler of the Her of Frost. There must be some misunderstanding here." Dievia smiled, lowered his head, and laughed, saying that he understood everything. It was normal for H to look at him like that. He put his hand on his face and said that he failed to protect his subjects and was the only survivor. Haran approached him, raised his hand, and said loudly that it was not his fault. Diavia disagreed, saying that he could not fulfill his duties. But before he could finish speaking, the stones quickly rose and pierced his body. Divya, with a bloody face, looks down. Why? KH was very surprised looking at this. The viewers wrote, is this really Syrian? The viewer is sure that the protagonist has reasons for this. Is he really the god of murder? The reporter and producer look at the phone screen in amazement. The commander quickly extended his hand forward and called out loudly to Syrian. He turned angrily to Hoy and asked loudly, "Why did he do this?" Jessica said, smiling that he was still alive. Haran turned around in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Dievia laughed as he left the Lord's body. The system window notifies that the opponent's earth resistance is too high, Dievia loudly asked. Wasn't that a bit rude of Hoyle? He was talking after all. The system window notifies that the opponent is immune to earth attacks. Romeo raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered, does he really have earth resistance? This won't be easy to figure out. Dievia asked to take a closer look because he is S. de Carabia, leaving the body-enveloped Syrian face with many eyes, and said that he is the Lord of Permafrost, whom they had been looking for. With such diligence, Hai was very scared by what he saw. Hakan quickly raised his sword and said loudly that it was a demon he jumped up with the intention of attacking, and asked loudly, "How dare a demon insult a vassal of his majesty?" The commander, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, extended his sword towards the Demon King, piercing him. Taman, with a confused face, asked loudly, "Did Horan really kill him?" H thought that the guildmaster should not say that a large hole formed in the dark. Mana Divya instantly exploded, directing streams of dark mana to the sides. A huge beam of dark mana quickly headed from the ground to the sky. Tammin, with an enraged look, asked loudly, "Did it really rise to the sky?" The protagonist thought that he knew it. The dark liquid captured the stone on which the city is located. The commander looked up in amazement and said loudly that he could not believe it. De Carabia merges with the Permafrost Castle. At the same time, the NPC raised his hand and loudly asked, "What is this?" The knight coming out of the portal said loudly that something strange enveloped the castle in Kayan. Looking at this thought, what is going on? The NPC turned to Ares and asked if he thought that Tamame Men and the leader researcher are okay. Ares looked up with tension without answering him. At the northern gate of the Permafrost, the hunters are fiercely fighting the demons. Leon, with fury attacking the demons, screamed loudly. Shra, gritting his teeth. H, the monster, and loudly asked, "Where did they get so many of them from? They never end." The hunter loudly said that Shra should spend his energy on spells instead of talking. The demon quickly pointed his hand towards the huntress and screamed. Loudly, the huntress, gritting her teeth, raised her hand, looking at the approaching demon. The monster stopped in surprise and looked up. The huntress wondered why he stopped. The demon said that the Demon King was calling him the huntress. With tears in her eyes, asked what this man. The monster quickly headed in the other direction. Shar said loudly, breathing heavily, that the demons were leaving. Leon turned to the side and asked, "Why is this?" She was very scared, looking up. The guildmaster looked at the flying demons and asked, "What is this?" Chun looked to the side and asked loudly, "What?" Is this where did all the demons suddenly go? He turned his attention to the system window that appeared with a serious look. The system window notifies that the Demon King, Divya, will soon reveal his true form. Kamala looked up with great fear and asked, "Is it really the Demon King?" She looked at the mana flow connected to the city and asked, "Is it really?" The Demon King Rock said that this can't be if this awakens Japan, although no, the whole world will end. Heron, full of determination, jumped up and loudly said that they must stop him. He was very scared looking at something the system window notifies. "That the ritual is beginning." Romeo, with a tense look, quickly looks at what is happening, Tamin said loudly. "That this can't be." The commander said loudly with anger that they had brought out all the offerings for this ritual. Dekarabia laughed and called them fools and said that the sacrifices don't necessarily have to be humans. Many demons are flying near the Demon King. The guildmaster clenched his hands into fists and looked up and asked, "Is that it? It looks like magic circles." From the underground permafrost shelter. The hunters look at the monsters flying in the sky with fear on their faces. They said loudly that, "These are demons! The monsters are approaching the magic circle!" The hunters said loudly that the demons are sacrificing themselves to complete the ritual. Ho tensely clenched his teeth and thought that this is a bad thing, he must stop them. Divya instantly appeared near the protagonist and quickly raised his hand and said that he cannot allow him to do this. Romeo raised his head with a frightened look. The Demon King thrust his hand into the protagonist's body, piercing him through and through. The commander called out loudly to Ho with an angry look. He looked down at the sea of blood with the hands of the dead sticking out of it. The undead knights climbing out of the bloody sea asked Haran to save them. The commander remembered his battles. With a doomed look, Romeo called out loudly to Haran with tension. He put his hand on his shoulder and said loudly that this was an illusion and the commander needed to come to his senses. The illusions quickly dissipated. Taman, looking at the huge flow of mana, said loudly that they had dispersed. Heron, looking at the protagonist, asked if it was really a demon that had broken through. Romeo said that it was the commander's fear. Divya, laughing, said that it was hard to understand his illusion. The protagonist has an interesting talent. However, it is too late because the sacrifice has already been made. Soon, the Demon King will be revived. Jessica, looking up, said that there were no demons left. Tamin, in confusion, asked if it was really an egg. It absorbs the summoning circle inside. The egg is an unknown creature. At the same time, in the center of Hokkaido, from the speakers on the street, someone said for the NPC to pay attention. A state of emergency has been declared. At the moment, Hokkaido is classified as a danger zone. As a result, from 8 today, the city will be completely blocked. They insistently insist on the immediate evacuation of all residents. They repeat the warning. The NPC turned to the gentleman and asked, "What should they do now?" Chun, running away, quickly, loudly ordered to retreat immediately and request support from the mainland. The NPC asked loudly, "What about the siege of the permafrost?" The guildmaster asked loudly with an ominous look, "Is the NPC really worried about the siege now?" Looking at the situation with his own eyes. The NPC still did not realize the full danger. Does he really think he can handle it? This is not something they can deal with on their own. Taman, holding the phone to his ear in great surprise, asked, "What is this?" At the same time, Namol, quickly adjusting his jacket with his hands loud, said into the microphone that an order had come from Korea. All players located in Hokkaido are advised to return home. They are going to completely block off Hokkaido right now. United by Heaven, like several other guilds, have already begun to retreat. Tamen excitedly asked, "What is his brother talking about?" Namol said loudly that if they stay, they may die. Romeo confidently put his hand under his jacket and thought that it was dangerous. They need to kill the Demon King before he awakens. The guildmaster looked in his direction and called out loudly to Ho. The protagonist held the necklace in his hand and thought that this was an exorcism ritual. The system window notified that the cursed necklace had been chosen as an offering. The commander-in-chief instantly appeared in front of him and said that they had met. Again, Romeo moved quickly in surprise. The Demon King struck the rocks with his weapon. The protagonist crouched near the rocks and thought that this was a curse. The exorcism ritual left him defenseless in the real world. The commander-in-chief said that this was the same trick with the rocks. Again, Ho thought that they were in danger until they dealt with this guy. The commander-in-chief waved his weapon and laughed and said loudly that it meant that he would break through the rock itself. He quickly pointed his hand forward with a terrifying look. Harkon dealt a powerful blow to the demon, throwing aside pieces. Of stones, Romeo asked loudly. Is this really the commander? The commander-in-chief said with a malicious smile, which means Haran is still alive. The commander, confidently holding the sword in his hand, said, which means the commander-in-chief says that a day here is equal to 4 in the Arcana hearing. This he could not contain his grief because of his own weakness. Haran shrouded the sword in very powerful. Mana illuminated the space around and said that he made his majesty wait too long. The commander-in-chief smiled, laughed, and said that this guy uses a rather serious aura of the sword. The commander, turning to Hool, asked him to continue. He said that it was his duty to kill the commander-in-chief. Romeo thought with a serious look that since Haran had such a reason, he said without thinking that he would trust him. The commander-in-chief raised his weapon back and said that this battle should be fun. He too will. Meet him with his blade. The commander confidently raised his sword shrouded in mana to the side, said his name, and said that he would fulfill his majesty's last order. Haran raised his sword with a serious look and said that he would do it right now. They quickly headed towards each other, creating powerful streams of mana between their weapons. Romeo, holding the necklace in his hand, thought that it was his turn now. The system window notifies that the cursed necklace has been chosen as an offering. The exorcism ritual has been activated. The Demon King asked if the protagonist is sure. Romeo instantly found himself in another place. He quickly turned around with tension. Drops of mana from the egg are directed to the sides. Taming quickly looks at the rising egg. Dark mana turns into demons! The guildmaster asked loudly, are they really resurrecting? Are these really the commanders of the demon army? Taming said loudly with great rage that all 10 are. Here, these are the generals. They killed Heron. Gritted his teeth and turned his head to the side, asking loudly if their corpses had disappeared after being defeated, and if that egg had absorbed them with the ritual. Decarius said that Ho was defenseless while he was performing the exorcism ritual. It seemed that they lacked fighters against the demon generals. The protagonist felt the doom of the situation. The Demon King said that Ho was certain different, and he knew it. The protagonist had the abilities of those people from Itian. Hoi wondered if Divya knew about the exorcism ritual. The Demon King agreed, and said that he would go even deeper. Dark mana quickly headed towards the protagonist's chest. The system window notified that the possession effect had been applied. Divya asked if Hai's mind could withstand it. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear, thinking that it couldn't be. The Demon King dived even deeper into his consciousness. Dark mana quickly flew out of Ho's body. He looks at what is happening with a puzzled expression. The protagonist was very surprised. The Demon King's eyes collided with each other. Romeo, with a furious expression on his face, instantly appeared in front of Ho, pointing his hand forward and telling Devya to leave the system window, notifies that the abnormal state of possession did not work. The Demon King looks at Romeo's hand. The protagonist quickly clenched his hand into a fist and tore the Demon King's eyes apart. At the same time, the core instantly exploded with great force. The hunters closed their eyes and covered their ears because of the loud sound. Devya said that this cannot be. Romeo is nothing more than a weak person, whoever he is. H, looking at the protagonist with confusion, addressed him by name. The Demon King asked where Romeo got such strength from. It's simply impossible. What is this anyway? This endless, ominous, and deep darkness? Romeo looks at Divya with a terrifying expression. The Demon King's eyes instantly began to dissolve. He quickly disintegrated into streams of mana. The protagonist quickly returned to his body. He looked at the intact core and said loudly that Divya had escaped. The Demon King, with a wound on his body, thought that this guy was dangerous. Divya needed an even stronger body. The egg instantly became covered with cracks, emitting dark streams of mana to the sides. The system window notifies that the Demon King decorated Rhea has revealed his true form. Taman, standing under a powerful whirlwind, said loudly that the Demon King was born at the same time. W. Kong, holding on to the stone with his hands, asked loudly, is this really the same Demon King? Divya is simply amazingly huge. Ho thought that this was a curse he wanted to escape. They can't. Let him do whatever he wants. Romeo furiously clenched his teeth and raised his hand with the necklace. The system window notifies that the lady's necklace has been chosen as an off-viewing. The protagonist thought that they would resume the exorcism. He quickly closed his eyes. The system window notified that the Devil's Jewel box had been selected as an offering. The strangling tie had been selected as an offering. Numerous offerings had increased the effect of the exorcism ritual. The bright light grew larger. Romeo looked ominously through the crack at the Demon King and said that he had been found decoria. Quickly turned around, the protagonist tore the crack and laughed loudly. The Demon King looked at him and raised his hand and thought that this could not be. He loudly ordered the man not to approach him, Carabia loudly said, "For who not to take a step?" The commanders quickly began to move. They let out a loud roar. Taemin looked at the commanders flying in the sky and loudly said that the generals had gone into action. The Demon King asked his warriors to protect him and said that there was danger over there. Divya quickly raised his leg above the city and thought that he needed to run away from danger. He put his foot on the building, breaking it and raising dark smoke clouds of smoke and rubble instantly appeared in the city. Taemin, covering his face from the strong wind with his hand, said loudly that it was just a step. At the same time, the reporter and producer standing among the flying objects said loudly that they were barely holding on. The vibration had reached even here and they had to retreat. The NPCs said loudly that the Demon King had gone. Again, the commander quickly flew up and loudly asked, "Who the hell is Ho?" The Demon King said loudly that no human could imprison him in a ritual while keeping their minds intact. And the protagonist was able to... But how? Who the hell is he? Divya, angry, asked loudly what made him shake in horror at the sight of Ho. Jessica, quickly heading towards the guildmaster, said loudly that one of the flying demon commanders had disappeared. Cubison opened his mouth wide over the main character and said that it was a man. Taemin loudly called out to Ho. The spear flies through the sky at great speed, cutting through the air. It hit Cubin's head with great force, spraying his blood to the sides. The guildmaster said loudly with tension that it was him. Could it really be his? From Inazuma, the guildmaster of Inazuma confidently ordered loudly not to let down their guard. He loudly said that 2 more were coming towards them. The commanders quickly flew towards them, making a loud roar. Rox jumped off the ground with great speed and thrust his sword into Kion's body. He called out to Camilla loudly and ordered them to act. Now she confidently pulled the arrow and her bow. The chains instantly wrapped the commanders' bodies. Rox loudly asked why Hoyle wasn't moving. Jessica, surprised, loudly called him by name and said that the protagonist was using a skill. What was the guildmaster doing here? Rock turned his head with a tense expression and looked at her loudly and said that he simply made the choice with the highest chance of survival. Camilla, holding the bow in her hand, loudly addressed the guildmaster and said that they wouldn't last long now that the disaster that could destroy the entire world had awakened. No matter where they ran, only death awaited them. Rox turned to his Sagai from Inzuma and asked, he thought the same thing, didn't he? That's why they gathered here, because they believed that Hoyle would somehow solve this problem. Shri said loudly that they would also fight. He smiled and put his hand on his chest and said loudly that in Ira he was rude this time. The second son would also join the battle. The system window notifies that the second son guild has joined the party. Hissy raised his hair and asked, did they really believe it? He hoped that Shra was not mistaken. Hissy was simply not the kind of person to leave unpaid debts. Behind the system window notifies that the Inazuma guild has joined the party. Taemin angrily pointed his finger at him and loudly told Shrey and Hesse to stop pursuing Hill. If only he had a weapon. Someone quickly hit Taemin on the head. He looked at Nam Chol standing in surprise and asked, is his brother really here, Nam? Chio angrily pointed his finger at his brother and loudly asked why he wasn't picking up the phone. Does Taemin really want him to worry so much? Brother scratched his head with a smile and apologized. Nam Cho loudly addressed the two-handed sword and said that he found it in the warehouse and that Taemin could use it for now. The system window notified that Jaein and the Shining Ones had joined the squad. A large squad was registered and automatically assigned the raid status. The commanders were flying rapidly across the sky. The hunters loudly said that the others were also advancing. Jupin quickly broke the chain on his body. Rox ran furiously and loudly ordered the hunters not to let the commanders reach Hoyle. The commanding generals are their responsibility at the same time in the protagonist's thoughts while performing the ritual. Romeo grinned and said that the Demon King asked what made him afraid of the protagonist. Carabia turned his attention to him with incomprehension. Romeo showed him the situation in the city and said that this was it. Their refusal to surrender even in step of their despair and their human pride. The protagonist confidently raised his hand, emitting fiery mana from it. The Demon King quickly rose into the air. He asked loudly and furiously, What pride Divya asked the protagonist not to make him laugh, and said loudly that it was only an illusion, this was ordinary, strange sentimentality. At the same time, the Demon King thrust his weapon into Harkin's body, the commander coughed up, blood from his mouth, and coughed loudly. Divya raised his bloody weapon to the side, died, and loudly ordered Haran to lie down already. The Demon King sighed in confusion and said that he had dealt a fatal blow. Further resistance would only disgrace the commander even more. Haran, with a terrifying aura in his eye, quickly looked to the side. He stabbed a Carabia with his sword at great speed. The Demon King looked angrily at the huge wound on his chest and wondered, "What is this? Where did Haran get the strength to hold the sword in his hands? How is he still moving?" The commander had lost so much blood that he should have died long ago. Davia sat down on the ground and put his hand on his chest. Haran looked at him sternly, lowering his head. The Demon King asked loudly and furiously, "Why didn't the commander surrender? How was that even possible?" Haran quickly raised his sword with the intention of striking. Divya said that. The commander was unconscious and still continued to fight. Haran instantly cut off his head with his sword. The system window notifies that the commander-in-chief of the Demon King has been defeated, the morale of the demon army has been significantly undermined, and the power of the Demon King has weakened. The hunters look at the system window in surprise. Tameen happily put his sword on his shoulder and loudly said that Haran did it. They can move out too. Rox confidently clenched his teeth and quickly headed into battle, loudly agreeing with him. A powerful stream of energy hit Syken on the head. The system window notifies that the commander of the demon army, Syken, has been defeated. The power of the Demon King has weakened his sage. Turned to the side and said loudly that they would not be defeated. They must go around Tom men. The guildmaster quickly ran towards Amin with the intention of attacking. A powerful beam of energy pierced the commander's body. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Amikan, had been killed. The Demon King's power had weakened. Hen, looking at the blood in fear, said that this could not be. They saw how cruelly the permafrost was defeated, so why weren't they running? They were the Demon King army to be defeated by weak people, not just once but twice. Taemin remembered Corinne with an angry look. He furiously struck out with his clawed and fire-shrouded hand. The system window notified that the commander of the demon army, Hen, had been killed. The Demon King Key power had weakened. The Demon King instantly bent over in pain and placed his hands on his head. Divya said loudly in despair that this could not be. His commanders were killed by weak people. Romeo looked at the streams of dark mana with confidence. In the present, part of the Demon King's body was quickly torn off. He fell to the ground, destroying the buildings beneath him. Divya felt intense pain with blood flowing down. Ho gritted his teeth and thought that the Demon King was resisting the ritual too much. He had already spent so much mana that it was becoming difficult to maintain the exorcism. Divya, with a terrifying look, gritted his teeth and quickly opened his eyes and said loudly that a human dared to challenge him in the present. The Demon King opened his mouth wide, making a loud sound. He threw his head back, raising streams of dark smoke, destroying the city. The hunters covered their faces, standing under powerful waves of smoke. "Why?" Kong said with confidence that this could not be. It seemed that the Demon King was trying to escape. Divya quickly ran through the city, destroying it. Surprised, thought that everything was clear. It must be because of the exorcism ritual to escape from it. The Demon King bends over, screaming loudly in pain. The protagonist thought that the Demon King's true form was unconsciously trying to escape. At the same time, the reporter loudly addressed the producer and asked where that monster was going. The producer said loudly in amazement that the city center was in that direction where civilians were evacuated. Hoi tensely clenched his teeth and thought that this cannot happen if they let the Demon King escape. A tragedy will definitely happen. The protagonist must concentrate on the exorcism ritual and stop it. The system window notifies that mana is running out. Ho was surprised and thought, "What is this?" The system window notifies that the exorcism ritual is ending. The protagonist thought that it was a curse. Romeo appeared behind Hill and said that they have a source of magic. The protagonist remembered the past. Carl said that using the inner darkness as a source of mana, Hoyle confidently came out. Of his memories, he quickly raised his hand and extended 2 fingers shrouded in dark. Dark energy. Ho thought it was dark magic. The Demon King's real body was filled with dark mana, causing him to scream in pain. Divya thought that this darkness should never. He stopped thinking because of the intense pain. Why? KH watches what is happening with tension. The viewers wrote that this is some kind of horror. What is even happening here? The hunters look up in amazement after a while. Leon is standing on a cliff with her comrades. She smiled confidently while looking down. The guildmaster said that she was about to throw the protagonist over her shoulder and run away when it became too dangerous. Apparently, there was nothing to worry about. The system window notifies that the Demon King Divya has been defeated. The quest to recapture Permapost is complete. Hoyle has restored hope to the northern city of Permafrost after some time on the news. NPC holding sheets of paper in his hand said that this was breaking news with the increased interest in the city of Permafrost. Discussions of the reconstruction of the city and the empty government position became an important topic. NPC sitting at the table asked if he had seen the video. NPC, smiling, asked, was it really from I? Kong had he seen it 200 million views already, probably at the same time on the phone in the news, said that at the sight of the victory over Divya, a column of smoke had been rising for several days. The protagonist put the phone on the floor. He was sitting on the floor, stretching his arms. H happily laid down on the bed and said loudly that it was good at home. He looked up in surprise. The protagonist thought that after defeating de Carabia, thick smoke rose from his remains. At the same time, the quest Legacy of Auction appeared. The system window notifies that the class quest Legacy of Auction has appeared. The beacon of salvation is lit and burns brightly. Oh, last demon hunter, bring back the legacy, lost to evil. Ho confidently looked at the system window, raised his finger, and thought about what Legacy of Auction means. Could this somehow be connected with Romeo, whom he met in the Palace of Reason? For now, he can't be sure of anything. The Demon King. Last words confused the protagonist. He remembered the words of de Carabia. The Demon King said that this darkness should never fall into the hands of people. A few days after the return of the Permafrost Arcana wrote today that this news published the full table of contribution points for the Siege of Permafrost as of October 29th, who received more than 1 million contribution points. In second place is Rox with 221 contribution points. In third place is Chun with 249 contribution points. They apologized for the delay. There was a system error in calculating points which led to a problem in issuing the reward. They will distribute the rewards as soon as the problem is resolved. Commentators asked, is this really a bug? Is this even possible? The system window notifies that an urgent notification has appeared, announcement of an error in the distribution of rewards for the Siege of Permafrost, sometime later in the Usra archipelago. Sol knocked on the door and apologized to Hakan and said that now it was time for an examination. She entered the room and asked how he was feeling. The doctor was very surprised by what he saw. The commander with a bandaged body standing on the floor, holding on with 2 fingers, looked at them and said that it was she. Sol, she quickly headed towards him and said loudly that she had told him that he needed bed rest. Heron may have been given healing magic, but his injuries were very serious. The doctor raised his hand and said loudly that he was begging him because the commander was making his job very difficult. Harom laughed and said that it was not a serious problem. So, looking tired, put her hand on her face and said that if the commander did not recover, she would not be able to look Hoyle in the eyes. Out of shame, Hakuna, entering the room, said that he was glad that Haran was feeling well. Sol was very scared when she saw him. They loudly greeted His Majesty. The king, smiling, extended his hand forward and said that everything was fine. They should feel comfortable. Hakuna had only come to give the commander a package from their savior. Haran, looking at him, asked, was it really from H? The king, holding a feather in his hand, said that it must have been left by the commander-in-chief of the demon army, where the commander lost consciousness. The system window notifies that it is a feather of a hellbird with a rare rank. Hakuna said that the protagonist asked to give it to Haran, since the commander defeated that monster. H also said that when Haran meets the Emperor of the Arcana again, he will need a trophy proving that the commander has fully fulfilled his duty. Heron looks at the feather in his hand. In surprise, he squeezed it in his hand and asked, did the protagonist even think about it? Ho is a very attentive man, however, where did he disappear to? Several days have passed since the victory over the Demon King. Doria life quickly returned to normal. However, a lot has changed. The NPC slammed his fist on the table with great force. He threw the papers away in anger and asked loudly, were his Sagai and all the other Inazuma Guild members bowing to Hoyle in gratitude? They were just fools. Not only did they miss out on being the first to be sieged, but they also lost to the Koreans. Did Inazuma really not realize how big of a problem their actions were, considering that Jaein had already surpassed them in the rankings right now? Why did they let them through so easily? His Sage, I asked, did that mean he should have left all the civilians of Hokkaido to die? The NPC asked angrily, what was? The Guildmaster, talking about his sage eye with a terrifying look, quickly slammed the table and threw it away. He said with an ominous look that if the other guilds had arrived a second later, they would have all died. They were just old freaks. The NPC shook in fear and asked what was the Guildmaster talking about. How dare he, and who does his AGI take him for the Guildmaster? Asked how dare he said with a terrifying look, directing lightning mana from his hand, that the NPC said the same thing he wanted to say. Hezi. Along with the Inazuma Guild turned away from Japan, the hunter turned to the Guildmaster and asked, what should they do? Now they turned their backs on their homeland. No one will welcome them now. His Segai. Walking down the corridor, said that he was not sure about this. He smiled, raised his head, and said that he wondered what kind of captain they would need to immigrate to the Wairei kingdom they found. Refuge on the Aira archipelago in Kanton, their guild activity. There, the Japanese government was furious. There was nothing they could do about it because technically they themselves kicked out the best players of their nation. Why Kong went viral with his channel and now receives offers of cooperation from a variety of companies. He announced that due to the number of calls he was receiving, he would be taking a break from broadcasting until Hool returned, although people wouldn't tune into his stream without the main character, so it wasn't a problem. Second son Shra managed to raise his guild's rank in the siege of Permafrost. Apparently, he atoned for his shame from the Irawa incident regarding Jan. Everyone is talking about Tam, men's class. Quest Nam Chi's expression at the press conference became a meme. The news said that Jessie really announced her departure from the Shining Ones. Rox, with a stern look, leaning his face on his hand, asked, so what is her opinion on this news? As far as he understands, she doesn't feel any attachment to the guild. Rox didn't expect that she would be taken away from him like this. Jessie, calmly holding a cup in her hand, said that she never said she was leaving. Rox, addressing her by name, said that if she really was going to leave, he would not accept it unless it was. Hoi, Jessie lowered her head and asked why he was so tense already. Hoi had disappeared anyway. Somewhere in the world, Romeo thought with a tired expression that he had been searching for information about the new class quest for days and nights but had not made any progress. He sat on a chair, tilted his head back and thought, does this legacy even exist? Besides, why do they write and call him so much? The protagonist's phone rang rapidly and he turned it off. Ho! Tiredly put his hand on his head, holding the phone in his hand, and thought that he was tired. It was time for him to turn off his phone. It was even worse than it was with Ascura. He wanted to visit the library of the Mage Tower, but he was too scared to go outside. There was no progress in the class quest, and the reward for the siege was also missing, and also those last words of the Demon King. Ho thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and remembered the words of the Demon King. He thought that he always suspected that he was somehow different from other players. The protagonist feels like his behavior shouldn't change that much, even though he's synchronized with his I name character plus Romeo, who he saw in the exorcism ritual. H searched to see if other players could see their characters, but he couldn't find anything on the topic. It might be an exclusive skill for demon hunters. Even if it is, he won't know about it since he's the last of them. Besides, if that's true, how did Ho manage to see into Romeo's past? Ho put his hand on his head, tensely, and thought that he hoped he could learn something new about Romeo. 2. If he dealt with Ashen's legacy. The protagonist looked at the system window that appeared in surprise. The system windows notify him that he's gained new levels. Hoi looked at his stats and wondered if he'd really just leveled up 30 times at once. The system window notifies that the items for the high contribution to the Siege of Bali have been automatically placed in his inventory. The pentagram of the sinister sealed knowledge of the epic rank. Its effects are hidden due to the demon's curse. To learn more, he first needs to cleanse it. The protagonist happily looked at the system window and thought that they had given him another item. The system window notifies that his affinity with the permafrost has reached its maximum. His influence in the permafrost has reached its maximum. The authority function is activated in the permafrost. Hoyle thought that they had also given him Authority, he clenched his fists with a smile and thought that the fact that he had authority in YRA was already cool enough. Now he also had authority in the permafrost. Romeo looked at the system window in surprise wondered if there was really anything left. He was very surprised by what he saw. The system window notifies that a special quest has appeared. A new star has risen above the permafrost. He needs to attend the ceremony to appoint a new ruler. At the same time, Tam looked at the system window in surprise and asked, "Is there really going to be a ceremony to appoint a new ruler?" Namchul asked. "Is there really a new ruler?" Rox bit his lip and said that he had a bad feeling. Chun angrily rose from his hospital bed and loudly asked, "Are they really planning an appointment ceremony and didn't even tell him anything?" The NPC turned to the master and said that this wasn't about him. The NPC asked him to stop being angry. The system window notifies that Hoi is the ruler of the permafrost. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. He quickly threw his head back and put his hands on it and screamed, "The main character is in the permafrost, and from that moment on he is its ruler." The system window notifies that the ruler menu has been added to the system.